Hey, I'm Jay, and welcome to Minecraft. I thought that I would do a little bit of a tour of my forever world. This is a world that I have been playing on since sometime between Village and Pillage and Buzzy Bee, so probably like June, September 2019. Um, and that sounds like I've been playing on it for a long time. But I do kind of suffer from the old issue of the 2 week Minecraft phase, where I'll get the urge to play Minecraft. I'll play it super hardcore for like 1 to 3 weeks, and then I won't touch it again for maybe half a year, maybe a year. I do have that problem pretty severely. So I haven't actually like properly played on this world for 5 years. I was gonna say maybe like a year of playtime total, but if we open up what is it? The statistics menu. I was going through the statistics menu before, and I'll just kind of scroll through so you can see some of the stuff that I've done here. And near the bottom, it says, I think it said, or did it say? Yeah, it says I've only played the game for about 40 days of like total playtime. Uh, and that cannot be true. But I also think I might know what the deal with that is. This world is like had like a pretty serious problem of it hasn't happened in a while because my local town has fixed their power grid a little bit, and Minecraft has gotten a little bit better about crash protection and autosaving. And I also upgraded my computer recently, so it doesn't happen that much anymore. But I used to have a serious problem with this world crashing, and me having to reload it from backups. And so I'm showing my statistics stuff now. I feel like that this is probably affected by reloading a backup. I imagine that would delete or get rid of some things. I don't know what all that would affect, but some of these stats feel right. Some of these stats feel a little low. And so I don't know if those have been reset at any point. Right now I'm using the default texture pack. I do have custom texture packs. I just figured I'd go to like how the game normally looks to show things off like a little bit better. Um, I am mostly playing legit. I did have one data pack at one point. It broke with a recent update, so I don't have it installed, but we'll talk about that more when we get to the point where I used that data pack. Um, I have keep inventory on, mainly because for one thing, I get really attached to my gear. The longer I have it, I get attached to stuff in this game very easily. But also, I just don't have much time to play, and so I don't like grinding shit out again and again every time I die. I think you'll saw in the stat menu, I do die pretty frequently. Usually not to mobs, usually to my own stupidity with elytra and lava, but I do die a lot. In addition, I use chunk base quite a bit. Usually when I go to a structure for the first time, like I'll use an Ocean Explorer map or a Woodland Explorer map, if there's some way to find the structure legit in the game, my first time visiting it, I'll usually do it legit. But for repeat visits, I'll usually use chunk base, mainly because I am bad about cleaning up my backup folder, and I've had this world for a while. Its file size has gotten pretty big. And I'm trying to keep that down by just beelining it to whatever it is I actually have to do instead of wasting time searching and searching and searching. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, yeah. Another thing I thought I should probably mention is very recently, actually, I managed to get all advancements. A bit of a. There was just like a few, like, a little bit of tough ones or a little bit annoying ones or a little bit of grindy ones that I was putting off for the longest time, but very recently I managed to get Uneasy Alliance for killing a ghast in the overworld, and that finally got me up to all advancements. It is worth noting I did get How Did We Get Here back during Trails and Tales. At least I think it was during Trails and Tales. And if you don't know the Tricky Trials update, for one thing, changed the way that Bad Omen worked. That made that a lot harder to do for the advancement. And then also added in 4 new potions, which weren't that hard to implement into the machine, but it is still something. So this is technically an outdated version of How Did We Get Here, but I'm kind of waiting till they add more status effects because I still basically did it. And I don't feel like getting rid of that achievement and redoing the machine and all the setup and shit like that just for like a couple of new status effects. I want to wait till we got like a good like 2 or 3 more in the game, which they're adding Breath of the Nautilus, so maybe I'm gonna be eating those words very soon. But yeah, I guess we should probably do the tour. First off, you probably noticed I got a rainbow beacon now, and it's already desynced. I set up a 5 pronged rainbow beacon relatively recently, but because like it's like elements, what is it, F3G? Since like the elements of it are like in different chunks, different bits of it deload. We'll take a closer look at that, all that shit. Later on. Oh, so I should probably mention, I do have cheats on. The main thing that I use these for is, for again, when the world crashes and I have to use a backup, reload it from a backup. I usually use this to just cheat back in the progress I made since the last crash. There was one particularly nasty situation where like 2 weeks, maybe a month of progress was wiped, and so I just went into creative mode and rebuilt the shit that I had done because I didn't feel like grinding it all out again. But the most common way that I use it now is I usually use game mode, survival and spectator. I usually like to go into spectator mode when I build new machines and contraptions and shit, mainly to make sure that they're still working. And I'll also go into creative mode if it's like really broken to test and figure out, okay, what's wrong here? Why isn't it functioning? It's not like a legit world, but mostly legit world. Mostly legit. I don't do any mining off camera, you know? But yeah, I guess we'll do the tour, and I think the best way to start would probably be the place where I spend most of my time, and that's my storage room. Well, first, actually, I guess first off, we might as well just talk about the main atrium. I guess we'll go in and like enter it properly. These banners are actually a pretty recent addition. I've had this banner design forever, and I've just never put it around the base. And I added a couple of the banners recently, and I think I realized I kind of like them because they add a bit of a pop of color, but I kind of don't like them because it's hard to find a place where like they really fit, because I got a lot of big monolithic structures here, and they're kind of small, you know? And so they don't fit super perfectly. Here we have my main atrium. We have this big staircase winding around it, big chandelier up top with glowstone, cats all over because of freaking creepers, trying to keep them out of my base. I have these nice like rainbow patterns that are mostly there to hide the glowstone that's lighting the room up. I just thought they were kind of pretty though. Here we've got my main like elevator with like, I also have a staircase as an alternative if you don't want to use the water elevator. Although as you can see, I have a bit of a problem with this, that glow spids keep spawning in it, and they keep dying either on the magma below or being bombed up to the surface. And so every time I use this, I get random glow ink sacks in my inventory. And the fix for that, I'm pretty sure, is I just need to add lighting to it. I just need to like put some like lights along the side. It's just that I have not been arsed to do that yet. But if we hop on down, we can head to my main storage room, which we're going to spend a pretty good amount of time in here, I think. This is my storage, where I keep all of my items. I try to have them decently well sorted. And I have mixed thoughts on the storage room. Basically, I saw a design on Pinterest, and I thought the Pinterest design looked cool, and so I decided to recreate it, only for it to turn out to be pretty wildly inefficient. Having all the different stuff on different layers means that running back and forth for ingredients takes a long time. And also, for the longest time, it prevented me from setting up any sort of real storage system. As you can probably hear, I have worked out a storage system. You can probably hear it clicking around in the background. But for the longest time, I was having to sort through this room by hand, which was very annoying. But I think we'll go through all the chests, mainly because I can't remember which chests I have interesting shit in or not. But we got, over here we got like most of the overworld stones, we got some cobblestone, we got some stone. I'm surprised I don't actually have a shulker in here, I must have used that up recently. We got some smooth stone, we've got andesite, we've got diorite. We got diorite, we got some granite, we've got dripstone, we got some tuff, and we got some calcite. And it is worth noting that in Minecraft, I am a little bit of a hoarder, you can probably tell that. We got like a 3 and a partial shulker box of tuff. I tend to hold on to a lot of the shit I get, even though I don't really need it. And I always do that because when I don't hold on to it, I end up regretting it. Because, like, look how empty my fucking cobblestone chest is. You'd expect me to have a lot of cobblestone and a lot of smooth stone for how long I play in this world and how long I've mined in this world. But it's just every time I expand this base, since this base is mostly stone, every time I expand it, I run out. Like, without fail. And so I'm always like, oh, I don't need to keep this much, but then I use it, and I'm out immediately. Speaking of out immediately, obsidian stocks are looking very low. You'll see why that is in a minute. We have my clay chest. The clay chest, I hold clay and terracotta and bricks and all the pottery sherds. And that's something that I'm thinking about maybe changing sometime soon, because, like, these sherds, they just take up a lot of room in this chest. And so I kind of want to split them off to be in something separate. It's just that, I mean, I don't know, I probably should have dedicated sherd chest, probably. I've got stone bricks down here, maybe a little bit off-center. We've got dirt and grass and podzol and shit in this one. We got sand. This was originally sand and redstone and, red sand and glass. And you'll see in the shulker, I still have some colored glass in the shulker. I'm thinking about taking, I think regular glass I'm probably going to keep in here, but the colored glass, I've got something different for that now. We've got some gravel and flint down in here. Up here we've got some like snow and ice blocks, packed ice. Do I have any blue ice left? Yeah, I do have some blue ice left. Here we've got prismarine shards and crystals from my guardian farm, which I have burned through a decent bit recently. We got sea lanterns down here, which probably don't need their own chest. All the different types of prismarine I also gave their own independent chest, which, you know, maybe I don't need to do that. I definitely need a separate chest for like prismarine shards and prismarine blocks, because whenever I do farm prismarine, this fills up fast. We got my netherrack chest, which is of course completely full. We got nether brick, and we got red nether brick, which, as you can see, I need to craft a lot of that down into actual red nether brick. We got a soul sand and soul soil. We got some magma blocks. We got the nether wart, which I put like a bunch of like the blocks in here too. And again, like, I need to craft this down into actual red nether bricks. It's just kind of sitting in there now. We got basalt up here. We got some blackstone. We got deep slate. I thought this is a little bit of a break from form, because it was like, oh, overworld stones, and then overworld soils, and then like nether stuff, and then we have end stuff here, and then there's just this random thing here where it's like, okay, 2 nether things, 1 overload thing. But I just think that these 3 blocks like palette together well, so I keep them like next to each other. Lots of deep slate, a shit ton of deep slate. Like, I think all these shulkers are... Oh, no, that was not full. We got lots of deep slate. I got endstone up here. Got purpur in here, which I don't think I've actually done a purpur build yet, which I need to do, because I think it's a pretty block, but I never use it. Then we got mud down here, which again, this is probably like out of place. This should probably be over with the dirt and the soil and stuff, but it's just... Basically, I built this room, and every time an update came out, if I needed blocks, I would just move all of the chests over manually by hand, which recently is actually what I did here. We've got the different stages of oxidation for copper. Originally, I just had all of this in the copper chest, but as you can imagine, that just fills up way too quick. We got iron down here. We got some gold. I hoard the gilded blackstone. I love hoarding the gilded blackstone. Lots of gold. Coal up here. I always feel like I'm out of coal, but that's just because I never bother opening this chest and mining down the ore with my pick. Got lots of redstone. We got a decent bit of lapis, but not that much. Okay, and then the diamond chest. Pretty good diamond haul. Most of it is in ore form, and usually when I need diamonds, I actually don't mind the ore I go out and I find fresh diamonds. But, you know, lots of diamonds. I don't know why there's enchanted books here. I think that's probably... Oh, that's probably the copper golems. I must have accidentally put an enchanted book in here, and now they've just loaded it up. Oops. That's a little... Oh, I know why. The wind burst. The wind burst definitely was in here on purpose, and now they've just put the other enchanted books in. Oops. But this isn't just my diamond chest. I also have all of my smithing templates in here, as well as all of my netherite. Just because, well, smithing templates, you make them with diamonds, so it makes sense to put them with the diamond chest. And then for the netherite... you never had that much netherite. I didn't need a whole separate chest for it. Emeralds, actually, oh shit, I don't think I mentioned. Okay, so I mentioned I did all the advancements. I got a little bit sidetracked there, so I don't think I mentioned. I did all the advancements. Another bit of a challenge that I set myself for in this world is that I also wanted to get all of the Bedrock achievements. Because I don't know if you know or not, but there are some achievements that are on the Bedrock edition of the game that were either removed from Java or aren't in Java at all. So I made a big list of those, and I kind of went through them, and I'm pretty sure I managed to hit the criteria for all of them. One that I'm not very sure on is that there's one, I think it's called Supersonic, where you have to fly 40 blocks a second with an elytra and pass through a 1-block gap. And I built the machine contraption that people said gets you that achievement, and I went through it a few times, but of course, since the achievement's not actually in this version, I don't know if I definitely hit it. But one of the Bedrock achievements is, I think it's called Master Trader. You have to trade for 1,000 emeralds, and so I definitely spent some of them now. But at one point I was saving up until I hit 1,000 emeralds, because I know that, like, oh, you can also get emeralds from like killing Vindicators, or like looting or like looting like shipwreck chests and shit like that. But with how much I spend emeralds on golden carrots, I felt like that would definitely even out, and I had like 2 stacks of emeralds in here, so I kept saving up emeralds from trading until I got to 1,000. We've got amethyst down here, which actually there's more amethyst than I thought I had. Ooh, wow, I need to do something with that. Quartz, which this is another one. This is another like example. This quartz chest was completely full. I had a project. We'll get to it. I had a project with quartz that, like, immediately emptied this chest. Glowstone, which I actually don't have that much of, but I also put my shroom lights in here. Resin, recent block, but it's been a while farming it. Then we got a lot of wood types. I got oak, I got birch, I got jungle, I got acacia, I got spruce, and I got dark oak. And these were all originally ordered, like, roughly violet color and shade. But we get some, like, the newer woods, where we got, like, crimson, we got warped, we got mangrove, we got cherry, we got bamboo, and we got pale oak. And then we got azalea, which is technically, you know, just the leaves and the flowering stuff. Like, yeah, these were all kind of done by, like, the shade of the wood, and then I switched to doing more of, like, the order that they were added to the game, which I guess... No, acacia was added after spruce, so yeah, no, that doesn't still line up, but yeah. And these are just, like, empty stuff, which, like, again, they keep adding new stuff to the game. Originally, this, like, the wood did not go, like, past this ladder, but I've kept having to, like, slide things over, which is part of the reason why it took so long for me to set up a sorting system, because most sorting systems are, first off, very expensive. They use a lot of iron and lots of item filters. But, like, setting up so many item filters for different types of items to go into the same chest is, like, a little bit difficult in its own right. But in addition, constantly having to move those chests to new positions, I would have to rework the filters and the piping every update, and it's like, that just didn't sound fun. So I put that off for a while. If we go up to layer 2, this, like, down here was mostly building blocks. Up here is mostly, like, ingredients and resources, where we got, like, wheat, which I need to empty the seeds out on. We got, like, wheat, we got pumpkins, we got melons, carrots, potatoes, beetroot, which these are pretty empty because I just bought a bunch of emeralds off my farmers. We got seeds chest, which is completely full. We got wild berries, we got apples, which I don't know if I need a full chest for berries, but whatever. And actually, how many? I have 33 enchanted apples, which... Only 13 regulars, though. Huh, that's weird. I guess because, like, I loot these from chests a lot, but then I don't eat them ever. Whereas these ones I do eat from time to time, and I feed the villagers. We got some sugar, which I also put books in. What? I definitely meant to put paper and empty maps in here. I'm not sure if I meant to put books in here, but books are in there. I got cactus, which they should have flowers, which it looks like I don't have much cactus. I have cactus. Don't worry, we'll get to that. We got, like, kelp, which, again, that's one of those things where kelp is actually pretty good for, like, wallpaper and stuff, so I need to build out of it, but I don't. We got meat, which is both raw and cooked, fish, which is both raw and cooked, which actually, you know, there's some fish in this chest, too. Mainly because I used to have an AFK fish farm. It's been a while. I used to have an AFK fish farm, so the fish chests used to be overflowing. Yeah, like... This was supposed to be just cod and salmon. This was just supposed to be professional tropical fish, but I just kept getting so many fish of either type that I just said fuck it, and I just mixed them together. We got flowers over here. Dead bushes have their own special chest because those are non-renewable, and so I hoard them. We got some, like, grasses and ferns and stuff. Yeah, I do have large fern. Do I have tall grass? Can you get tall grass? I don't know if you can. You get tall dry grass. You must be able to get tall grass. I don't know if you can, though. We got, like, cave products, which is mostly moss, drip leaf. Like, this started off as moss, drip leaf, and glowberries. I debated putting the glowberries in with the wild berries, but I decided to put them here instead. But then I had moss in here, so I decided, okay, you know what? I might as well put in pale moss, too. Like, that just makes sense. Like, there's a logic there. And so that just kind of ended up there. Mushroom chest, pretty self-explanatory. Skulk chest, which recently I had to condense down into a shulker. Frog lights, which I have a frog light farm. We'll get to that. I thought I had more frog lights than that, but I guess not. Bamboo and scaffolding. Popped chorus fruit, mostly this is for the chorus flowers, but also I put in chorus fruit in here too. What did I call this? Meals. This is for stuff like suspicious stew, beetroot stew, rabbit stew, cookies, cakes, anything that's like not a food ingredient. It's like a prepped food. That's there, and that's like the whole like food and plants growing section, at least mostly. Then we get into more of the mob drop section, where I have rotten flesh, I have bones, which this was running a little bit low recently, but I set up a new farm that like got it built up more. Gunpowder. Spider eyes, string, ender pearls, blaze and breeze rods, and if they ever add in more rods, I'll be putting them in here too. Gas steers, and down here, at least I think I did the math right. If I'm correct, this should be enough eyes of ender and glass for me to resummon the ender dragon enough times to get all of the outer island portals. Gas tiers are a bit of like the limiting factor in that, so I haven't like killed her that many times. We have magma cream and fire charges in here. We have slime balls up here. This is the egg chest, which I do have a separate chest. Chicken egg chest, I guess. I thought I put turtle eggs in there, but I guess not. Feathers down here, leather and rabbit hide, turtle eggs and snuffer eggs, which again, I could probably mix these two chests together, but I didn't. Scoots, both turtle and armadillo. We got all the coral blocks up here and nautilus shells. We got phantom memories in here, which don't have many of them. Honeycomb and honey blocks and stuff. Up here we got some extra goat horns, which we'll get to goat horns in a minute, I guess. And then we got the shulker chest, which this looks like a lot of shulker shells. And that's because I actually built the shulker farm at one point. I'm sure we'll get to it, like, later in this tour. But it was this wild thing where basically I saw, like, a design for a shulker farm where it's like, oh, that looks doable. I could get the ingredients and I could build that, like, no problem. But then it was announced that it was broken in the most recent Minecraft version. But I also hadn't updated my world yet, so I just held off on updating my world. And I built this whole shulker farm. And then I just AFK'd on it, like, overnight, until I had, like, a full double chest, maybe more than that, of shulker shells. And then I updated the world. Under the assumption that I would never go through that many shulker shells. I have, though. Like, I think it used to be up to here. And I have, like, burned through quite a lot of them. And there is one particular project that has burned through them that we will get to. We will get to that. Then we have my dye area, where I have just, like, all the different colors of dye. And this is a very interesting and storied one. So, originally, I had my dyed blocks down there. Down in that section over there. But as more stones and woods got added, I had to move it. And so then I changed my mind to have this section over here that was going to be specifically for the dyes. And then up here, I used to have this big, like, rainbow wall. I think they're in these chests still. Yeah. I used to have this big, like, rainbow wall. Where, like, each wool, each terracotta, and, each glazed terracotta? No, concrete. Each wool, each concrete, and each terracotta color had its own dedicated chest. But I was making so little colored concrete and terracotta. And it was so annoying to get up here to, like, sift through the wool and, like, go, like, down the entire hallway for wool. That, very recently, I just decided to move them down into here instead. And I'm gonna move glass in here, too, eventually. Then down over here, we have a bit of more of, like, the loot section. We have, like, utility blocks up here. We've got redstone blocks in here. We got transportation here. We've got name tags, which I suppose we'll put experience in there because use those name tags. Leads, which probably don't need their whole separate chest, but I got one. Arrows, horse stuff, like saddles and horse armor. These chests are pretty full of shit. Music discs, again, we got, like, a lot up here. Banner patterns. Some of the rarer treasures, we got, like, our Trians, Totems of Undying, Elytra, Shields, just kind of like the rarer drops. We got bows and crossbows, we got pickaxes, shovels, hoes. Again, I'm a bit of a hoarder. We got swords, we got axes, which, that is a fold. Do I have it? I don't have a sword shoulder yet. We got fishing rods, helmets, chest plates, pants, boots, potions. This is more extra potions, overflow potions, if you will, and I don't have anything in there yet. But yeah, I kind of hoard a lot of loot, including the non-stackable loot, and so eventually I just kind of set this area up to hold all the non-stack. Like, originally it was, like, mixed unstackables. From, like, here onward, it was mixed unstackables, but I sorted them all out pretty recently, which I think was a smart move. Now, it's probably worth talking about my storage system. Well, don't worry about all of this. This is just, like, overflow. It's mostly netherrack and deep slate, which I don't need to hold on to all that netherrack, but I do, because, again, I'm a hoarder. But if we bring the spell over here, that'll open a little passage back here, and this leads to my storage system. Where basically, this is the overflow chest, which, like, yeah, stuff doesn't get sorted. Anything that doesn't get sorted ends up here. But basically, I have those two sort of, like, hopper chests up there, and each of those filters to a different level. Where basically, I have copper golems that take stuff out of the copper chests. And then they have 9 wooden chests of stuff that they're actually supposed to be sorting into. Then we have an overflow chest that feeds behind the wall into a new copper chest that the next, like, batch of golems work through. And this whole area, I've kind of, like, decorated up to look a bit like a rundown, but of, like, a grimy sewer. Got lots of, like, copper pipes. I wanted, like, almost like a little bit of, like, a bank teller situation with, like, these dividers in between the different sections of golems. And so, like, items that I put in get filtered through this whole, like, top layer. And then they get put into this chest, which, like, funnels them downward and, not through there. I've lost my track. Yeah, it funnels them downward, and I think it goes like behind this wall. I think it does. Where is it? Oh yeah, it goes under here, and then filters over here, and then ends up in the lower layer, and then it sorts through the whole lower layer. And eventually I want to add, like, a sewer system underneath some of these crates, but they're just kind of placeholders for now. And then it gets to this chest, and then it gets to the overflow chest, where I can actually, like, take it out and properly sort it if they can't sort it. And it is, like, a little bit of an annoying system, because, at least I'm pretty sure that the way the copper golems work is that if a copper golem is already checking a chest, another copper golem can't check it. And also sometimes their pathfinding bugs out and they just skip a chest instead of going to the nearest chests. And so a lot of time shit just gets through and gets it put in here. But I don't mind that like too much because at the very least it's better than sorting it by hand. Like it's not a perfect system, but compared to like the amount of running around I had to do when I was sorting stuff manually, like I much prefer just being able to dump it in a chest and just let it run and then hope it's fine, you know? I like the convenience of doing that. And if anyone's curious, this is what the circuitry for that staircase looks like. Over here I've got a skulk streaker, or a calibrated skulk sensor that is hooked up to detect block changes, that then triggers this whole contraption that then makes the staircase raise and lower. And that's triggered by ringing this bell here. When you ding this bell, the sensor hears it, and then like the staircase opens. And it's a system that I think on paper is pretty cool, but I'm not entirely sure how happy I am with it, because, like, for one thing, for some reason the bell doesn't ring from down here. You have to get up on the stairs to ring the bell, which I didn't know that's how it would work, which I guess I could move the bell. But even still, it didn't work as well as I'd like it to. And then also, I had a bit of a thing where it's like, you know, whenever I needed stripped logs, I would just pop the logs in the floor and then strip them with my axe. But now that's in detection range of the skulk sensor, so every time I make stripped wood, the staircase just freaks out. So I have to go somewhere else to do stripped wood now, which is very annoying. Very annoying. Up here we have like a little bit like a loom making area where I made some different banners. You'll see what all those banners are for in just a minute. Lodestone to track my way home if I'm ever lost. And now I think we might as well take a look at some of my loot, or not my loot, some of my gear, and I guess my loot too. So, I've got a full netherite armor. I trimmed it, kind of recently. And as you can see, it's pretty good. I think I've got full stats on most of it. I think the biggest, like, break, though, is the boots. I've got Death Strider and Feather Falling on my boots, which means that I can't have Frostwalker, because that's mutually exclusive with Depth Strider. But I don't mind that, because I don't super like Frostwalker. But then also, I don't have Soul Speed. Mainly just because it's a bit of a durability hit. I don't like monitoring my armor that much. Maybe I can add Soul Speed. I probably have the enchantment levels left to do that. But it's just one of those enchantments that I'm not personally that big of a fan of, and so I don't ever use it. Oh, also, I should address the Enderman. So I had this thing where basically every time I came back to my base, and every time I came back to my storage room, there would be an Enderman chilling up here with the grass block. And I don't know if it was the same Enderman every time, but I always assumed it was the same Enderman. So eventually, I just trapped him in a boat to like keep him sort of like stable and like in my base and stuff. And then that just kind of evolved into me collecting Endermen, because it turns out it was not the same Enderman. There were just more and more teleporting in, but I like to pretend it was the same guy, because I think it's kind of cute. But anyway, my gear. Here's my bundle. I keep a spare ender chest in here, a crafting table, and a stone cutter, and I usually try to keep supplies for making torches. The golden rotten flesh is just, I must have killed like a pigman recently, so just dump that in those. And there's two different dump chests. This dump chest leads to the top level. This one leads to the lower level. And I mainly did that because the lower level stuff, it was easier to filter upper level down into lower level for overflow, but the lower level is the stuff I collect more. So, you know, that's a bit of a problem. Some fire rockets, torches, and arrows. I try and keep, like, a decent amount of those on me at most times. Got my elytra, which, right now I just got my red and black cape on. So, no custom wings right now. And then for some of my tools, I got my sword, which I thought I named, but I guess I didn't. I think I've got maxed stuff on the sword. A lot of people don't like Fire Aspect and Knockback, but I actually love them because I think Fire Aspect on its own kind of sucks, because then the mobs you attack can set you on fire. And I think that knockback on its own kind of sucks, because now the mob's far away and you can't hit it again. But when you have both fire aspect and knockback, it makes it so you can just kind of like whack a mob, and then they get sent away, and you don't have to worry about them. Like, again, which I think is kind of nice. I've got an axe with Smite 5, which is very good because it lets you insta-kill undead mobs, which is actually very nice against pigmen because the other pigmen don't get angry. I've actually got 2 different pickaxes. One of them is for Fortune and one of them is for Silk Touch. I mostly use the Silk Touch, but... And so I don't... Like, I just play my Fortune pick. I don't always have these in my inventory with me, but I figured I might as well keep them right now out for now. I got my hoe with Fortune on it, which is good for getting saplings, and I think it works on crops. I don't know if it does, but it might do. And I got a Silk Touch shovel because of course you need to... Oh, I also have Silk Touch on my axe, which I didn't used to have that, but then they added in the Creaking Hearts, and you need Silk Touch to collect those, so I put Silk Touch on the axe. I then got my bow. I prefer Infinity Bow over Mending Bow, because while that does mean that I have to like repair up my bow more often, and eventually I'll have to get a new maxed out bow. Again, I've been playing on this world for a while. I've never had to make a new maxed out bow. I've just had to combine it with another bow to fix it every so often. And I prefer like having the inventory space of like not having a ton of arrows in my inventory. I can just have 1 arrow and it's fine. Everything works. Here is my ender chest. I already got my boat and my minecart out. I probably shouldn't have done that. But I think I might as well look at some of the stuff that I've gotten here. Banner patterns, yeah. So here's my tool chest. It's where I keep some of my extra tools and gear that like I just don't need on my person 24/7, which I'm actually probably just gonna put that back in there. Clock, just in case. Recovery compass, just in case. Which I don't know why that's freaking out. I've definitely died. Does it not update unless... It must not update unless you're holding it, because I've definitely died. I got a compass that's pointing to my lodestone here at home. One of my batter patterns. I got a turtle shell, which I didn't actually mix the enchantments out on. That's interesting. I guess it's been a while since I've used it anyway, but I should probably get on that. Some water buckets and an axolotl. You know, the axolotl actually is another recent addition, just in case. This was a book I originally wrote down for villager traits. I have not used it since Village and Pillage. But whatever. Some spare name tags in case I need a mob, usually a zombie for like an iron farm or whatever. Frostwalker boots, another recent addition that I literally only got because there is a bedrock achievement for using Frostwalker. I've got 1 mace. It's a density mace. I want to get a breach mace as well, but, you know, heavy cores are a little bit rare and a little bit hard to come by. And also, I did not put that much Windburst on it, because, like, the thing with Windburst is that, yeah, it gets you higher up, so you can deal more damage with the mace, but that also makes it, like, a lot riskier. Whereas, like, yeah, if you're good with the mace, you can, like, juggle yourself, and you can juggle off the enemy multiple times or onto multiple mobs, but... it also kind of comes with a problem that once the mob's dead, what do you juggle off of? Like, at that point, you just have to tank the fall damage, which I think is a little bit of a bummer. I'm not positive. I'm pretty sure this was my first iron pickaxe. I left it in here just in case, but I'm not really sure. I got my shield, which I actually have a custom pattern on my shield, which, for my banner. But I don't use that often. I've got 2 tridents. I got a channeling trident, and I've got a riptide trident. It's very fun to use the riptide trident in the ring. It's a really fun thing to do. Spare flint and steel, just in case. Leather boots for powder snow, just in case. That was just a random enchanted book that I need to take out of there eventually. Spyglass, mainly for the achievements. I don't know why there's ender pearls in here. I never use these. Actually, I'll leave them in there. And then I've got a couple of crossbows. I got a piercing, and I've got a multi-shot crossbow. Just to have both of the different kinds of crossbows. That's my tool chest, which I used to have on my person all the time, but then I started carrying around an ender chest instead, just in case. Then we have some extra tools. We got brush for archaeology, spare boat just in case, bunch of flint and steel just in case, and now this. This is interesting. My extra armor. Okay, so now this is interesting. This is my old armor that I used for the longest time before I upgraded to this set of armor. And as I pan over it, you're going to notice something very interesting. It's probably most noticeable on the chest plate, but I have mixed protections on these. Now, this is a very interesting story. So, basically, back to... If anybody doesn't know how enchantments work in Minecraft and on armor, there are 4 different types of protection that you can have in armor. There's regular protection, fire protection, projectile protection, and blast protection. And most people recommend just getting protection because this is the best one, but an interesting element about them is that they are mutually exclusive enchantments. If you have one of them on one of your pieces of armor, you cannot have it on any of your other pieces of armor. Which is just like a bit of like a balancing sort of nerfy thing, kind of like how you can't have infinity mending on the same bow. But there was one bit during the snapshots for Village and Pillage where they changed it, and suddenly it became possible for you to put multiple types of protection on the same armor. And it was a snapshot phase, so I assumed that must have been a bug. Well, the full Village and Pillage update came out, and I enchanted my armor, and I wound up with multiple types of protection on my armor. And that was very interesting because, like, again, I had assumed that that was a bug. But then, and I didn't learn this until a few years later, fast forward to I think it was like 1.14.3, something like that, one of the sub-updates for Village and Pillage, they reverted it back. They changed it so that protection was mutually exclusive, which means that it probably was a bug. They just somehow didn't catch it before full release. So now, like, I guess this helmet is fine and normal, and, yeah, the helmet is fine, but for these other 3 pieces of armor, they have illegal enchants. You're not supposed to be able to get them this good. And I used this armor for the longest time, but eventually I ditched them. For one thing, because I didn't know, because if you look, their protection, like, they have mixed protection, but it's also protection 2, protection 3, protection 3. They don't have max protection, just mixed protection. And so the armor wasn't actually that good, and I was really worried where, I guess I haven't tested it. I didn't know if I could up the protection up to get them to full protection without hitting the enchantment too expensive, like, level thing. I didn't know if I could actually level them up that far. And then they added an armor trims to the game. And I figured, like, okay, if I was going to splurge 7 diamonds on trimming the armor, it had better be an actual max protection 4 armor with all the special enchants and stuff like that. And so since I didn't know if I could modify this armor, like, sooner, and was, like, scared of breaking it if I tried, I just figured, you know what, I'm going to retire it. I'm making a whole new set of netherite armor. Which, that in itself, saying that out loud, that was a little bit bougie, but... here we just have banner patterns. I think that every banner pattern is in here. I'm pretty sure, at least. And then we have music discs, which I am actually missing a couple of the music discs. I think I've got like a list of them, like somewhere else. I'm pretty sure I'm just missing 2 of the ones that drop when a skeleton kills a creeper. I did farm skeletons killing creeper a while back, but it's been a long time, and so I don't really know how that might have turned out. These are just random gear. This is just ominous bottles. Actually, we will look at this one. Ominous bottles and trial keys. Not that interesting. My 2 green ones up here. These are just supplies for when I'm exploring, if I'm in an emergency, if I need to do some archaeology, or I need to craft some more maps, or need emergency storage, or need to cure a villager out on the prowl. That's just some extra chests for stuff like that. Is this actually... Yeah, that's just wool for ancient cities. But let's get to some interesting ones. Instruments. Here I've got goat horns. There should be every goat horn in here, I'm pretty sure. And I also have... this is for lay breeding. If I'm gonna bring lays with me anywhere, I like give them that. Maps. This is some spare maps. I don't actually even know why that's in my ender chest, because I don't really use it that often. There's my treasure chest. Where you can see I've got all my mob skulls, I've got spare beacon, got some parts of the sea, lots of pillager banners, which I'm just gonna put over there. Do these stack? They don't stack. See, there are some updates where they change. Oh, I think that's because, yeah, these are actual ominous banners. This was me recreating an ominous banner, I think, was the deal. Maybe. I don't know. But they did change how ominous banners worked from version to version. Some dragon heads, some piglin heads, some creeper heads. I'll show you my piglin head farm. These are some of my old shields. I don't know why there's a shovel there. I put that in there for some reason. I can't remember. But there is one... Well, I guess there's 2 very interesting things that you're probably noticing from this chest. Interesting thing number 1, the less interesting one, is 40 fucking wither skeleton skulls. Like, the skeleton skulls, you can get those from ancient cities, so that's no problem. 40 wither skeleton skulls, I actually very recently set up a wither skeleton farm and managed to get a bunch of these. And so it was very cool. It was like... I'd been farming them by hand for the longest time, and I got to the point where I think, I had managed to get 6 legit wither kills, and I think like 2 spare skulls, just fighting them in the fortress. But a couple of, like last week, a couple nights ago, I decided to finally set up an actual wither skeleton farm to get skulls easier. And like, before I'd even put in all the wither roses, I managed to get like 8 or 10 skulls in like 10 minutes, which was like pretty cool. And then like once I put in all the wither roses, I farmed for like 20 minutes and I got up to like over 40 skulls, nearly 50 skulls. The other interesting thing in this chest is I have suspicious gravel. And I don't know if this is still a thing. Maybe this is something that they patched. I am not sure. But you're not supposed to be able to get suspicious gravel. It's supposed to break when you try and dig it. But there's this very interesting bug where if an item, and it's not just suspicious gravel, it's also like regular sand and the dragon egg, if an item is falling for too long in Java Edition, it stops falling and then pops off as an item. So there's this interesting trick where you can find a suspicious gravel, go 3 blocks underneath it and like dig out 2 spaces, then put down 2 cobwebs, and then dig out the block that the gravel is actually on, and then the suspicious gravel will fall down into the cobwebs and spend so long falling that it pops off as an item. So I just kind of went to like a trail ruin. At any time that there wasn't a pottery sherd or an armor trim, I would just drop the sand in the suspicious gravel into a cobweb. And it would turn into an item. And so I managed to get a lot of suspicious sand. I don't know if that still works or not, and I haven't done it for suspicious sand, only gravel. But still, it's kind of cool. So I guess that's my storage facility. Now, I'm not sure if I should show you above ground or underground first. I think we'll go above ground. Hey, that makes sense. Welcome to storage. It's, like, this is weird because you're leaving storage, but there was an achievement or an advancement for making a sign glow, so it's there. It's probably nighttime. Yeah, it's nighttime. I'll take a bed. Go to bed. So I guess if we're going to bed anyway, I might as well show you off my bedroom. Here is my bedroom. As you can see, bisexual pride flag on the floor, very colorful. It is carpets though, which makes decorating it with furniture a little bit tough. Got like a bed that's all covered and draped, so I can sleep with my dogs all nice and calm. Over here, we got a little computer set up to mess around and play games. The new shelf blocks, these are very pretty. I've added them to a few of my builds, but I haven't super integrated them yet. This, I was going to put my illegal armor set on this, and I still haven't. Just some little like drawers, a big like TV for me to like watch from like the end of the bed. I've got like a shelf, creeper on it, a little like playpen, sort of scratching post area for the cats, a big bed for the pets, for the dogs. Spare bookshelves. The tower will go up there. A little bird cage, which I didn't actually get my bird in. Here's my book. Actually, if I... Yeah, Chirp and Melohi are the 2 music discs I'm still missing. This book I used to keep on my person, like basically at all times. It was like my notebook of like stuff that I needed to get or like check out. But it was clogging my inventory so much, and I've got like a laptop now I can use Google Docs on, so I don't really need the book anymore. So I finally cleaned that out of my inventory. Then we got my pets. We got like Maxwell. He's my dog on like every Minecraft world. I love him. But if we're looking around, we should have, again, I think we should have 2 of every dog breed and 1 of every cat, I think, in here. I definitely tamed 1 of every cat, but I think some of them are outside in like my other bases and stuff like that. However, I don't have every parrot. I have a green parrot and I've got a gray parrot, but I think that's all the parrots that I've got. Although, you know what? I actually want to do this a little bit properly. I want to actually show off some of my pets, because we just kind of like skipped over them when we were in the bedroom. So this one I named Jelly, mainly because I knew that there was the 9th cat skin was made after a real-life cat named Jelly, but I couldn't remember if that was like the toast rabbit, and you had to name the animal in order to get the skin, or if it was just when you tame, but it is just when you tame, so that was just named Jelly because... we have Chester over here, who's kind of guarding the library to make sure creepers don't get into the library. We've got Ash over here, who is protecting the potions area to make sure no creepers blow up the potions. We've got Kurt out here, guarding the main entrance, just to make sure nothing... attacks the main square. This is a dog that I actually gave armor and took out very recently because there's a few advancements that require you to use Wolf Armor. I think it's Repair Wolf Armor and Remove Wolf Armor. I got both of them with this guy. Unnamed though, just generic fighter dog. Although he put up a good fight. It's shocking how good the Wolf Armor is at keeping the animals alive. It's kind of crazy. And then for some of my pets, I don't have a name tag on you, but this is Maxwell. This one's Duncan. I don't know if I came up with names for these two ever. We've got Shenzi over here. We've got Ed over here. We've got Oats. Where's Garfunkel? There's Garfunkel. We got Garfunkel. Then we got Oats. Ed, Bonsai, Shenzi. Those are a reference to something. I'll see if anyone can get that. We got Smokey over here. We got Snowy. Kiwi. Dinnerbone. Of course, you have to have a Dinnerbone. Did I ever name you? Yeah, Mango. We got Gravel and Quilt. We've got Gladriel, Smokestack, Reggie, Sniffles, because of his punched up nose, Wirt and Greg, Batman and Robin, Smokestacks and Snoot and Suit. We've got Brass and Jasper. And then we've got Chestnut and Walnut. Where actually is... We have Gladriel here. Where's her daughter? I thought I had another white wolf, and I named her after one of Gladriel's relatives from Lord of the Rings, but I don't know where she went. Maybe I never brought her in here. Maybe I left her... No, I thought I did. But yeah, for most of the gray wolves, the old wolves, they were just like legitimate dogs that I had. But for most of the like custom skins of wolves, they added with armored paws. There's jokes in there with some of their names. I'm sure you get some of them are more obvious than others. If we go up here, we can climb my sort of sentry tower. Maybe. Here's my sentry tower. You got like a nice like bell up on top on a chain for me to ring if there's danger. I thought I changed... Oh yeah, because I kind of debated like copper roofs and stuff like that, because this was originally a dark oak roof, and I didn't comment on it. If you pay close attention when I opened my dark oak chest, you might have noticed that I had a shit ton of dark oak stairs. And that's because that roof was originally dark oak, like this roof. But then I changed it out to copper when they added in copper, and I kept this one the same. And I think those two roofs are actually just copies of this roof, but with copper instead. While we're commenting on roofs, I don't like that roof. I don't like that roof over here. A bit of a problem that I have in Minecraft is that I don't really do much testing in creative worlds in order to like do my builds. Originally, it was because my computer was a bit shit. Now it's not a problem, but it used to be that I couldn't swap worlds easily. Now it's pretty easy for me just to quit a world, open up another world, and then quit that world and come back here to check on what my build was doing. But also, I don't have Light Manica. That's a mod that I've been meaning to get, but I don't have Light Manica. And I don't do much creative, like, pre-work of, like, testing how a build's going to look out. So a lot of times, and combined with the fact that I have apnesia, so I don't have, like, an internal mental image. I can't, like, imagine things. So I don't know how something's going to look in Minecraft until I build it. And so I just kind of winged it for all of these roofs, and I'm quite proud of the tower roofs. I'm decently proud of that roof. I fucking hate that roof. I need to change it. It looks so bad. You'll see it when we go closer. And the original purpose of this tower was originally going to be in an elytra point, where I would open up the gates, and then I go out and I close the gates, and then I just elytra off to, like, a lower area. Which I don't really do that much anymore, but, like, hey, it's technically something that I could do. Over here is my potion room, which I have dedicated chests to all of the different potions, and in case I forget which ingredients does which, I have all of the ingredients on the opposite side of the potion to just remind me of what they do. I used to have special chests for all of the modifiers. Where did I end up moving them? Oh yeah, the modifiers. I used to have separate chests for all of them, but then they added in these 4 new potions with Tricky Trials, and so that kind of ate it up. This cat is here because a creeper spawned in here once and nearly blew up all my potion shit, and that was very annoying because I tried to give it dull lighting with, like, you know, dimly lit candles and shit, but trying to make it spooky. Like, lots of netherwort around for you to, like, live harvest for your potions, and apparently an Enderman has just recently taken up residence here, which is a little bit annoying. A little bridge to cross over, which I thought was kind of cute. Leads up to the top level. I think we'll save back there for later. We'll go back there later. Let's go outside for now. Then you have my main square. I think I already commented on the rainbow beacon and how it gets out of sync very easily, which I'm a little bit annoyed about. But here we got like a little copper statue that I built, holding a bell. I wanted to come up with something to make the beacons look good coming out of the floor, but I never really did. Over here we have got the blacksmith, or the smithies. Some anvils to work on stuff, some spare metal, raw metal ready to be smelted and worked on. Lots of furnaces to smelt stuff. Some armor on display to like show their wares. Back here, we've got like a nice little like garden area, a nice little sleepy place underneath this bridge, just for people to chill. The iron golems used to get stuck in here all the time. You notice I have rails. That's mainly to keep the villagers out of the main atrium, which it's really annoying because last fall I cured a bunch of villagers and I bred a bunch of villagers and I brought them up here to populate my town, and since then they've just gone all fucking missing. I don't know how much of it is them dying. I don't know how much of it is them getting stuck in like animal pens, but they just keep disappearing, which is really quite annoying. But these rails were to kind of like keep them like, because there was one guy that would just always like hang out outside my bedroom, and it was very annoying. We got like a little bit of like a bridge up here. There's nothing up here. It's just the top of the potion room. But I wanted to like link things up like a little bit. Over here we've got the kitchens, which is just like a nice little like diner area. I actually recently changed out the sign to be something like a little bit interesting, more interesting. We have back here, we've got the actual kitchen, with lots of shelves and pots and pans to like cook up your meals, and then you can like slide them out here when the order's done for people to take their meal. Now this is a bit of a, yep, as you can see, it's a little bit risky to this area, coming inside of it. I think there has been a creeper one time that I've gone in here. But here's the meat freezer, where I keep the meat. Then over here, this is kind of interesting. This is a connecting hallway. And as you can see, I have a little bit of a technique here in order to make it like the torches are like bolted to the walls. This was one of my favorite building techniques back in the day. And I did it for this hallway, and then I forgot to do it anywhere else. And I also never used this hallway. It's such like, and I think this is how villagers have been getting in the main atrium, even though the rails are around. But I never use this hallway. I always forget it's here. But I have this hallway that leads to the library, which we'll look at the library later. But just kind of like links up the base a little bit more. If we head over here, these are the barracks. I have little like sleeping quarters, each of which has 4 of each color of bed. And there's some of them on the other side too. Here's my farm. This is kind of like basically any Minecraft world that I start. I kind of have this pattern of doing wheat, carrot, potato, beetroot. That's just kind of like how I like to do my farming. Over here we got some like flowers, some nice vines creeping up the wall. This is a recent oh, I didn't show this off before. Ooh, I should show this off. So this is a very recent addition I've got. This is a barrel where I can basically dump all my crops into this barrel when I'm done harvesting them. And they get dropped down, and they end up in this chest. And then there's a copper golem down here, I'm sure. Oh, he got stuck. This happens a lot. He gets stuck very easily. Because I try to make this place look... This is the problem with copper golems. I try to make this place look pretty, but in doing so, it's hard for him to navigate. But we have this like little... And you can get here from my storage chamber. You can get here. But yeah, this is like a little underground sorting area for my crops, where basically all the stuff ends up in this chest, and the copper golem takes it out. Then all the seeds get put in here, where they get like pocked down into a composter, and then underneath the floor, there is a crafter that dumps them into this hopper chain and gets them like basically straight into the bone meal chest out there. All of the wheat gets put into this chest, where then it gets filtered into this crafter, turned into hay bales, and then spat out into this pipe. And then everything else just ends up in here, where they also get spat out into this pipe. And then this pipe, we follow it along, it leads back to like the start of the storage area where like the crops go, which I just thought that was a very like fun idea, because like anytime I harvest my farm, my inventory would instantly fill up, and so that was a very recent addition I made to empty my stuff out, mainly to condense the seeds into bone meal easily. We have pumpkins and melons over here, and these are actually very annoying because I swear it used to be that pumpkins and melons would grow perfectly next to each other, but it must have been in a recent update because it's only stopped working since the Copper Age. Maybe Happy Skies, because I didn't really play then. But now they grow on top of each other and destroy each other, so this entire section of the farm is kind of, like, dead now. Kind of bullshit. Here you have, like, the beehives, which I do have a bit of, like, a automatic honey system. We'll look at a little bit more, but this did not work. I have a different honey farm now because this just kept breaking and not working. But they still pollinate my crops, so that's kind of nice. Up here we got, oh, see, the Endermen have been griefing me. They've been griefing me so much. But up this, my nice little staircase, we have this, like, little, kind of, like, ruined and run-down tower. I never really had, like, any proper lore for this, but it's just supposed to be kind of, like, a broken watchtower that's never used anymore, has fallen into disarray and disrepair. I just thought that was a fun little, like, idea for something. Ooh, what was that? What can happen here? Oh. Right. Should have seen that one coming. Don't know what I expected there. But yeah, that's my farming area, which... Oh, actually, wait, no, there's one more thing I wanted to show off over here. I used to trigger raids, like, a decent bit, and whenever I triggered a raid, they would come in from this direction. I have not really finished this area. I have a plan where eventually I want to put, like, a sewer grate down there, where, like, the river meets the wall, and then I have a sewer system that runs under my base to, like, another area, which I'll point out later. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem with this series. It's not the first time I've done that. I've done that before. Okay, well, over here, we have my greenhouse. My little flower garden, which I've had this building built since, like, I built this structure back in, like, 2019, 2020, whatever. I've had this greenhouse built, but it was only very recently, with, like, Spring to Life, that I actually bothered decorating it. And I don't think I've got every single plant or fungus in the game in here, but I managed to get a pretty decent variety of different, like, plant life to show off. Got a till back here. To take people's orders. But yeah, this is just my nice little, like, plant area to kind of be pretty. And then over here we've got my farmers, my little, like, sales stand where I buy golden carrots. I sell them all my crops after I harvest them, and then I buy golden carrots off them for real cheap. And this is actually a bit of a funny story. Because it took me forever to actually bother, like, curing zombie villagers to buy stuff off of them. I only did it, like, last year. And then I set up 2 farmers in this area, and I was buying golden carrots off of them all the time. But, again, I mentioned that Master Emerald, that Master Trader achievement. Well, when I was going for that Master Trader achievement, I kind of did this thing where, like, I went out somewhere else, I got Hero of the Village, I came back, and then just kept selling stuff to these guys for, like, the good prices to get Hero of the Village. I was kind of just running back and forth, harvest my crops, run back here, sell them, run over, harvest some crops, run back and sell them. And there was one time where I harvest all my crops, and I walk over here, and the stall is empty. And there are, like, 30, 50 arrows embedded in the wall over here, and I look over and I'm like, what the fuck happened? And then I look over, like, this way, and there's, like, a pillager standing here, and he has a bit of a, like, oh yeah, I'm a hostile mob, and then he shoots me. And it's just, like, a very funny situation. And so I tied this golem up here now to hopefully prevent that from happening again, but you never know. It could still happen. Here we got a little map of the base. It's all made of stone, so it all kind of blends together. But you can still kind of tell what's going on. If we go up here... Oh, well, first off, there's, like, a more on top of the greenhouse, just, like, a little bit of extra green up here. But you got these little, like, bridges to link stuff up to. But up here we have the guardhouse. And originally, I added shelves here recently, and I was going to put the weapons in the shelves, but the weapons are bigger in the item frames than they are in the shelves, so I actually kind of prefer them in the item frames. But yeah, this is just a little guard area to, like, look down on whoever's trying to enter in through the main gate, which... I haven't really done much with this yet. Here's the main gate. Entrance to the place. Staircase leading down to the sea. And I'm eventually going to try and do something here to decorate it, like, a little more. And actually, get my rockets. Oh, low rockets. I should probably refill on those. This wall isn't finished. This is where the other end of the sewer is going to be. But yeah, this is the way in and out. And I used fence gates so the villagers can't leave. Up here, we've got my tavern. Again, I do not like how the roof ended up on this. But the rest of it, I'm actually, like, decently happy with. Even though you can probably tell that my heyday of playing this game was back in, like, 2013, 2014 by some of, like, the building style stuff that I do. But yeah, here's my tavern, which I barely ever go in. I can't really remember what's all even in here. But we got some barrels on tap. Oh, yeah, I added the shelves in recently, which is... Like, I came in here the other day, and I was like, I completely forgot I used doors on the chairs. That, like, kind of caught me off guard. But yeah, and then upstairs we've got a few different bedrooms for people to go in. Villagers stuck here because they can't get past the carpet. Some kind of paintings up on the walls to decorate them. Made them a little bit pretty. And I don't know if terracotta maybe would have been a better choice than white concrete, but hey, what is it is. And I have a little eatery out here too, which I think is quite nice. And then down here, well actually, I think first we'll look, we got some more barracks. Again, just kind of simple colored bed things. But then here we have my horse stables, which I'm quite happy with how this turned out. Nice little area for me to keep my mule, my donkey, and all of my horses. And as you'll see as we get over here, I have a full collection of 4 skeleton horses. And I named them after the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. And how I got these horsemen is actually a very interesting story, which we will get to later. I will explain that when the time comes. That brings us to the main farm area, which, as you can see, I have carpets on the fences and whatnot in order to get up and explore easily. As you can see, I have every color of sheep, each in their own separate pens. I've got the brown and black mushrooms here together. The rabbits are a bit glitchy. I don't know how they keep getting out, but I think that there should be one of each color. I have one of each color, it's just I don't know if they're all still in the bloody pen, because they get out all the time. We got some pigs over here, and I give them some nice little like patch of mud to roll around in. The cows over here, which are like a little bit overpopulated because I was harvesting leather recently. And see, this is where the villagers keep ending up. They keep getting in here somehow, and I don't know how. They keep ending up doing it. Over here we got the chickens and the nice little chicken coop. This was something I experimented with. I saw like a banner design pattern online and decided to recreate it for the chicken pen. And I thought about doing it for the other pens, but then I never did. But yeah, I got a nice little chicken coop here. Is there a wandering trader? What are you doing up there, sir? What are you doing? Wild they are. Wild. They're wild and crazy dudes. Back here we have another relatively recent addition. This tree was just kind of, because I kind of like just flattened over the hill for this whole like plain, and it just kind of like ended up intersecting this giant tree, and I just thought like, yeah, it's kind of neat. I'm gonna leave it there. And so I left it there. Ooh, oh, so we got another chest system here before I forget. This is a chest where I can dump all of my animal products. They go down into this pipe. And then I don't know if these guys have... I don't know if I've waxed these guys yet, so it might be a problem. But they end up in this, like, little chamber. They end up in this little chamber. Where are you going? They have this little chamber where they can get sorted, and all the wool gets put into this chest, where they're dumped into the appropriate section of the sorting system. And then anything else like leather or meat or stuff like that gets put in this chest where they get sent to the start of the storage system. So, you know, very simple thing. Very simple thing down there. Which, actually, you know what? Let's go enter from the proper way. Oh, and in case you're curious, the reason that we've got llamas in all of the sheep pens is actually wolf protection. Of course, you know, like, spawn rates and locations, this is probably never actually going to be a problem. But if somehow a wild wolf managed to make it into this area, untamed wolves will kill and eat sheep. However, llamas will also spit at untamed wolves and scare them off. So each of these pens has a like dedicated llama that I gave like a colored carpet as a saddle to protect the sheep within the pens and make sure they're okay. And I did set up these llamas to protect the sheep long before I had like a proper llama farm or pen with more breeds of llama, and so I think they're all brown llamas, like underneath the carpets. So maybe not much variety there, but still they're doing their job well. They're keeping things locked in, locked tight. I don't have a way to actually get down to them yet, though, which I need to work on. So down here is a pretty recent section. This was going to be my sort of horse and llama like breeding area, because I have, you know, the horse stables, but I wanted an area to like breed them that was a little bit further away from the other animals. So I landscaped a little bit here, made this sort of nice looking section leading up to my llama barn, which I think I should have one copy of every llama here. I don't know if I've got a breeding pair, but every regular llama and every trader llama should be in this area. You see, we got some little like lofts up top with like hay bales and stuff. Lots of hay for the llamas to eat. Little pen areas, some cauldrons for them to drink out of. And then over here, this is a pretty recent build that I made. I got like a balcony, this big staircase and bridge leading outside. Now this area is kind of interesting. This is, as you can probably tell by all the craters, this is where I farm mob heads. Whenever there's a thunderstorm, I just come out here, I charge a few creepers, and I lure some monsters in to get killed by them. And yeah, it's kind of like patchy and ugly now, but it works, it functions, and so I'm meaning to like go out and clean up and make it look nicer at some point. I just haven't really been bothered. Oh, the music's kicking in. That's quite nice. Alright, so let's look at the rest of the inside. I guess we'll start with the library. This is actually something that I only very recently decorated. Like, literally the last thing I did before I recorded this video was actually decorating this place. Because for the longest time, it was just my enchantment table. And I'd taken all the chests, or the books out of these chests. Oh shit, I need to fix that. I've very recently taken all the books out of these chests, so like, there's not really point going over what all's in there. But yeah, it used to just be this like little enchantment table. Not even 3 tall, it was only 2 tall. But just recently I came in, and I added some more bookshelves and a little bit more variety to make it an actual library. And here's that liminal hallway that I never use. We're not going up there quite yet, but we will go over here. This is my nether room. Originally, I saw this cool design in like an escape room where we used like a minecart behind some lava as like a secret room, and so I was gonna do that over. Oh wait, oh actually, hold that thought. You've probably seen this. This was my original house. As with most people in Minecraft, I just kind of had the idea of like, okay, first night, need to survive, need to get out of here. That damn Enderman stole the fucking block. Need to survive. I'm just gonna dig a hovel underground and just chill in it. Well, I had rough plans for how I wanted this castle to look, but it was gonna take a lot of stone and a lot of resources to build, and so I took forever actually getting around to build it. I'm pretty sure I killed the Ender Dragon before I actually built my base. And so I spent a lot of time in that original dirt hovel. And so when it came time to like build the castle, instead of like totally paving it over, I decided to preserve it a little bit. This is where I started. Here in a hole under the ground. I still mainly use this like furnace system. This is still where I do the majority of my smelting. I don't really put the coal. I had a hopper system for putting coal in, and I never really use this anymore. I just put the coal in directly. But I still like fill these barrels up. They fill up the furnaces, and they smuggle down to these chests and these barrels. Most of these chests should be empty. I don't think I have it. Oh, I still have some stuff here. Neat. Oh no, I still have some stuff hanging around in here that I just never bothered clearing out. Lots of pufferfish, lots of totems, a lot of golden apples, some old enchanted books. I'm pretty sure this is my first ender chest. It's just some random crap that it wasn't really worth emptying out, but I just kind of like kept it here. My first crafting table, my first furnace. This was an old like early emergency wheat farm and mushroom farm that eventually turned into like a potion area. This was my automatic fishing farm. There's a part of why there's so many barrels because I held in my fish. Yeah, look. Like you get a lot from automatic fishing farms. Jesus, I don't even know what's all here. Oh my god. Lots of shit. But for one thing, they nerfed automatic fishing farms, so the design I used didn't work anymore, and also the roof of my storage system got in the way, so I took that down. But this used to be where I'd AFK fish overnight, in order to get resources. And over here is my first snow golem. I used to harvest snow out of. I haven't done that in forever, though. I always forget he's here, and I imagine it's a bit of a sad life. Just stuck behind the wall. And here's a little map. Not a complete map, but my first maps. Kind of put up here. But yeah, that's where it all started, in a hole in the ground. Okay, we'll go down and we'll look at, like, the lower levels of the castle now, I think. We'll start over here. Here's my map room, where I try and map up the rule. You might notice there's a lot of, like, spaghettiing, again, because I mostly use chunk base. But yeah, this is all the, like, areas that I've mapped out and recognized. I have a bit of a scheme for naming stuff, which it's been a while since I named it, so I've forgotten. But I think for, like, the most part, it was, like, I think I picked, like, Swedish names for villages. I think Hebrew for trail ruins. I think it was German, maybe, for ancient cities. And Trial Chambers, I just stole names from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, here's a map of my world. Most of my exploration has been mapped. One of the mods that I have been considering downloading is a mini-map mod, just because I think, like, that would be a more, like, digestible thing than this mess. But yeah, this is about as much of my world as I've explored. There's some things where it's like, I don't know if that map is in the right place up there. That might not be in the right place. But I think it was there. And there's some stuff that, like, I'm not really sure where it links up. This actually, we're probably never gonna go here. Or maybe we will. This deal was, like, they added in the armor trims, and so I, needed to go back to a new end stronghold in order to get, like, the new end, like, armor trim. And so instead of, like, flying all the way out to a new end stronghold, I just looked up the coordinates on Chunk Base, built a portal to the Nether, and then warped there, and it was in the middle of a desert. And so I think I used, or at least, I think it was somewhere else, actually, maybe. But I definitely did some hunting for desert wells and desert temples for, like, archaeology stuff there, too. That's what that little dish is. I think this might be my Woodland Mansion, I don't know. I'm not really sure what that was. Eventually this hallway is going to go further and, like, lead to, like, an outlet somewhere on the other side of the castle. I just haven't really bothered yet, especially because I want to leave this room with, like, room to expand, which it probably doesn't super need, but, you know, just in case the map needs to get bigger. Down here, we have my villager trading hall, which I should have every enchantment, I think. This is another thing that I set up last year, because I put off villager trading halls for, like, the longest time, because it always felt like, you know, just, like, a little bit of, like, a cruel thing, just trapping all the villagers in little, like, cages, the little huts, for all of eternity. But what eventually made me cave is that Mojang announced that they were considering rebalancing villager trades, and making it so that you could only buy certain enchanted books out of, like, certain biomes. And so that was, like, my kick in the pants of, like, okay, I should probably, like, set up a villager trading hall. So I've got, like, armor enchantments over here, and then I've got fishing enchantments, then I've got bow, and I think that leads to a crossbow. Yeah, and a crossbow. Then I got, like, the mace, then the trident, and then sword and axe, and then general tools, and, like, just, like, everything. Mending and Unbreaking 3, you know, the most important ones. And I haven't done a lot of zombie curing on these villagers. I've done, like, a little bit, but not a whole lot. If we go back here, here's Dave. He's my zombie, which I thought he had a farmer's hat, but I guess he didn't. This was just, like, a zombie villager that showed up in my base one day, and I just trapped him in a minecart and named him Dave, and then I just left him sitting there for, like, years and years and years. And eventually, I finally decided to, like, move him down here to set up, like, a bit of a villager queuing system. You see, we get some, like, real tracks. And that leads down to, like, the villager breeder. But yeah, behind the walls is where I used to cure stuff. Most of these guys, you'll tell by looking at their trades. Oh, right here. I think I opened the trapdoor behind them. Oh well. Most of them I have not zombified and cured. Most of them, I don't know why their trades are... Actually, a lot of their trades are discounted. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just because I've traded with them before. I'm pretty sure the only ones I've zombified and cured were Mending and Unbreaking, I think. Maybe Protection. Maybe I did that one. But that's what's in that wing. Although, you know what? I know someone's going to be a bit facetious in the comments and point it out. Technically speaking, I don't have every villager trait in this hall. There are a few enchantments that are missing here. First off is Soul Speed. Which Soul Speed you can only get, I'm pretty sure at least you can only get from Bastion chests and Piglin trading. Maybe one of those doesn't work, but I'm pretty sure Bastion chests and Piglin trading can both get you Soul Seed books. However, villagers, librarian villagers, their trades, you cannot get Soul Speed books. And so it is a renewable book type that you could trade for, you just can't do it in a overworld villager trading hall. Then there is Swift Sneak and Windburst. Swift Sneak you can only get from Ancient City chests, and Windburst you can only get from Trial Chamber vaults. Meaning that Swift Sneak is non-renewable, and Windburst is technically non-renewable, and so you can't get either of those in a villager trading hall. And then also, I am missing Curse of Vanishing and Curse of Binding. Those are things that you can get a villager librarian to trade you for, or to buy off like a villager librarian, but there's not really any reason to, so I didn't bother putting them in this trading hall. But like, I guess you could technically get them if you really wanted to. And then also, the Mounts of Mayhem update is like in the works right now, and that's coming with the Lunge enchantment, which given that's a melee weapon, that actually would fit pretty perfectly here. Although it is also like kind of trident related too, because like the spear and the trident are both like stabby long pole weapons. So maybe I would move like the mace stuff over. I could probably even just move density over and leave breach here and then put lunge here maybe. I don't know. It's something. But yeah, basically every enchantment. Then if you go over here, we've got like a bit of a split hallway. I think we'll go up there later. If you go all the way down here, this is like the underside of my automatic bee farm that doesn't work. I don't know what I ended up like doing wrong, but eventually I could just change it out for like buttons to just press and do it instead. And I think everything ended up being collected here, but this isn't a very good bee farm. I got a better bee farm somewhere else, but I linked this up just in case I could maybe get it working again, and then just I never bothered. Over here, we've got my armory, my meeting hall, which we'll head on down. A little bit weird having my throne on this side, but over here I've got my throne, so I can sit down and look over the peasants as we discuss the manners of the king. But here I designed special armor sets and banners for every single armor trim in the game. In order to kind of like pretend that like, you know, there were different kingdoms that would come and visit and hold a feast from time to time. As you can see, I've got like all the original like armor trims like over here, and then we get to like the new stuff from the trial chambers. And I designed this whole room so that it can be expanded. I can keep like moving it in that direction if I need to, which is a part of the reason why it's located so weirdly. Like, for an actual castle, having like your royal meeting room, this is a bit of like a weird place to put it, but it was just something that like fit for like infinite expansion, so that's where I decided to put it. Up here, this is, I think at least, the world spawn, and so this was like kind of like access to like the exterior areas of the castle a little bit. At the very least, this is where a shulker showed up when I put a shulker through for how do we get here. So I think this is the world spawn. And I got like a few different hallways spiraling off from it. So I think we'll go this way first. Over here is my allay room. I don't use the allays too much because they're a little bit finicky to get to follow you consistently. In fact, they keep like escaping from here, so I've had to like tie up most of these and I just breed a new one whenever I need it. But I thought it would be nice to have like a little bit of a music room. I'm pretty sure pretty sure I managed to put every single note block instrument under these. And of course we have like a juice box to actually play songs for them to party from time to time. But just kind of a pretty in peak room. And originally I was going to have another room off to this side to hold the animals, because... Oh, I don't know if I mentioned or not. I forgot to mention. I totally forgot to mention. Go back up to the bedroom. My bedroom wasn't always this size. The wall used to be here. And that, like, creeper shelf used to be, like, right here. Which, that creeper head still jump scares me from time to time. This used to be, like, walled off, and the room was, like, half the size it was. But then they added in all the new dog and cat variants. And originally, my plan was to build another room off to the side of... Where did it go? Was to build another room off to the side here next to the Allays. I was going to build another room over there for the new dogs, but I decided instead, you know what? I want them to be in my bedroom, and so then I put them up there instead. Go out here, and we have like a little bit of a garden area. I don't know how the fuck you got here. A little bit of a messy garden area, but it is a garden area. And this is home to something a little bit sad, a little bit depressing. So, as you guys might know, there is an achievement in Minecraft. I think it's called Whatever Floats Your Goat, which you get for putting a goat inside of a boat. And basically, as soon as they added goats to the game, I got that achievement. I brought some goats here and I stuck them in a boat. But the thing was, Minecraft used to have the spawn chunks loaded constantly, and so my huge mob farm was eating up the passive mob cap, and was also causing a lot of lag, and so I didn't want to put that many new animals here. And so I had the goats here, but I couldn't decide if I was going to turn this into a goat pen or not. Well, eventually the time came that I came up with somewhere else where I wanted to put my goats. And so I came here to retrieve my goats from the boat in order to bring them to like their new home. And there was a creeper. There was a creeper that spawned in this little garden, and it blew up my boats. It blew up my goats in the boats. Rest in peace. So now this is kind of like a memorial garden to the goats that spent like 3 or 4 years of their life in a boat, and then were unceremoniously exploded the second I decided to show them love. Which is why we can't have nice things. Then over here we have the shipping yard, which this is a very recent build I made for the Happy Ghast update. We have a little pool here in order to rehydrate dried ghasts and bring them up to adulthood. We got some beds here for the ghasts to sleep in, a little like platform for them to carry around, some logs that have been chopped down, lots of like freight and stuff. We have some towers that we can climb up these winding spiral staircases. In order to get these like little balconies where you can mount the ghasts and then fly them around the world. And at one point I was going to put in a little like Steve's lava chicken thing. I was gonna have, actually hold on. It's in mute, right? Yes. So, originally I was going to have a Steve's Lava Chicken stand here as a reference to the Minecraft movie, but instead I decided to build a second tower, because, like, just the skyline I wanted to break up a little bit more, but I feel like that crowded the skyline a little bit too much, and so I'm not sure if I'll keep the second tower. I might get rid of it for a Steve's Lava Chicken. Then here we have the door to the outside. And this is actually of my own design. I'm not sure, because most of the farms and redstone contraptions I took from other people, and I'll try to remember to put like links to the videos in the description, but I have tried my hand at making my own redstone contraptions a little bit more in recent years, and so this is my door. Which you can use to get in and out of the shipping and receiving. Another thing that I considered setting up, but I haven't yet, was like a horse-drawn cart in the middle here for like freight that's just been brought in, but that also felt like it was going to crowd things a little bit too much, so I didn't end up doing that. While we're outside also, I might as well just take a moment to like look around at my trees. I have a few different areas where I harvest trees. Over here is where I do cherries, jungle, and bamboo. And then down there is where I do acacia. I do mangrove in the river. Oak and dark oak are over there over here by the Happy Ghasts. And then there was just like a natural birch and oak forest there, and a natural spruce forest over here. So I just kind of use those natural forests when I need wood of those types. Let's get back to the castle interior. Interior, elevator, movie theater. Then we have a staircase up here that leads up to my nether portal room, which I think will actually... We should probably enter that from the main entrance, because it's cooler. Ooh, or should I... Yeah, we'll do the nether portal room now. So, my original plan for this nether portal room was I wanted to have like a secret door where you'd click through the lava and hit a minecart, but that felt very annoying to leave, so I kept the lava pillars, but I never ended up implementing the door there, and instead I just built this room to house my nether portal. There are still dogs in here, because when I got the new dog variants, I bred them in here until I got like 2 copies of each dog. But yeah, just a very spooky, hellish chamber to house my nether portal. That leads down to that room we were just at. That leads to a staircase that we'll get to in a minute. And I'm gonna put something over there eventually, but I don't know what. Probably just another, like, connecting staircase, you know. Head back down to storage. And go down this way, and this is my aquarium. Water and traders get near all the time, but that lava's been there forever, and I need to get rid of it. But yeah, this is my aquarium. It's where I house my conduit. I have lots of different tropical fish, and some regular fish even, swimming around and just kind of having fun. And one of my favorite details of this is the fish never use it. Yeah, my favorite details of this is there's these secret passages in the walls that lead to these side aquariums. And the fish never go here, and I never put any fish in here, but it was just one of those like fun little things that I decided to include because I thought it would be cute. But yeah, I love fish, and so I always wanted to build a Minecraft aquarium, and so then I made this, and I never come here. It's a real bummer because I think it's a very pretty, like, collection of coral and different tropical species. But it was a bit of a lag hog, as you can imagine, and I never really get the time to, like, come back here and check out the fish. And maybe I could add more aquariums to the walls if I really wanted to, but yeah, I just thought it was something that I kind of wanted to need. And this is where a lot of the prismarine from my Guardian farm ended up going. And then back here, this is going to be my axolotl. Well, maybe that's not entirely correct to say. This was my axolotl aquarium. But I noticed there was a bit of a problem because I used, even though there were waterlogged, since I used so much slabs and stairs for like shaping on the walls, the axolotls kept getting stuck in the walls. And they just wouldn't move. They never died, I don't think, but they just wouldn't move around the aquarium. So I took all my axolotls out and I put them in a chest. I do have a breeding pair of blue axolotls in here somewhere. But I just figured I'd take them out, and eventually I'm going to redesign this to be more like a lush cave, a little bit brighter, a little bit prettier. It's just that the axolotls kind of did their own aquarium section because they eat the tropical fish. So I need to keep them separate from the main attraction, if you will. Then we got this staircase that leads up and doubles in on itself, and it links up to another portal room here, and then there's a staircase that goes further up, which I think will pass through that other portal room to showcase this. This is another one of my pride and joys of the collection up here at the very top. Although creeper spawned in it at one point, so I'm always like worried every time I come up of like, is there going to be another creeper? This is my trophy room. So where I keep anything that I think is a little bit valuable or pretty or cool in the game, anything that I found particularly interesting. One goal that I quickly came to regret was that I wanted to have one copy of every single painting in the game. But then an update came out like last year where they added like 20 new paintings, and then they added a new painting this year. And so this room is rapidly becoming more and more crowded and condensed. I also want to do something where it's like, I mean, I don't know if any of you have seen Star Wars The Force Awakens. There's this one bit where they come into Maz's castle on Takodana, and they've got all these banners like hung up. And I always thought it was a very pretty visual. And the problem is, Minecraft is a little bit too grid-like to perfectly capture that, but I still included like a bunch of my custom banner designs up on the wall in order to kind of like emulate that. And then we got some other treasures. We got like an ominous banner from killing illagers. We got a conduit. There should be every kind of decorated pot in here, and there should be every mob head. We got the Ender Dragon's head. This over here is my first crafter, which I used to get the Crafters Crafting Crafters achievement or advancement or whatever. An Ender chest just in case I need to like get my treasure out quickly. We got Heavy Core, Piglin Head, which is a particularly rare one. Wither Skeleton, a Beacon. We got Nala Shell, Enchanted Golden Apple. This was, again, for Bedrock achievements. There's an achievement for decorating... Ooh, hello. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Oh, we'll get to that in a second. There's an achievement for decorating... dyeing a full set of leather armor. That's what I used to quote-unquote get that achievement, even though, you can't actually get it. We, of course, have the lovely dragon egg front and center, pride of the collection, only one per world. Of course, it had to have, like, a special prominence point. Dried sponge and the skull catalyst, just because, they're kind of, like, and spore blossom, kind of somewhat rare blocks that can be treasures. We got both Emerald Ore and Deep Slate Emerald Ore up there, alongside Guild of Blackstone and Ancient Debris. Deep Slate Emerald, I had to set up a whole chunk mine for Deep Slate Emerald, and it's kind of an embarrassing story where we'll get to it eventually. I made this massive chunk mine, and I spent so long mining out and searching for the Deep Slate Emerald, and I could never find it. And then I went and explored some caves nearby, and I instantly found one. And I also saw there was another Deep Slate Emerald in my chest down there, and that's because I was mining underground in some caves over in that direction, nearby my base, actually. And I just randomly found one on the roof of a cave. So, if you want to go after Deep Slate Emeralds, don't chunk mine like I did. Just go caving. Then we also have Nether Star and Heart of the Sea, because, they used to craft the conduit in the beacon. And this right here is my first wooden pickaxe. This is how everything started. I always save my wooden pickaxe every time I start a Minecraft world. And I put it on display, nice and proud for everyone to see. Oh, and actually... that is something that we should probably talk about, is mods. So this is basically Vanilla World. I have one data pack, which I'll explain what it was when we get to, where I used it. But aside from that, it has been vanilla. But that's not because I'm a vanilla purist. I do like mods, and there's a lot of mods that I super... Oh, I need to fix that at some point. I didn't know about that. It's not like I'm a vanilla purist. There's lots of mods that I like, and there's a lot of mods that I would like to incorporate into this world to some capacity. I would love to have a Tinker's Forge, or a Create Factory, or a Thaumcraft Tower, or a Bloodcraft Dungeon, or a Botania Garden. I would love to have portals to the Aether and the Twilight Forest and stuff like that. Add, the Twilight Forest boss heads to, my trophy room. That's all stuff that I would really like to do, and I think I've mentioned at other points during this, showcase, that I would love to get, a Linematica or a Minimap mod, and I don't think I've mentioned it yet, but, I'm not against a Backmap mod, because I'm such, a hoarder. The main problem, though, is, with, modded Minecraft compared to, oh, shit. The main problem with, modded Minecraft, compared to vanilla Minecraft is the entire point of this world. The entire, purpose I had for, starting it and setting it up and stuff like that was that I wanted a world where I could keep up with vanilla updates the second that they come out. And with a lot of Minecraft mods, they kind of suffer from this thing... I got an arrow in my head. They kind of suffer from this thing where it takes a while to update a mod to work with the current version of Minecraft, which means that if I was to get mods in this world, I would spend a while tinkering with the mod, fiddling with the mod, getting all the stuff around the mod, all the things, and then a new vanilla update would come out, and I'd update my world, and it would just wipe all my progress in those mods. It would just, at least, because, at least as far as I understand, when, the files aren't found, it just, deletes the blocks or deletes the items. Which, the easy fix to that I think that Mojang should totally implement, because they've wanted to do a modding API for a while, and they haven't. I think an easy fix would be that, if the game can't find a block ID, or can't find an item ID, instead of, replacing it with sand, or dirt, or whatever, if they just give it, a missing texture, and then if you reinstall the mod, then it remembers what that block is supposed to be. And so, maybe you can't use your Tinker's Forge, but your Tinker's Forge would still be there for when you wanted to use it. Until a change like that happens, something that I theoretically could do is, I could install the mod, I could play with the mod, and then when a new vanilla update comes out, and if it breaks all of my modded stuff, I could just like go into creative mode and like rebuild all the stuff with the mods with like vanilla blocks. Like instead of having a grout furnace for tinkers, have like a blackstone furnace for tinkers. And then when the mod finally updates to run on the newest vanilla version, I reinstall the mod, go in creative, and put back all the modded blocks that I had got. That's like one way that I could potentially integrate mods into this world, because I do want a forever modded world. But running a forever vanilla world and a forever modded world at the same time is something that's just not like super. I don't want to break the paint. Is something that's just like not super doable, really. It's not something that you can like. Well, well, no, it is something that's totally doable. It's just that I don't play Minecraft that often. I don't have enough free time to play Minecraft that often to maintain 2 forever worlds. And so I would like to incorporate mods into this world, but then it's just going to make it hard to keep this up with current vanilla, you know? However, instead of full-blown mods, another thing that I could try out is data packs, because data packs usually just alter vanilla behavior, and so they don't break with each update, and one vanilla pack, or one data pack that I'm really thinking about is maybe fiddling around with vanilla tweaks and their mob head data pack. Where it's like right now in the game, you can loot dragon heads from end ships. You can get wither skeleton skulls by killing wither skeletons. Zombie, skeleton, and creeper skulls are all very easy to collect by exploding charged creepers. And the piglin heads, you have to blow up a charged creeper in the nether somehow, which is a little bit harder, but you know, it's still possible. But those are the only mob heads you can get in vanilla Minecraft. And the vanilla tweaks data pack makes it so that now basically every mob in the game has a mob head that they can drop. And it uses the like player head mechanic that's normally like cheat code exclusive. It uses that like mechanic to make heads that will stay in your world even if the data pack breaks or you uninstall it. And there's a lot of mob heads like the Drowned, the Husk, the Stray, the Bogged that like I have no idea why they aren't in vanilla and they would look great in this trophy room. But there are also some heads in that pack for, like, you know, mobs that don't have regular heads in the game, like the salmon or the goat or the horse, where since it's having to fit on the model of a player head and, like, perfectly square, they just look a little bad. And also, like, there's some that wouldn't really be that much of a bragging trophy. Like, having a warden head on this wall would be cool, but having, like, a villager blacksmith on this wall would be a bit macabre. And so there were two things that I was thinking of doing with this trophy room. First thing is, I mentioned the painting problem. There's too many fucking paintings, and they keep adding paintings. I don't really have room to put in more paintings if they keep adding them. And so I'm gonna have to expand this place at some point. And I had two ideas on how to expand it. Idea number one would be to just go longer. Because right now I've got this, like, staircase that, like, comes up and links it down to, like, the aquarium and the nether portal room. But that staircase isn't really necessary, and I don't use it that often, so I could just make the whole building stretch further out this way. And that would give it infinite growth, but that also might fuck up with the wall on this side and the look of it, which, you know, I don't hate the idea of that, but it's still something that I'd want to, like, avoid if I can. The other idea is that I could maybe do a bit of a T-junction. If we go in, like, I could totally get rid of this window and then replace, like, those two windows with, like, bricks. And then for, like, how wide is that? 4, 8, 9? For, like, well, no, not including the windows. So only 7. So, like, have, like, a 7-block hallway that just goes off in that direction and maybe goes, like, down a bit, maybe. So that you can still have this, like, grandiose entering of, like, oh, here's the pedestals leading up to the dragon egg. But then you go to, like, turn around, and there'd be, like, another hall down this way that's mostly paintings and mob heads. That's option 1. Option 2... Alright, well, no, those are the two options that I have for doing with the paintings. Like, going that way or going that way, and, you know, it could maybe even go that way if I needed to. And that could help with the painting issue, especially because, like, okay, like, if I did that, Yeah, because if I did that, all I'd have to do is find locations for these 3 pots, those 2 mob heads, and those 2 paintings, which wouldn't be that much hassle to move. Whereas, if I did it this way, oh, I gotta get rid of, like, all of those silk touch-only blocks, I'd have to get rid of the dragon egg, which is, like, a bit of a disappointment. I guess it's only 2 paintings this way, too. But still, it would be a hassle, whereas this would be easy. But that's for paintings. For the mob heads, like I mentioned, there's stuff like the Stray and the Bogged that if I got the mob head mod, I would totally put in this room. But I think for like the other mob heads, like a bit of an idea I had is you kind of saw it like a minute ago when we were out of bounds. Like I have this whole like big unused space up against the Nether portal room and like above my staircase, and so I could totally do something where get rid of like the or yeah, like maybe get rid of like the stairs up here, and instead have this lead up to like a hunter's den in like this area with like a big fireplace, and I could have like mob heads all along the walls, and then this would give me room to expand for when new mobs get added to the game as well, and really just make like a good mob head room. Those are some of the ideas I had, but I thought I'd do this tour because I've been thinking about installing that data pack recently. I thought I'd do this tour when it was still vanilla to show what mob heads I managed to get legit before I started doing some of the more custom and special mob heads, Alright, so next up, I think we'll take a little bit of a look underground to check out beneath my base, because this is kind of impressive. Now, before you freak out, I want to say that this was originally a chunk mine. And if you haven't heard what a chunk mine is, I'll explain it. I'll explain what a chunk mine is. So, this is the underground beneath my base. Probably can get like a better angle of it. This is where I originally sorted off stuff as I was mining. This is the underground beneath my base, which was originally a chunk mine. Now, chunk mining is something that I don't really think is much of a thing anymore. Like, okay, so this is gonna take like a little bit of an explanation. So basically, before Caves and Cliffs, diamonds were pretty rare. Caves and Cliffs have made diamonds a lot more common because now you can go all the way down to like level -64. But before that, at least most of the time, you would get 1 vein of diamonds per chunk in a Minecraft world. And so a bit of a method that people came up with that was reliable for finding diamonds was the chunk mining method. And this is not a very good example of a chunk mine. I have a better chunk mine we'll look at later. But the basic idea is that you would find the chunk borders, like along these lines, and you would dig along the chunk border up at the highest level that diamonds could spawn. Then you would go like every 2 or 3 blocks, and you would dig through the chunk back to like your other side of like the perimeter border in order to like see all of the blocks that were like on that layer. Then you go down and you repeat the process down at the lowest level that diamonds would spawn, like right on top of the bedrock. Then you would dig channels to link the top chunk area to the bottom chunk area. And in doing that, you would reveal every single block that a diamond could spawn in within a chunk. And the basic idea of it was, since you could only get 1 diamond per chunk, once you found diamonds during a chunk mine, you would stop chunk mining and you would move on to the next chunk. But I wanted to have like a bit of like an underground storage area for some of like the more interesting biome types and rarities in Minecraft. And so I completely dug out a couple of chunks in order to set up this little like underground space. Over here is my old obsidian mine, or like there's still some obsidian there. Well, maybe there's not actually. This was my obsidian mine for a while. But here we got like some giant mushrooms and some mycelium. We got some chorus fruit and some endstone. We've got a little bit of a mini crimson forest, a mini work forest, and some moss for like a little bit of like a mini lush cave, and also where like I grow most of my nether wart. And these are just like little tiny biomes just underground for stuff that wouldn't look great on the surface, but I wanted to look a bit natural for a farm. And along the perimeters of here, I have also set up a few other sort of farming types kind of things. This over here, that blue wool is there for a reason. This over here was my first axolotl farm. Actually, there's still one in here. Holy crap. Because if you guys don't know, back when Caves and Cliffs Part 1 came out, the way that axolotls functioned is they would spawn in basically any water source below like a certain Y level. But then when Caves and Cliffs Part 2 came out, they changed it so that they would only spawn in lush cave biomes. So before the lush cave biome change happened, I would have axolotls spawn inside of that pen back there. and then I would scoop them up in order to collect axolotls for my aquarium. Now, this is mostly where I make mud. I take like water out of here and I turn dirt to mud like to the side of it. Is kind of what I do. Here we've got my dripstone farm. I don't harvest it very often, but we got water up above that drips down and it makes these pillars grow, which is quite convenient. And you can kind of hear it inside behind the dripstone farm. Here is my sniffer pen, which I decided to decorate a little bit to make it like a little bit pretty and not just like a cage. But it's pretty close to the spawn chunks, which you know aren't a thing anymore, but it was close to the spawn chunks, and I made it so that there would be this underground minecart. Is it still even going? It's not going, which that's a problem. But there's another minecart that would collect all the seeds the sniffers would create for me when they were close to spawn. Which, like, you know, now that's full. I don't really need that much more, but they're still down here. It is in a slime chunk. That one of these chunks is a slime chunk. Every time I come down here, there's slimes. That is a little bit of an issue, but it's not like a big deal. And then over here is a bit of a more recent addition. Here is my bee farm, which actually... Do I want to risk opening the door? I'm gonna use Spectator. This is my, like, bee farm, which I haven't finished decorating it. But the plan is to eventually turn this wall into a bit of, like, a giant, like, bee's nest. A bit of a giant, like, honeycomb and honey sort of structure instead of being a rock wall. And as you can see, it has collected a lot of stuff. It's much better than the farm upstairs collecting stuff automatically for me. But even it has managed to break. And I have to, like, come in here sometimes and, like, break the redstone and put it back down. Just try and get it to fire. And empty out. But as you can probably see, it has done a much better job at collecting honeycomb than it has honey. Which, I don't know if that's because the honeycomb gets spat out and the honey goes back in the dispenser or what the deal is. But, like, yeah, it just kind of does that. Wool lichen farm here, if you want to call it a farm, it's just a wall where I grow wool lichen. Here is actually very interesting. This is how I got the arbalistic advancement. If you don't know, arbalistic is, I can probably actually, well, that guy's gonna be a problem maybe, but actually don't pause the game, we're fine. Arbalistic is an advancement where you have to kill 5 unique mobs with 1 crossbow shot. And this is one of those things where I didn't want to look up like a guide or a tutorial at all. I wanted to try my hand at doing this, like, on my own merits. And so now I know that the mobs being in, like, the same block space is fine, but I wasn't sure about that, like, going in. So I set up this, like, system where I think I like, threw eggs to create, like, a chicken, and then, like, I bucketed out, like, a cod and a salmon, and I think maybe even, like, a pufferfish, and then I lured in one of these baby slimes. And then, like, I punched all those mobs down to the point where, like, they all had, like, 1 heart of health left, and then I sat in this little, like, tub, and then I just shot an arrow through the slit in order to kill them all. And, like, that's not the most efficient way to get arbalistic. Again, apparently you can just have them all in the same, like, block space, and, like, it won't, like, fuck up the arrow's, like, hitbox or anything. It's totally cool. But, yeah, this is my, like, over-engineered arbalistic, sort of situation. Here's my villager breeder, which I used to populate the village upstairs last year, and also I've started breeding, like, some more recently, because, again, they just keep disappearing. And I got, like a bit of, like, a rail system that leads off over here, where there's nothing in here now, but whenever I'm making a villager, I set up their trades in here, and then I migrate them up to the actual village to get them all ready and shit. Down here is a bit of, like, an unfinished thing. This was... it keeps breaking. This was my, like, first, like, kind of, like, rough attempt at creating, like, a super cobblestone generator, where, like, it would continuously produce cobblestone and push it out this way, and then once this was full, it would push it out that way. But, like, stone, I ended up getting so much stone anyway that I didn't really need this, and I don't go down there and harvest that often. And again, it's broken somehow. And this was my testing of it to make sure I had, like, the piston stuff correct. Over here, this is a relatively recent addition. This is a pumpkin patch, because again, the latest update seems to have broken my pumpkins upstairs, and so now when I need pumpkins, I come down here and I harvest them, which is very important for getting all of the copper golems. I actually did something kind of funny, where basically I got, like, a whole stack of oxidized copper blocks, And then I set up this farm and I kept harvesting it until I had a full stack of pumpkins. And then I spawned in 64 fully oxidized copper golems, which turned into statues basically immediately. And then I used that with like combination of like stripping off oxidation with the axe and waxing with honeycomb in order to get 4 of every single copper golem statue like combination. Here we've got my mega beacon array, which this is again something that I've set up since the Copper Age started. This is another newer thing that I've added in. I had 1 beacon down here forever, but I finally decided to set up 5 for my rainbow beacon, and I decided that I wanted to have an iron one, a gold one, an emerald one, and a diamond one. And in the middle one, I wanted to make out a netherite. The problem is that netherite is super rare, and netherite blocks are also super rare. And I'm not building a full netherite beacon. I'm just like covering some stuff up with netherite. But even still, that kind of creates the issue where it's like, okay, I need 9 blocks of netherite to swap out this layer. And then I think it's, what, like, is it 12? 5, 10, 13, 16, 16. I need 16 to, like, fill out this layer. And then I was thinking about, like, maybe doing some stuff in, like, these lower layers, too. You know, where you see this gold is. I was thinking about making that netherite, too, and then doing, like, strips of netherite up to the end. And I think, like, the way I mapped it out is, like, I needed, 57? Yeah, I need 57 netherite blocks, which I think is, like, over 1,000 ancient debris. Which, like, that's just very hard to get. That's why I have so much gunpowder in my chest upstairs right now. I have, like, a whole chest, like, Stroke Core in my ender chest dedicated to bed bombing. Eventually, I'm going to do that, but, you know, netherite farming is just such a pain that I'm probably not going to do it for a while. But hey, it's an option. Oh, and this is one that we're going to have to go into spectator mode for because I haven't really made a way to get into this room. But in case anyone's curious, here is the circuitry for managing the rainbow beacons. Where they're basically just 5 copies of the same contraption. I think it was Mysticat, I think I got this design from. Just 5 copies of the same contraption. And I had the system up here that was supposed to make it so that they would sync when you placed on a block, and that worked for initially activating them. But because each of the elements of these circuitry are like in different chunks, which is just kind of like a problem of how like the base was built originally, like they desync very easily, which is a little bit annoying. I also had a bit of a problem when I first built it that like I forgot to put in a couple of the observers. Now the design does have like a little bit of like leeway, where it's like these 2 contraptions meet up on this circuit and these 2 contraptions meet up on this circuit, so I don't actually need these observer things on either side, but those were supposed to help sync it a little bit better. And in order to resync it, all I really have to do is go around, break all 5 of the observers, not these 2, the other 5 observers, then like dig up all the glass, put the glass in place, come up, put back all the observers, come up and place like a scaffolding here, and then it reactivates and it resyncs. It's just that it's kind of annoying to do it every single time it desyncs, so I don't do that. And eventually, yeah, I have this path here. Eventually I'm gonna try and like link this up to something in like my main chamber of like a staircase, just to make it a little bit more accessible, but I haven't done that yet. Oh, and actually with the beacons, I should probably talk about it because I didn't. With the beacons, I do know that this is like not the most efficient way to do a 5-prong beacon, like at all. It's just that I did a lot of experimenting with that fountain upstairs, and with the pyramids that the beacons would be built on, and this is what I thought looked the most satisfying. Up top, it has the beacon beams spaced out in a very, like, satisfying and pretty way. While down here, it allows me to essentially have 5 actual pyramids for my beacons. Which, given that there's 5 materials you can make beacons out of, you know, that just felt kind of fitting. And so that's not an efficient use of resources, but it looks nice. So I like it. Then if we head over here, as you can see, I kind of built like a passage over here to get to it. This is my original XP farm. It used to be a little bit lively in here. I used to have like villagers working at all these like workstations and stuff, but it was basically a bit of like a dungeon where over there is a zombie spawner, and it actually I probably can do a spectator. Zombie spawner, and the zombies get like into this bubble column that brushes them up here, and then they get pushed along, and then they fall down, and they almost perfectly die of fall damage, but don't quite take like enough fall damage, and land on these hoppers. And then they only have like 1 or 2 health, and I can just smack them, and get all their stuff collected in these chests. Which, yeah, these chests are pretty full of, like, crap. Actually, no, these ones are pretty empty. But yeah, I got some, like, armor and shit down here. And originally I had villagers roaming around to sell all the rotten flesh to, but for some reason, the villagers kept, like, raising their prices and the iron golems kept attacking me, which makes me think that since I have sweeping edge on my sword, villagers must have been, like, getting, like, up here and getting, like, hit as I swung my sword. So eventually I decided, like, okay, this isn't safe for your own good, and I set up this little, like, bedroom dungeon area to hide the villagers in. There was a zombie back there at one point to get them to keep spawning iron golems, and it's like, when I moved the villagers in here, I decided to change things out and kind of convert it to an iron farm. And so I set up this, like, little, like, lava trap over here to kill the golems, and a little, like, collection tunnel down here to pick up the iron. But the golems, one spawned inside of the bedroom area, so that one didn't die, and then one spawned out here, and so they weren't spawning anymore, and this one wasn't killing itself, so yeah, that just kind of stopped. But I actually, even though I don't really use this anymore, I actually very recently gave it an expansion, where I dug down here, and I set up this little, like, pit trap over here, and the reason that I did this is because they just added in a new music system to the game, that you have to kill a chicken jockey. And so what I did is, what I've set up is you can remove this block and remove this hopper. And then the zombies will fall down, and then the only zombies that survive are chicken jockeys and armor jockeys with, like, feather falling on their boots or whatever. And so I would collect a lot of chicken jockeys down here while I AFK'd, and then I could kill them. And so I managed to get, like, 2 copies of the chicken jockey discs already, which I think is very impressive. Now, I'm not going to go for it because I don't remember... I don't actually remember where it is. But, actually, you know what? I can do Spectator. I can do Spectator, and I can probably find it easily. I don't know if I can find it easy, actually. I'll see if I can see it. Because I've never actually made a path here, and so I don't really remember where it is. But over here we have a mine shaft, and somewhere inside of it, I have a spider spawner that I converted into a bit of a mob farm. It's not there. Yeah, see, the problem is I can't even remember where I built it. I don't want to waste too much time, because, like, I've got, like, a rough path that I know I can follow to get to it, but I don't know where that path starts, and I can't be bothered to, like, just futz around and find it right now. But somewhere over there's a cave spider spawner that is technically my spider farm, even though I never really use it anymore. But that was my first XP farm, which brings us to... It's not this way. See, this is what I'm talking about. I get lost down here all the time. What's this way? It's not this way. It's somewhere over here. Here it is. See, this path I marked out a little bit better. This leads to my second XP farm, which I'm much more proud of than that one. Although it still is kind of shit. I think the turn is here. Here we are. And this XP farm is actually one of the things... There was one... Because I mentioned that sometimes my world would crash and I have to reload a backup. There was one really nasty point where I lost, like, I think it was, like, 2 weeks, a month of progress to, like, a single backup. Oh, I didn't show the... We'll do it later. And this was one of the things that I lost to that backup. And I had to, like, rebuild in creative. But this was my second XP farm. And in a very interesting situation where I managed to find a zombie spawner and a skeleton spawner that were right next to each other. So I set up this sort of system where you have, like, all of these, like, water, like, layered water system that pumps them all to a single pipe that then leads them up and then drops them down to here where I can kill them. And then I spent basically all of my iron setting up an automatic filtration system where everything gets, like, funneled over here, and then it gets loaded back here. And then there's a bunch of just automatic hoppers, these, like, redstone torches that keep them locked until, like, not these hoppers, but the ones above them are a certain level full, and then they get filtered out into these chests. And if we look at them, you'll see we've got a lot of items here. Not all of them are zombie or skeleton drops, and there's even, like, a bunch of, like, unused ones here, which I can't even remember what I had them for. But that's because I also set up a few other systems in this area I'll see if I can find them. Well, Overflow was brought over into here. I guess down here. And then I could take, like, any enchanted gear, and I had a grindstone. Where'd the grindstone go? I'd take the enchantments off the enchanted gear on a grindstone to get some XP, and then I'd shove it in here, and then I could smelt it down into nuggets down here, which was, like, a bit of an interesting system. But then also, around the walls, I was gonna cure a zombie villager here, but I found zombie villagers elsewhere for the advancement, so I did that instead. Over here, we got like a bit of like an automatic sugar farm back here, which I don't even know how good this is. I don't know if this still works. And then over here, we've got an automatic chicken farm. Where basically, we've got... Where are they? Where are they? We got a bunch of chickens. Well, actually, not that many chickens. That's probably why it was so shit. We got a few chickens here that will lay eggs, and they get fed into a dispenser that automatically dispenses them, and then it creates baby chickens on these slabs. And then when those chickens grow up, they get hit by the lava, and they get smelted down. And so this area was kind of my attempt to create, like, almost a bit of, like, a Hermitcraft style sort of, like, base with different, like, automatic farms nearby your XP farm and, like, a big, impressive base area. And I actually remember while I was building this initially, I think I was, like, watching, like, well, I guess listening to, like, Jacksepticeye play through, like, Until Dawn. It was either Mark or Jack playing, like, Until Dawn while I built this thing. And it's just kind of, like, my take on the sort of, like, Hermitcraft mega bases that people make. But I just didn't end up using it that much because the XP was still not that great. And so the automatic farms didn't get that much of a chance to run. But, hey, it's there. It's something. And it's still a build that I'm personally proud of. That, if you didn't catch on, that rail up there was to kind of get villagers from my first XP farm into the villager breeder. We have a few little extra things over in this direction. I think we'll do the one that's up top first. This down here, I have this long-ass hallway, which might even be longer than I thought it was. Is this the right... This might not be the right hallway. I thought it was this one. Yeah, it's this one. This over here was my old Wither fighting chamber. Basically, I made this big box out of obsidian, and anytime I wanted to fight a Wither, I would spawn in a shit ton of snow golems. They would kind of distract the Wither a little bit as it killed them, and that would give me a bunch of Wither roses, and that would give me the time to beat the Wither down and eventually kill it. It was just kind of like a system to like make the Wither fight slightly easier, made it a little bit less likely to break out and destroy stuff, and also gather a bunch of Wither roses. And I actually have a separate Wither pit that I set up recently that I think we'll probably good look at too. Now the other thing that I have down here is down here, and basically I set up this whole chunk mine back in, you know, Village and Pillage. And so for that, Busy Bees, Nether Update, and like the first part of Caves in the Cliffs, this was all I had to work with. But then Caves in the Cliffs Part 2 came out, and they made the world deeper. And so instead of just making my first water elevator go down further, I set up a new water elevator that leads down to more deep slate levels. This little like cave section here, ooh, if I can get into it. Usually it's easier to get into this. Somewhere in here, there is an amethyst geode that I sometimes use to get amethyst, but I'm pretty full on amethyst, so I haven't been there in a while. Let's down one of these. Oh, I think it's this. I'm pretty sure that leads to it. But there's an amethyst geode down here somewhere. But then all the way down at the bottom, through this gap, we have my lower chunk mine, which you see I found some diamonds over here. This is me just trying to like buy out a few more chunks to set up some more automatic machines. And I had this sort of crazy system set up where this is my third attempt at an XP farm. Again, close to the spawn chunks, where basically there was a automatic cactus farm where the cactus gets broken off and automatically collected. You see it's got like quite a few layers to it actually. Jesus, there's more than I thought. A bunch of layers that like drop off cactus, and then they funnel them into this furnace in the top slot. And then up here we have an automatic bamboo farm, which as you can see the minecart is broken, much like the sniffer farm. That would put the bamboo into the fuel slot, and then it would just build up XP in these furnaces for me to eventually collect. And I did actually, as you can see, I did actually collect some, or I thought I did at least. I did actually collect some XP from this recently because I needed some green dye, but I have mostly just left it running unattended under my base forever, and I kind of completely forgot I had it. Since my pumpkin farm broke, something that I'm considering putting down here in this like area over here is an automatic pumpkin or melon farm now, to make more use of the space. Something else that I kind of want to do is maybe set, because I have the pipes under my base now to like funnel stuff to my storage room. I kind of want to set up another pipe that can let me move stuff from my like main mining chamber up to the storage for like when I'm getting the crimson logs, the warp logs, and all of that crap. Just to get it up real quick. Alright, so if we head back up, there is actually one thing from my main base that I haven't actually shown you yet, and mainly because I don't really do much in it, but so I have kind of flattened off this area, you know, it's mostly flattened. For the most part. But I started this base on top of like a hill, on top of like a mountain. It was a bit of like a crest of the peak. And so, oh, actually before that, something I should probably mention. That would have been a good time to show it off, but I didn't. These lamps are hooked up to like a daylight sensor over in like the goat garden. They automatically come out on a night. But like this entire thing is just like built up over the land. And so I just have this like it's very liminal and kind of pretty, and I kind of like it. I just have this like big like underground area where you can see there's just like a little bit of nature that has still survived, where I haven't like quite hollowed it out. This was my original berry bush farm that got covered up at one point, and I just never bothered making a new berry bush farm. But yeah, there's just like random bits of grass and trees from these areas that I just kind of like covered up and built over. Hostile moths spawn here, definitely. And also, I don't think I shut it off. I don't think I've shut off many exterior angles of my base. It's kind of what it looks like from the forest. Can we find the daylight sensor? I think it's over here. Here it is. That's what turns on the lights in the dead of night. Boop. But yeah, now I think we should probably take a look at some of the stuff that is not a part of my base, but is kind of close to it. I probably should get some more firework rockets. Do I have any? I still have some. I don't have any. Doesn't matter. I have paper though, right? I don't have much paper either. Why am I getting so poor? That'll be fine. I'm going to show off some of the stuff that is not a part of my base and I don't have hooked up to my nether rail. And probably will never hook up to my nether rail. But just some stuff that's nearby. I'll take the map. So, actually, wait, no, I need this map. This is the map I need. First off, actually, I think we'll head off this direction. I think I'm probably going to go down Spectator just to save some of these fireworks. Or should I? I can craft more between recordings. Never mind. We'll go down. I hope I left the water here. I didn't do the water here. This is my more recent wither chamber, where basically, in order to set up my wither skeleton farm, I needed wither roses. And I needed, like, I think it was like 350 wither roses, and I only had, like, 30 of them. So basically, I just spent, like, a day, or I guess it was a couple of hours, like, before work, just chilling in this, like, small little box, and I just bred chickens, and kept breeding chickens, until I had, like, 300, 400 chickens. I set my render distance down really low, and I kept an eye on the sea entity counter, I think it was. And I just kept breeding until I had, like, 300, 400 chickens, and then I spawned in a wither to kill them and get wither roses. And the thing was that there were so many chickens that they kind of tanked the explosion, and they didn't die, which was fucking crazy. Just a bunch of chickens that And I had to leave the wither like running around and killing chickens in this room. But I killed another like 4 withers down here. Like 1 to set up the skull farm, and then like 3 after I'd set up the skull farm. In order to set up that 5 beacon array. Now getting out of here is actually slightly annoying because there's this one bit that you keep like, yeah, there. I get caught on every time. But you can't get out. It's just a little annoying. So now we're going to head off in this direction. And I have an underground rail that leads here too, but I think flying will be faster. Maybe this is not going to be enough fireworks. Oops, oops. This is my original village, and I'm just going to go ahead and harvest some of this, because we are going to need more fireworks, definitely. This was my original village that I found way back in the day. And I used to come back and forth from here in order to do villager trading, which is very inefficient, I know. But I also expanded it a little bit. I built some more houses, I put up some walls to protect it. When I do village raids, I normally do them here. But yeah, it's just kind of like a chill town. I think maybe people probably died in the most recent... No, this guy's still good. Yeah, we still got a monster farmer over here. You have seen better days, buddy. Yeah, just a chill little town. Over here, I got like a box. Oh yeah, I did a raid here very recently. This box, at least I think, this is how I got the very, very frightening achievement, where you like strike a witch with light, or you strike a villager with a trident with channeling, and then that makes lightning strike it, and it turns it into a witch. Lots of cats that I tamed over in the village. I tore it down now, but at one point I had this big square right here that I used to try and spawn in black cats, and then even further up, maybe it's still up there. I don't think it's still up there. But even further up, I had a platform I used to get the star-studded trader, I think it's called, where you have to trade with a villager at world height. But yeah, that's just kind of like a cute little town that I spent a lot of time in back in the day. A little like mining area. Here's the minecart track that this leads all the way back to my main base, and that's how I got villagers for my first zombie farm, which was a little bit of an ordeal, but you know, not that bad. But yeah, it's just kind of like a lovely place. I still come here from time to time just to kind of take in the sights, because it's kind of cute. I really probably should do something more with it, because again, like you see, I have these houses. I was gonna expand this and make this like a proper second base, and then I just never did. The second I brought villagers to my actual home, I didn't need this anymore, and I stopped coming here, which is a bit of a bummer. I guess I can say that about like a lot of stuff in Minecraft, but a lot of stuff kind of reaches the point where you don't really need it anymore, and you stop being there. And it's a bit of a bummer, but it's where the cookie crumbles. But anyway, yeah, you can see on the map, Handleholla. That's what I ended up calling it. If we go this way, there's actually a few things. What should we go to first? I guess this one's close. We'll go to this one first. Now, usually the path I actually take to this crest is a hill. Actually, ooh, maybe I should have done that. We'll see if we can find it. We'll reverse engineer it. Okay. This is my trident farm. Or I guess I should say, this was my trident farm. I basically built this big, covered, dark area in a river biome with like a turtle egg and like a glass box at the bottom that sort of draws in drowned to one spot. And they all kind of coalesce up here. Getting up. They'll kind of coalesce and get caught here on this dropper, and then you can kill them, and then you fill this place up with rotten flesh and tridents, and it used to be gold, but now it's copper. And so this is how I managed to get 2 tridents, like, very easy. I don't think, like, I had an old drowned farm that I think we could probably check out too, that just did not work at all. And eventually I looked up, like, a design, and I found this one, and I built it, and it got me a lot of drowned. Down there is some map art from another rare, which we'll touch on that too later. I guess we can go check it out a little bit. I actually did something kind of silly. Maybe it was clever, maybe it was stupid, where I spawned... Oh, is he still there? He's still there! Or one of them. This is not the first one. A lot of them died to the rain. But I used like a snow golem in order to put down snow, in order to make the floor white instead of building it like by hand out of snow or whatever. But yeah, this was some map art I did from another rail, which I'm sure we'll see in a minute. If we go out here to the sea... There it is. There it is! Here was my old attempts at a drowned farm. I had a few different attempts. There was like one that used a nether portal, I think. That's what this is here. That was also... Yeah, there was one attempt I made that used like a nether portal and spawning stuff in. Over here we had like... At least I think it was there. Was it there? Where is... Yeah, you have an that's the design. There it is. Yep, that's it. I had an AFK fisher here too. This was the design I used to have in my old basement. And I would just AFK fish while drown spawned in and got sent to the nether portal. And at least that was like the plan behind it. And it didn't end up working like at all. At all. It did not function. And so I ended up moving it. There was also, I think, yeah, this was before, I think this was before I even built that. This was just like an underground room I tried to use to spawn drawn, and it just did not work at all. It did not function. It was a mess. But then also, if we keep going this way, it should be out here somewhere. I don't know if it was there. Is it here? No, it was over here. I have not been here in probably 4 or 5 years. I hope he's okay. He's okay. This was my original mending villager. I kidnapped him from a nearby desert village, which we'll check out even later. I brought him out to this island. I did the book lecture thing until I got mending off of him, and that's how I got mending on my gear originally, before I set up that villager trading hall back at the base. And it was kind of a thing where like I got like enough mending books off of him that I didn't need a mending villager, and then I set up a mending villager inside of my zombie farm, and then I think I set up a different mending villager inside of my actual trading hall. But this guy started it. This guy got the ball rolling, and he's just out here in the middle of nowhere. I should probably do something here. I should probably do something nice for him. The problem is, like, you know, you build something too nice for the villagers, and then the zombies spawn and they kill them. And so it's always a bit of a rough spot, that, trying to manage villagers. But yeah, this whole like aquatic area, and I don't even know if I had a light. I definitely didn't have fireworks. I don't know if I had a, well, I didn't have good supply of fireworks for my elytra back when I built this stuff originally. So like maintaining this whole area and stuff used to be pretty tough. But you know, it's not that bad anymore. Getting to them used to feel like such like a long ride, and this is the path that I normally took over this mountain. Which can I spot? There it is. Here you are. Hello, Papa. Or hello, Mommy. Sexy Mummy. This was my original ice farm. As you can see, very basic, very shit. But this random peak between my Trident farm and my main base was where I initially farmed ice. And I have a better ice farm now, but that's where it all started. Yeah, as you can see, they just get totally desynced, which is a bit of a disappointment. See, again, this is like the first time I've played since I built it, so I haven't seen it get this badly desynced before, but ooh, yeah. Ooh, it gets nasty. Although I imagine when, because they're working on, what is it, Vibrant Visuals, they're working on a vanilla shader pack. When they add that in, that's probably going to look pretty freaking awesome. That's going to be sweet. But yeah, that's all the stuff that is in, or at least I think. Maybe I've forgotten something, maybe I'll remember it later. But that's everything that's, like, in my base. and nearby my base. Which means that the next step is probably going to be going into the nether. Alright, so next up, let's go check out my nether rail. I've got a few other bases in this world, a few other little locations where I farm stuff or build stuff and whatnot, and so, of course, I had to set up a nether rail and system to access them all. So, this is my primary nether base, my main entrance. I just wanted to make this very, like, hellish and demonic tower. There's a bunch of wolves here, again, because I was breeding extra copies of the wolves in that main central chamber area. And so, just any of my extras I kind of put in here, and I've kind of siphoned them off to some of the other bases. But some of them are still here. I haven't, like, really distributed them all yet properly. If you go upstairs, we have a little upper watchery area up here to keep an eye on everything. See if there's any, like, ghasts or monsters in the distance before you head out. Keep things safe. Barred up windows. Here we have a map that, you know what, actually, we'll talk about that one later. If we go through this door, go down here. I have both a vine to crawl and a spiral staircase to walk, but I don't go down here that often because, well, you'll see. Go down here, we got, oh, actually, I never finished this. Oops. I'm sure I'm gonna find a lot of stuff like that, of just like little blocks here and there that are out of place that I never ended up fixing. But over here, we have my Strider pen. This is just like a little area that I set up to breed Striders. There's a little hatch in the gate over there to leave if I need to. But yeah, I set up a little... This wasn't even originally a Warped or Crimson Forest. I grew all these trees. I set up some trees here in order to like make a nice little like forest with a little lava pool and a fenced-in area to keep all my Striders safe. Not that I go out and explore with them that much, but hey, they're here. Yeah, hold on just a second, because I think I'm probably going to need this. But yeah, I don't really use Striders to travel that much, but I thought it would be nice to have like a little like farm area for them. That'd be cute. I don't know if they're ever gonna add any more like passive mobs in the Nether. I guess you could technically farm hoglins, but I don't really want to set up a hoglin farm here. But if they add any other Nether mobs, I would kind of like to add pens for them down there too, just because it's kind of a chill thing. Then I think if we go outside. Over this way, follow these torches, and I think, oh, maybe I overshot it a little. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Alright, I found it, but I was just not going quite far enough because back there was that one building. It's down here. This was my first Nether fortress and my first blaze spawner. Now, I haven't been here in forever because I mostly farm blazes back where I kind of farmed withers. So, I'm not really sure where it even is in here. But somewhere in here is my first blaze spawner. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can't remember where it is in here at all. I thought it was a pretty straight path, but maybe not. Maybe not. Well, there's a bunch of blazes over there, so maybe that was it. But as you can probably see by some of the cobblestone, this does kind of run underneath and parallel to a lot of my Nether rail stuff. So, especially because, you know, it's closer than my Ocean Monument base. where I tend to fight withers and blazes. I've been meaning to set up like a proper blaze spawner farm in this place somewhere. I don't think I've really been here since like 2019, 2020. I have not explored. Case in point, already lost. I have not explored this place in a long time. A long time. Yeah, I went up the stairs. I shouldn't have gone up the stairs because it was behind the stairs. But yeah, it would be a good place to set up some sort of... Because I don't even know if how you necessarily make blaze farms anymore. But yeah, see, it's not that far away from my main base, because see, this is a portion of my nether rail right here. And then over this way, back to the main tower. So it's not that far away. But then up here, we've got... Voice crack. Up here we got something very interesting. So, this is something that I put off doing for the longest time. I was kind of like uppity and turned my nose up at it and didn't want to do it. But I eventually caved and I finally made one. And what made me cave, well, this is the way up to my gold farm. If you don't know, gold farms are a pretty popular way to get gold off of zombie pigmen in the nether in order to get a lot of gold. And I put off building one for the longest time because basically any gold farm design you see involves using the nether roof. And I always considered the nether roof to be a bit of cheating. It's kind of like out of bounds. You gotta use some like crazy glitches and exploits to get up there. But the camel, or the straw that broke the camel's back, the thing that finally convinced me was they added in the crafter to the game. And with the crafter, you can automatically convert gold nuggets into gold bars, and then gold bars into gold blocks. And I really wanted to test that out with the pigment farm. And so that got me to finally break onto the nether roof. So what I did was I used some ladders and some ender pearls to clip through the bedrock right here. And then once I was up on top of the bedrock, I used this crazy contraption that I don't know if it still works. I would imagine it still works. But I used this crazy contraption that used like a trapdoor and like a piston and like a TNT, and it can break bedrock. And originally my plan was to like break out like a big hole of bedrock and make like a proper way up, but it was so finicky and fiddly to do that I just kind of gave up on it. And never ended up actually finishing it, which I don't even know if that glitch still works. But I kind of hope it does, because I would like to finish that someday. It's just, I couldn't be arsed. Then we get up here. This is my automatic gold farm. There are a bunch of platforms and dishes up there that are made out of magma blocks, and they have some funky glass structures on that prevent magma cubes and gas from spawning, so only zombie pigmen spawn. Then they see turtle eggs that are in like little cages in a pillar in the middle there, and they chase the turtle eggs, fall down, die, and all their loot gets stuck in these chests. From there, it's siphoned off into a few places. The gold nuggets are brought down here. There, I'm going to turn down. The music, I noticed by some of the old recordings that the music was overpowering me a little, so we're going to turn things down. But the gold nuggets get siphoned off, and they get stuffed into a crafter that condenses them down into gold blocks, and those gold blocks wind up down here, which actually there's a few in here still, which is kind of cool. Meanwhile, the rotten flesh gets siphoned off of this chain, where this pair of observers automatically pumps them all into lava to destroy the rotten flesh. And then any overflow goes into this chest, which should mostly be gold armor and weapons that get smelted down in the blast furnace. Now the thing is, I'm pretty sure the pigmen only actually drop those if the player is like credited for the kill, so that's probably not a necessary component for like this kind of zombie pigmen farm, but you know, it is a thing. It's just something I've got. If you go up above, you AFK up on that platform, and they all spawn on these squares. And so this was the farm that finally broke me and made me to try out the nether roof. And so far, I've only set up one other farm on the nether roof, which we're going to go this way for. Because again, it's something I don't really like doing, because I consider it a little bit cheap and cheaty. But there is one farm design that I figured was finicky enough, awkward enough, that I might as well try to build it up here. And I don't know how far away it is. It's a decent way. I don't like the way I just heard a ghast. Now this is my piglin head farm. And the thing with the piglin head farm is I kind of regret it building on the nether roof, because after I used it, it actually ended up being so easy that I think the lower spawn rates from below wouldn't have mattered that much. But it was just such like a risky and finicky thing that I didn't want to fuck it up. So I built it like to a T of like the tutorial. But basically, actually I could probably just go up here, because I haven't been here in a while. I don't remember exactly how it works. But basically, you have these piglins that spawn up here, and usually they wander and they're supposed to fall into like these hatches. Any zombie piglins that spawn get lured over here into, by the turtle eggs so that they don't fall into the central collection hatch for the regular piglins. And you AFK way up there. There's... I can't even remember what I built it out of. Glass, I think? Oh no, it was scaffolding. Yeah, I just have a scaffolding platform up here to chill in AFK. But when you're up there, piglins just spawn in constantly. The zombie ones get stuck in the corners, while the regular ones, I think they're scared of the warp torches, and that funnels them eventually into the hole. But then they get all collected down here, where you can siphon them down to this like little like obsidian chamber to kill them. I don't remember exactly how you do that. That nether portal brings in the charged creepers, and for that, we're gonna have to go into the overworld. So this is the creeper portion. You AFK here so that phantoms can't get you, and that's like little emergency path to like apply the name tags. But this is a farm that, again, we'll probably just get a spectator. Because you're never actually supposed to come up here like really that much. But basically, there's a chamber up here where the ceiling is, like the roof is very low, so only creepers can spawn, and these bumps prevent spiders. And the creepers all fall into this channel, and they fall down here, and then they're held here next to this lightning rod. And basically, if there ever is a thunderstorm, lightning will strike the lightning rod and charge all the creepers, and it will trigger this redstone that opens up these flaps and dumps the creepers down here, where they can be siphoned off into the nether in order to blow the piglins. And that's just how it works. And it's one of those things where, like, I set it up, and again, I set it up on the nether roof because I imagined it was going to be a very finicky thing that would be hard to use. But basically, I built the thing, and then I had to go to work. So I just AFK'd at the farm for like 3 or 4 hours while I was at work. Probably 4 hours while I was doing my first ship at work. But then I got home, and it turns out a thunderstorm did manage to hit while I was gone, and it charged a bunch of the creepers. And I managed to get a pretty good chunk of piglin heads off of them. There were a few creepers that were like duds or misses, and I didn't end up getting skulls out of, so that was a little bit annoying, but for the most part it worked. Okay, so now I guess we'll take a look at my actual nether rail, the actual track that I have going through the nether. Up here I've got like a little bit of a map. That was what my map art was for when we were by the Trident farm. That kind of tells me where everything is located. Originally I had banners with names on it to like actually like label the map, but that ended up being a bit of a mess and was hard to read, although I do know that this is also like not like super readable. But basically, that black square of the metal, that's us, and that's home. And then we have colored paths that lead out to the different fortresses and areas. If we follow this pink path, that leads to the end portal. This leads up to my ice farm. This leads down to a pillager outpost. That leads to my first trial chamber. If we go down this way instead, this leads to a lush cave. This leads to my desert base. This leads to my badlands base. This over here is my ocean monument. Way down here, we have my original netherite farm, which is still like my main netherite farm. Up here, this is my Mushroom Island. Way up here, this is where I grow frog lights. Then if we follow this direction, if we go, we'll go down first. If we go down here, this is my ancient city. Down a little bit further, and I can't actually remember. I think yeah, this is my jungle base. Then if we go down, here, this is my surviving Elder Guardian for how did we get here. Over here is my Cherry Grove base. Over here is my Mangrove base. Go back up. This path leads up to my Goat Tower. And then we've got like a few like kind of unfinished stuff. Where this is, I'm pretty sure this is my first trail ruin. This was my Wither Skeleton farm. And this was a Piglin Bastion that was going to be where the Creeperhead farm would be. I think it's like built above that, I think is the deal. And then way up here, this is not to scale, by the way. And the way up here is my Woodland Mansion. But this track is pretty unfinished. But yeah. So we have my nether rail, and we have the colored paths to like mark off the different sections of the nether rail. And my nether rail ended up being just a little bit of a mess. Because originally, I didn't have a very good source of the blue ice. So I just built a cobblestone tunnel with a rail track that would like lead to the different locations that I could follow around. Eventually, I did get blue ice, and you know, because that's faster, I set up like a blue ice track like on the top for the boat to ride around on. But since this was designed with the rails in mind first, I ran out to a few problems. The first of which was staircases. Rails can go up and down stairs, while blue ice cannot. And so I have a problem where this main road, the path to the end has a staircase, and the path to my desert base has a staircase, and the path between the Ocean Monument and my Mushroom Island has a staircase. Everything else should be flat for the Iceboat Road, but those like 3 areas, which happen to be my most commonly traveled areas, are kind of like bumpy and hard to do with the iceboats. In addition, you could run into the problem that hostile mobs just kind of keep spawning on it. You can see there's like piglin in there because I didn't spawn proof it. I just built a tunnel with blue ice in the floor, and so that also ends up being a bit of a problem. So I'm gonna try to remember, at least I'll try to remember to cut like this footage down a little bit more, so you're not just watching me ride a noisy minecart for a long time. But I think first we'll go to the end. So as you can see here, this is one of the things that I was talking about, that we have these stairs on some of the sections that I use the rails on, which make them slightly annoying to navigate, slightly annoying to travel. But yes, here is the portal that leads to my end, because I built the portal, you know, is 1 block wide, but the entire room is 2 blocks in all directions. It's a little bit uneven, which I'm a little bit annoyed about. But yeah, just another somewhat generic hellish chamber to house a portal. But if we head on through, here is my dungeon stronghold. Now, I did have this crazy idea a while back that I kind of wanted to beautify the stronghold a bit, take out some of like the mossy and cracked stone, replace it with clean stone, maybe put down some carpets, decorate the rooms a little bit. I had some crazy ideas and plans that I wanted to do with this, but I never ended up doing any of them. And, you know, I'm not against coming back and doing it at some point, but I just never really cleaned up this place. But hey, it's got an end portal in it, and it's also worth noting, something that I have considered in this world is, if you don't know, there are only 128 dungeon strongholds in a Minecraft world. Only 128 end portals. So something that I did consider for a while was maybe going around and activating all of the end portals in my world. Ultimately, I did not end up doing that. I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because Trails and Tales added in the armor trims. And there's the eye armor trim that you can only get out of Dungeon Stronghold chests that you've never opened before. And I mean, I guess I could have gone to those strongholds and then just not opened the chest. That did kind of like plant it in my head that, like, I don't know how, when, and if they're going to update Dungeon Strongholds in the future at all. So I don't really want to do too much with them, just in case, like, new stuff shows up, like maybe like a boss to fight or stuff to collect that's exclusive to them. But yeah, here's the end. I had underground spawn, which was kind of nice, but with like also like a little bit of like an opening in the back. Here's a minecart with chest, which was kind of like, it's a strat that you don't really need to do, but I still do it basically anytime I go to the end, because the Ender Dragon can destroy blocks, but she cannot destroy entities. At least I don't think she can. She didn't used to. So at least the strat used to be that you put down a minecart with chest, because a actual chest, she could break and destroy your stuff, but with a minecart with chest, it would keep it all safe. Now this is why I'm so low on obsidian. I have set up a bit of a castle around the end. Now, I wanted to make this cool kind of like fortress and arena to make fighting the dragon a little bit easier. Wad of water, so I don't have to bucket clutch if she knocks me in the air, and also the Enderman can't get to me and attack me. And some like high walls to make it look a bit like a fort. It did kind of end up suffering from a bit of a problem though, that the Ender Dragon can destroy blocks, but she cannot destroy obsidian, endstone, and iron bars. I thought that she couldn't destroy endstone bricks, but it turns out she can. So I was very limited with my block palette that I had to work with this place, which was like a little bit disappointing, but not like the end of the world. Of course, the Enderman can also steal and take apart the fortress because most of the floors are endstone, but I haven't really encountered that as like much of a problem yet. The other problem that I ran into was something that I was unaware of when I started building, and I did some testing in creative. I'm glad I did. But the end pillars can also kind of destroy blocks. Whenever you respawn the dragon, there's actually like an orb around the top where it like gets rid of anything that's not an actual part of the pillar. So this is like as high as I could make like the fort's walls without them like killing themselves whenever the dragon was respawned. So it's not like the most like perfect like fortress or structure, but I quite like it. I think it's cool. It's got a neat fort vibe. Eventually I'm going to put another ring around all of the outer island portals, but again, I haven't summoned the dragon enough times to actually use all of those, so that's a bit of a problem. And then also up there, you'll notice something up there. That's a recent addition. There's like a ring of obsidian and endstone. That was me trying to get the overkill advancement by hitting the Ender Dragon with the mace, and I wanted to one-shot the Ender Dragon with the mace, but I kind of made the mistake that, like, I don't know, if I can fly up there and land, you'll see it, but I might not be able to land this. It's working now. Why is it working now? Well, a bit of an annoying thing is when I tried to fight the dragon, maybe my render distance was down for like a mob farm or something, but when I tried to fight her, she just wouldn't load in. I couldn't see her. Look, you can see those Endermen now, but I could not see the Ender Dragon, and so I didn't know when she was perched or what I was aiming at. And so that was, of course, a little bit of a problem, trying to deal with her in a situation like that. And so I did not end up getting the advancement on her. I had to get it on like a cow. Over here, this is the way to my XP farm, my 3rd/4th XP farm, if we're counting the cactus one that I never used. It's the 4th. But an Enderman XP farm was another thing that I put off building for the longest time, mainly because I thought they were a bit complicated to set up. But it turns out they're actually massively easy. Basically, you build a platform that's far enough away from the end island that the only thing they can spawn on there is Endermen. Then you have like an Endermite that they get mad at and they chase, and they all fall into this area. And then you slash them. They make a loud noise, and they drop a shit ton of XP. Like, an absolute insane amount of XP. I've got a system set up, actually, now. You can probably hear it ticking away in the background. But I've got this system down here. Basically, I have this chest full of ender pearls, and I have an item filter here. So the ender pearls are pulled out, and then put into a dispenser, and they're automatically voided. And a lot of people do stuff like that for their Enderman farms in order to, clean up the ender pearls because you get so damn many of them. But I wanted to safety-proof it a little bit in case, like, I accidentally, like, threw my sword and it landed in the hoppers. Because of the item filter, it will just stay in the chest and won't be knocked away. This is my enchantment setup that I actually use to enchant shit, like, most of the time now. For any, like, my new gear, which, is quite nice. Now, I do have... Actually, I should probably... Oops. And you can see it up there, the minecart with the Endermite up there. That sort of fuels this whole thing. I probably actually should... Oh. Yeah. I should take a few ender pearls, because we are going to go to the outer islands. Now, here's the slight problem, is I can't remember which outer island portal leads where. But we'll go for it. I'm pretty sure this was my first... Ooh, what the fuck happened there? I'm pretty sure this was my first Outer Island portal. Yep. So it did kind of spawn me, and this is another one of those reasons that I tend to play with Keep Inventory on, because, I don't know, maybe they fixed it now, but at least in my experience, there tends to be a lot of bugs with the Outer Island portals, where very frequently they will just spawn you straight over the void and then just dump you to your death, which is kind of an unavoidable thing. And so, like, I just have, like... So I like to have Keep Inventory on so the game just doesn't void all of my shit for something that is completely out of my control. But if we go over here, here is my shulker farm that doesn't... I mean, actually, maybe it does still work, but as far as I know, this broke, like, the update after I built it. But basically, if you don't know, shulkers are actually possible to breed. When a shulker is hit with a shulker bullet, it has a chance to teleport and duplicate and create another shulker. And as you can see, they are all very mad at me. I probably should have gotten my shield out, because this is going to be a problem. Yeah, that guy's gonna be a problem. That guy's gonna be a problem. That guy's gonna be a problem. Oh no. Okay, we're good. But as you can see, I still do have a decent amount of shulker shells in here still, so I guess I am still kind of good and set for the future. But yeah, this was a system that had, like, shulkers get angry, accidentally hit each other, and duplicate each other, and then when they were duplicated enough, start killing them off in order to collect shulker shells. This long rail here leads to where I got my shulkers from, which I think we'll actually go ahead and just follow this. Because it's not, like, that far, but it is a decent way. And I can't remember, did I dig up the rails? Yeah, I think I did. I re-harvested all the rails. Yep, you can tell because the netherite, the netherrack section is a bit, like, beat up because I kept accidentally hitting it when I was trying to remove the rails. But this is one of these things that I am slightly annoyed by. I used chunk base to find a near end city, and I built this big-ass rail from my first end gateway portal in order to, like, rail my way to the nearest end city to collect a shulker, and I finally find a end city that's very small, and so getting a shulker from it was kind of hard, only for that end city to be next to 2 freaking end gateways. I'm pretty sure that one was, like, naturally generated, and then that one spawned in one of the times when I fought the dragon. And so, I already had the perfect freaking setup. I could have built the damn farm here instead of all the way over there, but I built the whole thing and then I went looking for a nearby end city, which I'm quite embarrassed by. But the good thing was having this so close to a portal back to the mainland is I was able to use it in order to get the how do we get there advancement. This is how I got a shulker to get to the exit portal, which, yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. Slightly annoying, but kind of cool. And I have been through another end portal, I think, like that one over there. I'm pretty sure that was me looking for the end armor trims, and so there's nothing special through that one. Eventually, I probably should mark all of these off to figure... Actually, maybe that leads to the shulker. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it would be like that one. But, yeah. That's my end. I haven't done much in it, but decorating the central island for the dragon fight took a while. And I'm quite happy with it. I actually have, like... I always jump in the end portal instead of in the nether portal. I do that every time. I tend to listen to stuff when I'm building stuff, and I do have, like, memories of listening to, like, SpongeBob, like, theory content or, like, analyzation content, and, like, a Fallout 67 iceberg when I was building that one, which, you know, a little bit silly, but the things that I retain. Okay, this over here is my pillager outpost area, which is something that I don't super need anymore, but I built this before I no longer needed it. Very simple, like a chamber here. I do like the skylight. I thought that was a nice thing, mainly because this was in a very, like, tall vertical cave, and I wanted to preserve some of that, so I put in this skylight so that you could remember it. But this leads to my villager outpost, or pillager outpost. Yeah, right over there, see? Pillagers spawn in there, and so whenever I need ominous bottles, or potentially an ominous banner, I can just fly over there and kill some pillagers. Very nice, very simple thing. Probably doesn't need, like, all of this pizzazz, especially because of how close it is to my village, but, you know, I just wanted to keep things safe. Especially because that was made back when ominous bottles weren't a thing. and the only way to get Bad Omen was to kill a pillager. And so for how did we get here, I wanted to have a nether portal hooked up to a source of pillager raid captains, as that was what that was for. Here is the entrance to my first trial chamber. I decided to make the nether side look a bit like a trial chamber in of itself. Lots of copper and tuff, roughly replicating the design that you actually see in the chambers. Here's the little entryway, which is my own custom design, and then this is the way inside. This is the intended entrance to the chamber. As you can see, an amethyst geode just spawned inside of it. This was the first trial chamber that I ever conquered. I did not enter it from here. I entered it from somewhere else, but this is supposed to be the entrance. And something I wanted to do, but I still haven't done, is I remember when they first added trial chambers, I saw this like redstoner that came up with a really compact 3x3 piston door that actually fit in perfectly with the design to the trial chamber entrances. And I think they like made like an April Fool's video where they claimed it was an update, but it wasn't an update. And I meant to like replicate that in order to make this place enterable, but I never did. Still, if I need trial keys, this is kind of like my go-to place to farm trial keys, just because it's hooked up and I can get to it fast. Although getting some of the copper to like oxidize for its entrance was like a bit of a pain. I had to like AFK there for a while. And then, well, I AFK'd there for a while, and then I gave up, and then like I came back when I had like copper that was actually aged properly. This over here is the way to my ice farm. Which, a bit of a complicated story with this one. Also, one of the more, like, pathetic and simple chambers, again, because I don't come here that often. Sometimes I do, but not, like, that often. But yeah, this is not my first trail ruin. It's actually my second trail ruin, which I think actually is probably why I originally set up this portal, was to get here fast in order to, like, farm for stuff. But yeah, I set up this big grid that's full of ice, and we got an allay here where they're not doing it now. But basically, you can break some ice, break it all up, and then eventually you reach these corner areas, and the water, like, flows in. And then the water, like, forms new water source blocks that can then solidify into more ice. Now that I've started it, I have to square it off. I have to do this. I simply must. Yeah, but see, the water all, like, re-solidifies into water source blocks, or at least it should. Yeah, there we go. And then eventually it freezes, except for that middle channel, which just stays source blocks to refreeze things. And originally I made this because constantly farming blue ice from icebergs was, you know, not sustainable, and was also getting a little bit annoying. But I gave up on this farm pretty fast, just because of how much longer it takes to get blue ice from this than just harvesting it from an iceberg. It is kind of ridiculous how much ice, because it's like 81 regular ice for one blue ice, so you have to get like over a stack every single time. Oh my god, you are alive! Whoa! Huh. I was about to tell a story about how, in order for get the 2x2 advancement, you have to breed every single animal in the game. So I captured some snow foxes, and I brought them over here in order to breed them, and I did successfully breed them for the achievement. But then I came back and I found like a wolf killing them one day, which I guess maybe that was another thing that got wiped from like a game crash and a backup reload. Maybe that's what happened. But I could have sworn those two were dead. That's kind of cool. That's cute. They're still alive. That's nice. Then if we go over this way, this way. Oh, I love the chill music. Love the chill music. Lots of great music. Here is an igloo. And this igloo is a very interesting story. Down to the basement. Only like half of igloos have the secret basement, but this had a secret basement. Igloos have this cool thing where some of them have this secret dungeon area, where basically you have a villager and a zombie villager, and you have all the ingredients like laid around in order to brew. Well, I'm not sure if you brew the potion of weakness or it's just there, but it has all of the ingredients in order to cure a zombie villager, and it's supposed to be like a bit of a tutorial for the player on how to do it. So, in order to get the achievement Zombie Doctor, I just came here, and I got Zombie Doctor from curing these guys, and then I figured, might as well in the middle of the forest, set up a couple of Fletcher villagers, cure them both from zombies so their shades are a little bit cheaper, and then I can just harvest spruce, come down and sell it for emeralds. It's been a while since I did that, since now I have the farmers at my base, and selling to them is maybe not more efficient necessarily than trading to these guys, but I don't have to go so far out of my house in order to do it, so in the end it feels faster. But yeah, I did farm emeralds here for a while, especially when my brother joined and started playing with me. When I wanted to buy enchanted books to like get his gear all good, I spent a lot of time in this forest chopping trees and selling them to those two, which was a nice excuse for making up for the ice farm that wasn't very productive, and then I expanded it and it still wasn't that productive. Again, talking about stuff that I watched while building it, I'm pretty sure there was like something to do with Wreck-It Ralph and something to do with Man of Medan. Like I remember the weirdest stuff when I'm working on these. I try to always have some sort of like iceberg or video essay or history thing going on in the background just to keep myself a little bit entertained. Alright, so now I think we'll hop up the staircase and then get on the ice boat to make things like a little bit faster on us here. But I think we'll go to my desert base next. The annoying bit, though, is that getting from the end to the desert base, there are 2 ice boat staircases that you have to go through. Oh, I should have done this before. Now, this is why I have a Smite 5 axe. You can kill the zombie pigmen, and because they died in one hit, they don't get mad at you. Realistically, I should probably get... because I don't think blue ice melts when you put a torch next to it. So realistically... oh, get ready for the bonking. Realistically, I should just put some torches in here to prevent mob spawns. Oh, and also I have something kind of cool down here that I probably want to show up. Oh, wait, no, it's on the rail level. I can't show it off. Oh, that's a bummer. There's like a little... well, I guess... don't peek. No peeking. No peeking. No peeking. Peeking not allowed. No looky. No looky. Because I'm going to show you this. Here's an exit onto the surface area that I wanted to do something with, and then I never did. That's it. That's what I wanted to show you. Was that not satisfying? Oh well. Here is my desert nether base. I think out of all of the nether bases I put up, like built, this one's probably my favorite. I am just very happy with how the patterns and the designs worked out. We have like a couple of like launch chambers for the minecarts here and here. We got like a nice like staircase to lead up to the balcony to launch from. And there's actually a little bit of like an alcove down here in order to launch the minecarts from this side. Although, there is one bit about this design that annoys me. And that's that, I say in a recent update, it's probably been a few years now, they changed it so that if you're in a minecart, you can now pass through a nether portal in a minecart, which you used to not be able to do. And so that means that every time I take this curve and this rail, it now warps me to my desert base, which is a little bit annoying. I am not happy with that. But I didn't want to redesign the whole ass room just for that one slight problem. So here's my desert base. As you can probably tell right away, it's just a modified desert temple. This was like the first desert temple that I looted, and I decided to like change it in order to make it like a nice little fortress. Out here we got this nice little like dock where I can like wrap up boats. I got some banners hung up to make things pretty. But then we take these doors and these staircases out. I've set up this nice little like courtyard with this like walled gates around the place to like protect it and make it safe. And the original plan for all of this, if I follow this up, my original plan when I built this place was that I was going to use this as like a spot to like look out in the distance and spot Endermen, because there's a myth that Endermen spawn more frequently in... whoa, can you see that? Is that just... no, it's just a tree. Never mind. They changed the fog recently, and so things blur out from like closer. The original plan was I would use this to like look out and spot like Endermen in the distance at the night, because there's a myth that Endermen spawn more frequently in deserts. That is not true. It's just that they're easier to spot in deserts, and so people say that. But by the time I started actually using... well, I built this whole place planning to use it to grind out ender pearls in order to go to the end. But then I never ended up using it. I managed to get enough ender pearls just from casual enderman kills anyway, and then went the end without actually using this to fight enderman. But now I've converted it to a place where I can breed camels, and I can breed arid frogs, the white breed of frog. And if we'll go out, these are actually, fences are a bit of a recent addition to keep the camels in. I've got this like moat pouring out from the structure in order to keep hostile mobs from getting in, but then also to kind of like catch the frogs and give them something to entertain themselves. I've set up sort of like parapets and like a wall around the whole place that you can walk around. I'm doing a lot of spectator mode, mainly just to make this tour faster. But yeah, I got like a wall that you're gonna like keep guard of the fortress, keep everything safe. If you fly off, you'll see over here is where I usually farm sand and harvest sand. I tend to use the torch method, which if you don't know what the torch method is, I can probably show it off pretty easily. Yeah, because I got torches on me. Basically, if you put a torch under some sand, all the sand that falls off it breaks automatically. And so I just kind of like do that in like squares in this area, and eventually I end up with like a pretty hefty amount of sand. And something that I didn't know until like a couple days about actually is that the flowers just grow on any cactus. I thought that, you know, since these cactuses were like there from like the old world gen, there would be something in their tags that prevented them from growing any further, but no, they can still grow the flowers. And so actually some cactus flowers here, which is kind of cute. Over here is my second village, first desert village, and it was something that I kind of as you can see, it's ugly as sin. But I tried to hook it up into a bit of an iron farm. Here's the current one, which whether or not it works is kind of fiddly. Because I came here like a couple days ago to farm iron, and I left it running for like an hour, and I didn't get any iron golem spawning. But then I came in like later in order to like breed turtles for scoots, and suddenly the iron golems were spawning. And so I don't know what it is that's triggering it to work and stop working, but sometimes this gets me iron, and sometimes it even falls on the floor. You know, it's not a great iron farm, especially because it's so far away from my base. This was the first attempt that I had at an iron farm, which I don't even know if the zombies are still up there. Maybe they are. No, I think I took them out. Yeah, I don't think there's any zombies up there. That was the first attempt at an iron farm. Didn't work at all, so I moved the villagers out of it into that one that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. And I'm pretty sure this is where I got my mending villager from, too. That was on that island that was over there. But then also over here, I don't think I've really talked about this much. I got my turtle farm. This is my new turtle farm, and it's a bit... This entire area is kind of ugly and inhumane. That's kind of like the running theme of it. Oh, it was turtle eggs I wanted from here, not scutes. Never mind. But yeah, this is my current turtle farm where I breed these turtles, and they come up here and they lay the eggs, and then the eggs hatch, and then I just AFK over here, and eventually the turtles will go in the water, they'll hatch their scutes, and I don't think all of the water flows into me, but if I'm holding seagrass, the turtles will be like coming towards me as they grow up, and then I get most of the scutes, just kind of like AFKing. And it's one of those things where originally my turtle farm was actually under my base. There's a little bit of, I think I might have shown it, I'm not sure. There's a little like river under my base where the beacons come up now. And originally I bred turtles there. But that was one of the things that was lost to the Mega Wipe. And some of the stuff from the Mega Wipe I managed to like put back or redo in order to like restore the balance. But the turtle farm was one of the things where I didn't bother like spawning that back in. I was like, I'm okay with losing my turtles. I'll just set up a new turtle farm later. And that ended up being this. So that's my desert area. It's actually pretty close to fly from the base, and I used to like run and swim my way here before I had the nether rail set up, but the nether rail makes it so much quicker, even with the staircase blue ice situation. Now this is a bit of another problem with my nether rail that kind of goes both ways, that because I have branches off of the main path, that means that sometimes you end up either having to like get out of the minecart and swapping tracks if you're using the minecart section, and then if you're using the boat section, lining up the boat with the passage can sometimes be a little bit tricky. But if we go over here, this shouldn't take too long or be too bad. You will notice something very interesting about this room right away. This is a mirror of the other nether rail station, just with warped wood instead of crimson wood. And that's the main reason why I haven't fixed the minecart issue, because I would have to rework both of the rooms in order to make that work. But yeah, why is it that I made a mirrored version of that room and just changed out the colors to them? I wonder why that could be. Welcome to my Badlands base. As you can see, it's got a very, interesting design. I'm not sure if you can tell, I was going for a bit of a desert temple kind of vibe here, but made out of red sandstone. If we go outside, we've got a nice little, dock to, set off and set sail. Some banners to make the things look a little bit prettier. But, the main attractions, we go through the door here. We go up this spiral staircase. I've got a little bit of a courtyard set up here. Nice little area where I can grow bamboo, and I got a nice little defensive wall with some parapets that I set around. Up here we have this guard chamber where you can sit out and you can watch the Badlands and keep an eye out for any foes or obstacles or enemies. If we go outside, we got some gates here just to keep things in and out, just in case anything spooky or scary happens. But we have these nice towers, the crenellations that I set up around it to decorate. I just thought it was a very pretty and unique structure that you wouldn't really see anywhere. Oh, also got some dogs here. But yeah, that's my very original Badlands base. I've never seen anything like it. So over here we've got a base where I actually, it's going to be faster to go this way, but I kind of prefer entering it from the other angle. Mainly because I usually enter it from the other angle. Should I just... You know what? Yeah, we're going to go the other angle. I'm probably going to just cut this. Alright, actually, I'm probably going to stop. Oh, no, come back. That's fine. It can keep going. I'll cut back in now, just to talk about this. A little bit of an offshoot here. This random tunnel as an offshoot is where I collected panas, but the main attraction is down this way. This is off if you took the left rail instead of the right rail from the original nether base. That leads here. This is my lush cave entrance, and I had a very interesting idea for this nether rail station, where I kind of want to make it to feel like you were trapped inside of a crimson and a warped fungi that had grown into each other and grown together. And if you walk down from the portal, you can see wrapped up in the portal's roots is the actual portal to the overworld. This little platform here, that leads to the Badland base that we were just at. And if I go to spectator mode, actually I probably could have, I gotta make that easier on myself and just cut the footage up there, but whatever. I'm gonna actually go into spectator to show this from the outside just a little bit. That's where I got the pandas. From the outside, I kind of tried to decorate from this outside to make it look a bit because the warped fungus trees, they're very blocky. I kind of tried to replicate that blocky look and make it look like there was a couple fungi hanging from the ceiling. I'm not super proud of how, I forgot to take down that scaffolding even. I'm not super proud of how it turned out, but hey, I tried something for the exterior, which I don't normally do for these nether rail bases. But if we enter here, we can go to the lush cave. And the lush cave itself, I haven't really explored that much or done that much with, but if we head up here, you can see the real reason why I have a portal set up to go here. It's not that far. But I always struggle finding my way back in, so I'm sure that's gonna bite me in the arse as we're trying to get back. But up here, this is my axolotl breeder. And it started as my axolotl breeder, but basically there's an underwater chamber down there that continually breeds tropical fish. This Lay helped me build it. You also helped me build the nether base. Actually, no, you helped me build the nether base, and then you followed me here, and I trapped you there because you were being a little stickler. A little shit. Yeah, tropical fish spawn in the lush cave down there, and they get immediately put into a bubble column that then pushes them up this big stone chute, or I guess tough chute. Tufts of stone. And then they end up here. And you're supposed to go back and forth with the minecart, right-clicking continuously in order to collect fish. I kind of do it by hand. more often than not. I'll like click on them by hand. And then any fish, and then like after you pick up the fish with the bucket, then you click to put them on these slabs here, and that puts them up in this tank where they get really like mass collected because the thing is naturally spawning tropical fish. They like count to like the mop cap, and so you can only have so many in an area before they stop showing up. But when you put them down with the bucket, they no longer count for the mob cap. So you can just like amass them all in here and then come in and collect them when you're actually ready to free the axolotls, which this was where I had originally bred the axolotls. I'm surprised that yellow was the only color left here. That is a little bit weird. I thought we left more of them alive. But I brought a pair of, actually no, yeah, because I brought a pair of yellow axolotls here, and I kept breeding them over and over again in order to get the rare and elusive blue axolotl. Mainly because like the blue and the yellow stood out like against each other a lot. And you can see I had like a few different like methods that I tried to like employ to like siphon off the babies or separate the collection. But after like a good like day of breeding, eventually I did manage to get a blue axolotl. I definitely got a breeding pair. I don't think I got the breeding pair from breeding the yellows. I think I bred up until I got one blue. And then I set up this tank where I put in like the blue and one yellow, and then I kept breeding them until I had a second blue. And now I have a breeding pair of blue axolotls, which I haven't bred yet, but I have them. I think I named one of them Mudkip. But then this over here, I mentioned that I had one data pack installed. And I mentioned that I burned through a lot more shulker boxes than I meant to. And that's because of this. This is my attempt to try and collect every color combination of tropical fish. I saw this video a while back. It was a super cool idea where this guy basically got a data pack that added in custom advancements for each time you picked up a different like color of tropical fish. And then he just like AFK at this for a while, but then instead of putting the buckets up here, he'd like spit the buckets into like a dropper system. And anytime he got a tropical fish that was like a new design that he hadn't picked up before, a little advancement would pop up. And then you could add it to the collection. Now for me, I didn't do the automatic bucket thing. I did a bit more manual where I'd pick up a fish, and I keep picking up fish and putting them up there until I got an advancement. Then I turn around and I'd find the box for it, which was much slower and much more manual, which is why I didn't finish it. And I don't have a full collection of tropical fish. You see there's like a few of these boxes that have nothing in them. But I started it, and it's something that I would like to do at some point. It's probably going to be a long time, though, because I'm kind of busy with school right now, and there's other shit in Minecraft that's more fun than this. But maybe I'll convert it to have the whole like dropper collection system at some point that was exactly as it was in that video, and then I can try it again. Oh, and also, before we leave, the reason why I built it here and up here, and actually this might have been the reason I set up the portal in the first place, because I think this was my first lush cave, was just the fucking view. Look at this. It's fucking gorgeous. I love the lush caves. They're one of the best biome additions to the game. I don't go to them enough. I guess I don't explore enough. I mostly just build in my base. But, man, it's cool. Now, here's the hard bit, is, like, trying to remember where the hell the way back down is. Because I thought it was by the wood, but it's not by the... It's by this wood, isn't it? Yeah, it's down here. I always forget where the way out is. Oh, also, another reason that I kind of set this up as a place to go to is I think there's a spider spawner. Yeah. Yeah, there's a spider spawner over here I meant to turn into a string farm at some point, and I still haven't. I would like to. Someday I'm sure I will, but not today. Not today. And there's a mine shaft over there, too. It was just a very, very nice cave with, like, a lot of stuff going on, and so I wanted to set up something cool there, and so it's where I bred my axolotls. This passage leads back to the Badlands area. Thank you for blocking my path. That was very kind of you to get in my way as I was ice boating. That's why I need to spawn-proof this. I'm pretty sure torches will do it, because I don't think the blue ice melts, but I don't know for sure, and I still haven't done it, because I'm a lazy fucker. But if we go down this path, this way instead, this will lead me to... Oh, actually, I have to be careful, because I always go full speed here, but I haven't actually finished the ice boat rail in this area, and so I just kind of, like, fling myself off to my doom. Every time. It's a bit of a meme. This over here is my first quote-unquote wither skeleton farm. Before I built an actual wither skeleton farm, this is where I would go to get wither skulls. And I think I mentioned before, I managed to like kill like 6 withers and get like 1 extra skull legit. from this farm. And my basic, like, my farm, quote unquote. But the basic idea was basically just, like, flattened out the area so it was very easy to spot the wither skeletons, and then I could rush up and kill them, and any, like, blazes too for, like, the blaze rods. However, a bit of a problem that I didn't really realize until recently is, like, I kind of misunderstood how the bounty boxes of the Nether fortresses worked. We're basically on these, like, netherrack bridge areas, wither skeletons can spawn in here. But in between the bridges, this massive areas that I flattened out, wither skeletons actually can't spawn on any of this cobblestone or netherrack. So you keep ooh. I heard him. I know I had no idea where he was, but I was hearing him, and I was worried where he was going to show up. Glad he didn't shoot me. Okay. But yeah, because I built these massive platforms, now zombie pigmen are spawning on them, and it was eating up the mob cap, and they were making it harder to get wither skeletons. But instead of fixing this whole area, I just set up a different wither skeleton farm somewhere else, mainly so I could show you it. I also have this, like, little, like, canopied area, kind of like, this is probably one of the shittier stations, but I also did that kind of on purpose. I wanted it to be this real, like, cobbled together cobblestone and netherrack mess of, like, ruins. Well, you know, not like ruins, but, you know, just, like, very shoddy kind of thing. But if you enter this portal, there are a few things happening here. I should probably sleep. This island, first off, is oh right. Oh right. I was wondering, like, oh yeah, he was friendly. So this island, well, originally I came here because of that. We'll get to that. This island was like a very, like, rough and silly idea I had, where I set up some chambers where only creepers would spawn, and the plan was that, you know, when a storm came, I would come here, creepers would fall down, I would charge them, then I could lead wither skeletons through the portal, drop them down, and then kill them with the charged creepers in this, like, pit. I'd drop the wither skeletons in this pit, then lead them to the water area, and then kill them with the charged creepers, so blocks them to get destroyed. That never really ended up happening. I never ended up using this, even to farm creepers at all. I never used this system. And it's kind of ugly, and I don't think it would work well anyway. And now I have the better charged creeper farm and the better wither skeleton farm, so I don't need this, but I still haven't torn it down. Mainly because every time I come in here, I'm facing that way, and I forget it's there. But down here, we've got a pretty recent addition that I made. This is my bridge to get to my ocean monument. And I came up with this design myself. The kind of idea of it is I was kind of trying to go for a bit of, like, if anyone's seen, like, Bionicle, a bit of, like, an entrance to Takoro kind of thing, where the bridge is made up of segments that raise up as you're walking along the bridge. And my initial design actually incorporated skulk sensors, but that didn't work at all, because they kept triggering like off of each other. And then I switched to doing an observer-based one, and that one was kind of cool because, like, it was literally popping up as you were walking. But also, you had to keep running at the same time, or else they would fall down behind you and it would get out of whack. And then also, they fell out of sync pretty often, and it was like a one-way only system. So instead, I went for, like, something like this. It's a bit messier, maybe a bit bigger than it has to be, and I'm sure with this size I probably could have worked out something with skulk sensors, but I ended up coming up with this sort of design to create like well, the main reason I did that was so that it would be two-way, where if you watch it, the bridge works this direction too, in the exact same way that it works the first direction. The only issue that I've got with it, the only problem that I have, is I kind of wish there was only 2, maybe 3 sections up at a time. Almost half of the bridge activates the first time you turn it on, which I wish a little bit less turned on than that. But hey, it's something. And actually, we're gonna do a little something here. Actually, no, it's not there. It's here. We're gonna activate programmer art because I think this looks cooler, more liminal in programmer art. This is my ocean monument. The copper bridge and this little copper balcony and the happy gas that helped me build the copper balcony. Hello. Hello. Hello, happy gas. Hello. Hello, happy gas. Hello. This is all kind of like a new, but the rest of this I have had for fucking ages. And this was my crazy idea to set up a guardian farm. Now, I kind of knew this but I still wanted to challenge myself. You don't have to do this if you're setting up a guardian farm. You can just put down soul sand on the floor and it'll create bubble columns that like move all of the guardians from like the whole area into like one space. And that makes it a lot faster to set up and debatably easier to like kill them all. But I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to do it the old school way. And I wanted to drain an ocean monument. And so basically what I did is I like went like every like 5 or 6 blocks, and then I made like a wall of gravel the whole way along. And then I went down with sponges, and I placed down sponges to like dry up all the water along that strip. And then I took all my sponges to the nether portal and I dried them in the nether, and they just washed, rinse, repeat, and I did the whole thing. And it took me like basically like a week to drain this whole ass like area out of water. And I keep mentioning it, this was another victim of the mega wipe, where my game crashed, the file got corrupted, and I had a load of backup that was like 2 or 3 weeks old. And this was the main thing that broke me, where I was like, that took me so long to do in survival, I just used the /fill command to like drain the water the second time. Because that was just one of those things where I was never going to do that legit again. I put in the effort once, I was not going to do it again. But even still, I just really like the vibe of it. Just the big... Well, see, I built this whole copper stuff because I was thinking about changing this to be like a bit of like a steam... And I might still do this, but I wanted to show what it was like before. I wanted to like replace these with like copper to create like a steampunk kind of like rustic submarine vibe to the walls. But I'm also not sure if I want to do that because it's just something very liminal of like the pure gravel floor with like pure gravel walls walking around. This area down here was where I would normally farm for music discs, which I don't think I'm going to do that in here anymore to like preserve it a little bit better because, you know, there's risk of explosion. But, you know, even still, I just kind of like how empty it feels. It's very like an empty fish tank almost, it feels like being in, which I guess kind of literally it is. But as you can see, the Endermen have griefed it a little bit. They've taken gravel blocks from the bottom and just caused the top to fall, and then water starts pouring in again, which, you know, is a little bit rough. And the main reason I say that's a little bit rough is because over here we have what was my slime farm. As you saw from the chest in my like storage facility, my slime supply is still pretty good. But the kind of idea here is that you would have slimes that would like wander off the edges and they'd fall down and they'd die on this magma. There might have been golems at some point to lure them. And then underwater, under here, there was like a minecart on a rail that would like go along underneath and collect all the slime. But then the water poured in and it broke the minecart and it even half flooded some of the chambers. And so I don't know how well this works. I only noticed that it was broken like a couple of days ago when I was like scouting out at my world to remember what I needed to do for this tour. I only recently discovered that it was just broke, and I need to fix it. And that's one of the things where it's like, yeah, putting in the copper walls would help with that, of shoring this place up and making it look more steampunky. It's just, it'd be a very big time investment. Copper-wise, it wouldn't be too bad because there's 2 trial chambers over there. One of them I started, one of them I haven't, that I've been harvesting for copper in order to potentially build this up someday. But going into the actual ocean monument, we'll start by going into the middle. As you can see, I've just kind of like set up a bit of like a fish tank here that spawns in the guardians, and then they're sucked through the bottom and then sucked up somewhere else. I'm not just sure where they get sucked up at, because I built this. It's been like 4 or 5 years since I built this. I can't remember exactly how it works. Oh yeah, they all get funneled over here, where they get sucked down here into the soul sand column, and then it brings them up through this big tube, where then they drop back down into the killing chamber. But for this main interior section, I had a bit of a crazy idea, which, again, I haven't been here forever. Coming in, the fish tank position might actually fuck with this a little bit, but I wanted to, like, take this, and I wanted to convert it into, like, a fancy sushi restaurant. I think that'd be a cool idea, having a sushi restaurant set up instead of like a guardian farm, to like almost imply that you're like kind of eating the guardians, even though, you know, you're not, but we'll pretend that you're eating the guardians. And actually, in the most recent like Minecraft Live, they showed up like a bit of a build technique that utilizes the shelf blocks as like the divider lines between booths and like a restaurant, and like that's very much the kind of thing where like, oh yeah, that would look great in here. And that's kind of been my inspiration for like, oh, this is going to be my next main project, is like converting this into a fancy restaurant. But again, I haven't been here in a long time. I thought this tank was on the opposite side. And I thought the walls were higher. So like the idea I had in my head for how to do it, ooh, I'm going to have to rework it a little bit. But I think I could make it work. Because I have ideas. But that's for later. For now, down here is the Guardian Killing Chamber. You just slash them up, and you take thorn damage, so it's very annoying. But you get lots of prismarine shards and prismarine crystals. You need the shards more than the crystals, which is a little bit annoying, and also you get like a lot of fish, which is a little bit annoying. But yeah, I gather stuff up here, and I would use this to deposit my music discs when I took a break to go farm them. But yeah. I spent a long time here in order to build my aquarium, and that kind of put me off Prismarine projects. I love Prismarine. It's a very pretty building block. I love building stuff out of it, but it can be a real drain trying to get that many of them. And actually, there's something else I want to show you guys before we head back onto the nether rail. I think it's right over here. I'll cut this if I can't find it. Here it is. Check out this fucking huge mushroom fields biome. It goes on for ages. This is not my mushroom island. This is not where I set up like my creeper farm and stuff. I had a much smaller, much more pathetic mushroom island that I set up, and then when I was exploring for trial chambers, I found this huge mushroom island with this really cool ruined portal in the center. And it's so big. It's so cool. And to highlight how big it is, I found this, at least I'm pretty sure, during Trails and Tales. But if you look over here, there's a firefly bush over here. It was so big that the first update I visited it, I did not load in the whole thing. And like the next time I visited, there was new content from a newer update. Which, it's just crazy. And I originally approached it. I'm gonna run out of firework rockets. This is the problem. But I have to showcase this. I originally discovered this totally by accident, just exploring for trial chambers from this direction. And I came in and I climbed up on shore and I started exploring it. And then I saw that freaking ruined portal in the middle of it. And it was just like, it's insane. I have never seen a mushroom biome this huge, this big. It's really cool. And I kind of want to fix up that ruined portal and do something on here someday. It's just I already have a mushroom island base. And I don't really have any farms to set up in a mushroom island for a place like this. But like, I know the grass is really pretty in mushroom field biomes. You know, maybe I could do something with that. I don't know. I have to do something with it someday. But I have no ideas as to what. Hell, now that I'm saying that, I was talking about mods before, about how, like, mods might break if I load in the chunks. Maybe something that far away would be good to have, like, unloaded chunks where I could work on modded content. That's an idea. That's a concept. Maybe I could do that. Huh. Live brainstorming. It's very useful. And finding the way back to the Onishi Monument shouldn't be that hard. There we go. The big cobblestone sky penis of the failed creeper farm. Oh, I don't think I showed the bridge from the outside. The exterior. I decorated it a little bit. Got some, like, bumps, some rivets, some pillars, some lanterns. Originally, I was going to make this out of, like, unwaxed copper. Just so it would oxidize, but in the end I thought, like, yeah, actually it would be kind of cool, like, having the copper remain all orange, and so I used wax blocks from a trial chamber. There's a trial chamber out there past the mushroom island. We're not going to go to it, but I started harvesting it for resources. Alright, so the next thing that I think we'll take a look at is going to be my mushroom biome, and I think yeah, I guess we'll have to take the rail, because I haven't made a way up to the... Because, again, I haven't finished the ice part here, so I'm probably going to cut this, too. Actually, here, see, this is what I'm talking about. This big-ass staircase on the railway. That makes the ice boat section annoying. It feels cool going in the minecart. It does not feel to go on the ice boat. It is not satisfying to go on the ice boat. I can tell you that much. I keep talking about how I listen to stuff. I just had memories of battle droids and clone troopers. I must have had like a Star Wars thing on when I was building this one. But here is the entrance to my mushroom island. And I thought it would be a funky, cool idea to have it be a bit of like a fort area that's being overrun by mushrooms. That are kind of like growing out of the portal and out of the floor and like crushing the walls. And it's just kind of like the fungus is taken over. And it's overworld fungus too, not nether fungus, to like, again, highlight that like, oh, this is coming from the mushroom island. So here is my mushroom island. I'm just gonna go ahead and sleep right away. Here is my mushroom island. I didn't notice that floating thing before. And this is actually the home to quite a few different farms that I have got. I've got a sugarcane farm over there. There's icebergs all around that I use to collect blue ice. And the main attraction is this gunpowder farm here, which I also breed temperate temperate frogs. This is where I breed my temperate frogs too. But yeah, the main attraction is this gunpowder farm, where basically we have platforms where there are like carpets and cats with minecarts, and the system is supposed to be that only creepers can spawn. And then they see these cats and they get scared and they run away, and they fall down to this pit that funnels them down to like a magna block and like a rotating minecart, and they die, and we collect the gunpowder in this chest. And it's decently effective. I have like right now I have like nearly 3 shulkers and a double chest full of gunpowder because I've been AFKing here a lot recently. But basically you have to go like way up to like the top of this like scaffolding, which is annoying. I want to set up a better system for that. You AFK, creepers get killed, you get gunpowder, you go over there, you harvest the sugarcane, you craft it together, and you get firework rockets. A recent, I guess, a relatively recent addition to this system that I also made was this up here. Oh, maybe I should have left it at night because I could have shown this off. This is my creaking farm, where basically there are creaking... Actually, I'll go with spectator to show this off a little bit more. So, first off, I decorated a bit, so look a little bit like a creaking heart from creaking face from the top. But basically, there are creaking hearts back here that are designed in a way so that they can summon in creaking. And annoyingly, the farm design I used was a little bit busted and didn't quite work. I set up this little alcove that should spawn the creakings, and they try and walk on the trapdoors, and then they fall down to this actual like area down here. And basically, what you do is, ooh, I'll have to go back up now. Basically, what you do is the creepings spawn in, they fall down this area, and then you just slash at them with your sword. And as you do that, resin clumps build up on this big wall of pale oak wood in the back there. And then once you've gotten like a decent bit of resin built up, you flick this trap door, and the entire thing like swings up and down, and it breaks all the resin. It falls down, and it gets collected in these hoppers into this chests. And I haven't used it in a while because I actually really like the look of resin. I like how like vibrant and like vibrant it is, but I haven't used it in many builds yet. I do have a few ideas for builds that I want to use it in, but I just haven't used it in much. But I do have like about half a chest of the stuff, and blocks, not items, blocks of the stuff. So that's pretty good. But yeah, the creeper farm doesn't super work because there's spiders that spawn in it somehow. And I've also found bones and arrows sometimes, and I think that's probably from spider jockeys. And you know, maybe I built it wrong because also the creepers don't always like walk up at the edge. I don't know what the deal is. It works good enough, but clearly something is wrong with it, and I don't know exactly what. Oh, and I'm pretty sure I forgot to showcase this, which is a bit embarrassing. But if we go down here, it's a bit of a long track with the scaffolding. It's a little annoying. Down here, I actually have a mine underneath my gunpowder farm that I haven't really used that much. So in case anyone doesn't know, the Caves and Cliffs update for Minecraft was actually, it's somewhat controversial in that it was split in half. Where basically during that, like, spring or summer or whatever, they added in all of the like blocks for caves and cliffs, but not the actual terrain generation. And then that came in the next update, which came a little bit later. And so I set up this little like underground mine chamber thing in an attempt to get things like deep slate and copper and amethyst when they were first added to the game and before the actual expansion of the world happened. Now there's deep slate and stuff under my base, so I don't have to come here to mine anymore, but that was what the original purpose of this was. And with this mine, I decided to try something very interesting. I have torn down most of it now. The actual contraption isn't here, but this was a sort of awkward sort of setup with like a piston or a trapdoor or something that would squash you into a compactor and it would clip your head into the wall. And it essentially functioned as a form of survival X-ray. And so I used this because I wanted to try and find an amethyst geode, because that was the new underground farmable thing. And I was very lucky in that there was a geode, like, in the direction I was already mining. It was very close by. And so I probably would have stumbled on it by accident if I did not use the X-ray. But yeah, there was an amethyst geode here that I sort of harvested out and I converted into... I preserved the budding amethysts so I could come here and harvest the amethyst crystals. And yeah, like this mine track was like already happening. And so if I had just like gone like a little bit over, I would have found it naturally. But it turns out doing that was a bit of a pointless endeavor, because when Caves and Cliffs Part 2 came out, I, by accident, managed to find a naturally generating amethyst geode right underneath my base. And since then I've also found like 1 or 2 geodes in like my chunk mine for my emerald farm, so I didn't really have to do that. But that was something that I experimented around with, was coming down here to get a bunch of copper and amethyst. But as you can see, it's kind of a small mine, because I don't really need to come all the way out here and use it anymore. Now, there is a reason I use this place to breed tempered frogs, even though you normally find tempered frogs naturally inside of mangroves. And that has to do with the next area we're going to go through. And this is a very long rail, and so I'm going to cut this one. There is no Blue Ice Highway. It is just a long rail. Alright, here we are, pulling into the station. I haven't really finished this end of the station yet, because I don't come here that often. As you can probably tell, we're in a bastion right now. I think Treasure Bastion is the one that it's called. And I have secured it a little bit with the staircase here, because I think I've killed all the brutes here, but... Actually, no. I try and keep brutes alive, because they're a non-renewable mob, and I want to make, like, a mob museum or a mob zoo at some point. But I just, haven't yet. But this is my Froglight farm, which, it actually does have, like, a little bit built up in it now. So if we go to Spectator, we can kind of fly up and see. So Treasure Bastions actually have magma cube spawners, which continuously spawn magma cubes. And so this is a very interesting thing you can do in order to help you get Froglight, because Froglight's just so annoying to get. Where you can come to a treasure bastion, you can put powdered snow that the magma fuse fall into, and that causes the magma fuse to get cold and die of cold damage and split down to, eventually, you can see even the middle size shiver, and eventually they become the smallest size. Then when they become the smallest size, you have all these frogs that get hungry, and they run over, and they eat them, and they make frog lights. And then this minecart collects all the frog lights and dumps them into this chest for me to collect. Now, this is a very out-of-the-way thing, very long and annoying Minecraft ride, and I have a shit ton of frog lights already collected. I'll just pick these up anyway, just to, like, get them out of the system. Very, like, long out of my way to get frog lights, and I have a lot of them already, so I don't come here very often, but it is a farm that I think if you're going to build with frog lights at all, you probably should set up something like this. I'm just a little bit annoyed that, because I made my world before the Nether update, this, at least like according to Chunk Base, this was the closest. This was the closest treasure bastion that had a magma cube spawner. So, that was just ever so slightly annoying. Just a little bit. So, I've been cutting most of the nether rail sections, but this is something that I actually kind of want to show you because I've been cutting so many of them. I actually do have windows around my nether rail. Whenever there was something outside that I thought was like kind of interesting or cool to look at, I put like little glass windows to like entertain myself as I'm passing through. I the rails are so long and the rails are so loud anyway, I'm still not gonna like put that many of them in the video, but I thought I'd like point them out at some point because, you know, something I could do maybe is just ride all of my nether rails with like no commentary, just to let people see the views that I got outside, because some of them are very pretty. So the next area I think we're going to go is, again, a long-ass rail that I'm probably going to cut. We're going to go to my netherite mines. Again, this is just kind of like one of those annoying things where it's like, because my world is pre-nether update, and this nether fortress was pre-nether update, I wasn't really sure where there would be areas where there were new nether chunks to farm netherite, but I did find a section that I thought was very cool way off in this direction. Alright, and here we are. As you can see, I have not actually set up like a proper minecart station for this yet. But this is the location of my old netherite farm. And I say old netherite farm because I do have a few smaller ones here and there. This is just where I started my netherite, and it's my biggest one. Now, originally, I picked this area because I thought it would be kind of a fun place to set up some sort of like nether hub area, because there's a crimson forest there, there's a warp forest there, and there's a basalt dust delta right there. And so, you know, no Soul Sand Valley, but also that's kind of the spookiest of the nether biomes because of the gas that blow everything up. But I thought it was a nice like meeting of the worlds. Speak of the devil in his domain. Oh right, yeah, I did switch back down to Pro Dimer art. I forgot about that. I actually normally. Should I go on my texture pack rant? I should probably save that for later. I'm gonna leave it on programmer art though for now. So I initially like came to this area because I thought it would be like a cool like meeting of the minds, melting point of like different nether biomes as like one like central location. However, that did come with the problem that is probably obvious to you looking at it right now, that because nether endermen spawn frequently in the warp forest, and because endermen pick up and place blocks, because I spent so much time in the netherite mines, they have just littered this place, and they have made it a total mess. I really should clean it up at some point. It's just, I can't be bothered. Because again, I want to build something cool here. It's just, I can't be bothered. It is so far out of the way. But down here we've got my old netherite mine. Now, I did two different styles of mining here. First off, I tried doing a bit of a chunk mine. And originally I had, again, not like a proper chunk mine, but I kind of had the logic that netherite is so quick to dig that it wouldn't really matter if it wasn't a proper chunk mine. And again, I'm a bit of a hoarder, so I held on to like quite a bit of the netherite, which I don't really need to, and I shouldn't have, but I did anyway. So I dug out like pretty big sections looking for netherite. The thing is, though, that very quickly got boring. Even I'm a pretty like patient and like guy that's like willing to do like very methodical tasks, but like even this got to the point where like it was just excessive and it was just annoying trying to like dig out every block where netherite could theoretically spawn. I do, though, again, I like to listen to stuff. I do have one fond memory here. I'm pretty sure it was like when I was digging out like that chunk or like that chunk. This is where I was. If anybody has ever watched Drawfee, this is where I was for the infamous Jacob draws the fool moment. That absolute classic bit. Great joke. This is where I ended up hearing it. But, you know, eventually, all of this just digging out big hunks of land got old. So I switched over to doing bed bombing. And I had a few different styles of bed bombing. I'll kind of like, I think spectators going to be like easy to like show this off, really. Although I don't want to spoil myself if there is more netherite in the area. But as you can see, I did some like simple bed bombing where I would like dig out to like an area, I'd explode a bed, I'd go to the next part, dig out an area, explode a bed, and I just kind of kept doing that like all kind of like around the fortress. But the big like crazy idea I had at one point was like, okay, what if I just dig out at like the average level of netherite, dig a big flat plane, and then go around and bomb that big flat plane. And this was my most successful netherite mining. The full chunks took way too long, and I barely got anything. The bed bombing, it was pretty quick, but I still barely got anything. This one was a nice like middle ground of like the setup was a bit slow, but then the payoff was fast, and I got a lot of netherite doing this. Thing is though, in some of my newer netherite farms, I did end up finally trying out TNT mining instead of the bed bombing, which I guess would be regular bombing. And I do like the TNT, because even though the TNT doesn't dig up as much space as the beds do, and the TNT is more expensive to get than the... Yeah, well, that's the thing. The TNT doesn't dig up as much space as the beds, and the TNT is more expensive than the beds. So I only did bed bombing for like, the longest time, but the nice thing about the TNT... Oh, no. The nice thing about the TNT mining is that you can just kind of like set down all the TNT, set off one, and then it does the whole chain, and it creates this nice, clean tunnel. There's no like climbing up and down, clamoring from like the circular area that the bed leaves. There's no fire all over everywhere, dealing constant damage to you. You aren't taking constant explosion damage. I guess you aren't taking constant explosion damage from the beds. It is just a much chiller bombing method than the bed bombing, even though it doesn't do quite as much and it takes more setup. And that's why I've been farming a lot of gunpowder recently, because I would like to make that netherite beacon eventually. I'm going to need a lot of TNT for that. I'm going to need a lot of gunpowder and sand. Now I've got not enough gunpowder, but a decent chunk of gunpowder to get like started, and a bunch of sand, so the next time I netherite mine, hopefully I can use TNT bombs and it will go a little bit better. But yeah, that's basically everything that's in the west wing of my nether fortress. Actually, I call it west wing because it's on the left. Is it actually the west wing? Yeah, it is the west wing. Yeah, that's everything that's like on the west wing of my nether. So I guess next time we're gonna get back to the main base. We'll check out the east wing. Alright, so that's everything that was in the west wing. So now I guess we should probably go down the east wing of my nether rail system. And now the sort of like good thing about the east wing is this was made after, this is mostly newer stuff, it was made after I actually had a source of blue ice and was using blue ice, so there's no staircases this way. That doesn't mean we won't have to use a minecart at any point, but we'll have to do a lot less minecarting. And see, this is something where there is still a little bit of a problem, because going straight on an iceboat highway is easy, but once you have a turn like this, it gets a bit nasty, it gets a bit tricky. So, you know, it's still not like a perfect system, but it's usually faster than the rails, at the very least less noisy than the rails. But here we have my Deep Dark nether rail station, and I actually could not remember if I changed it or not. There used to be a portal up here, but I got rid of this to, like, complete the vibe. As you can see, this is mostly made out of deep slate, in order to kind of replicate the vibe that ancient cities have. We also have some like chains and soul lanterns, again, just to kind of fit in with what ancient cities look like. And then we have this long staircase delving deep, deep, deep underground. This was kind of just because I built the portal in the ancient city, and then it spawned at the bottom of this huge like cavern. And I wanted to kind of preserve that, of like going down to the very bottom of the world. And I have a little bit of like an altar, a little bit of a grave thing back here. But if we pass on through. Here is my first ancient city. And I decided to do something very interesting with this place. There's two, like, proper build areas that I think we will show off in a section, but as you can probably see, I have done my best to renovate the place. Not only have I put, like, torches up everywhere, but I've laid down some paths of grass, or rather dirt for grass to grow on. And I haven't, like, super made them look like, you know, that nice, but I have cleaned up the buildings a little bit to sort of make them less run down and ruined and in shambles. Added some glass to the windows to kind of make them feel more like they're actual like huts along like a city path or a city trail. There's a few interesting builds that I have. Oh, I forgot about that. There are a few interesting builds that I do have set up around here. Yeah, see over here, I've got a little bit of a sheep pen down here. Eventually, I would like to get more animals down here just to like have a nice little like population. A little cherry trees and every so often to like spice things up a little bit. There were some water features that I decided to leave because I kind of liked how they like broke up the walls just a little bit. This is like the tomb area for like the ancient cities, which I actually think does, or altar sort of area, which I think does look pretty good cleaned up. For a lot of them, it's kind of hard to tell what the building was supposed to look like, and so you couldn't get like that many details in on it. Here's the icebox room, which normally doesn't have a roof, so I had to kind of like wing it for the roof. Was there anything that interesting? Oh yeah, there was. There was this big lava waterfall, and I thought this lava waterfall was kind of cool. So instead of getting rid of it, I converted it to sort of like forge foundry area, with the idea being this would like heat up all these furnaces for creating weapons and stuff. I did get pigs in here. Okay, that's good. I set up a little pig pen over here. This was a weird thing too, like altar areas next to each other. Like Minecraft is like that a lot, where since it's randomly generated, you get some odd terrain generation here and there. But I just think it's interesting, like how much just putting down a bunch of torches and actually lighting up the place just fundamentally changes the vibe of an ancient city. It goes from being this super depressing and spooky and kind of nerve-wracking to travel area to being actually a decently chill place. Not too bad to get around. Most of the skulk I have cleared out. There is one skulk thing that I have left in here, which we will get to. We'll get to. As you can see, I have like a few more cherry trees in this area. I really laddered up to the towers, because the towers were actually, like, they're spindly, but they are one of the structures that is like a little bit more complete in the default ancient city. There's diamonds up there. I didn't even remember that. I have like garden paths here and there for some of the structures. One of these weird like offshoot areas. Lots of ancient cities have these. There it is. This was one of the more like custom builds that I did for the whole thing. Is I set up this sort of shipping and receiving area with just some like supplies that have been brought down to the place. I think even, yeah, these wooden structures, at least like, you know, the idea among the lore heads is that these wooden structures are not like a part of the actual ancient city. Can I make that? I can't make that. Are not actually like a part of the ancient city. They're probably something that was like added by the Illagers potentially while they were exploring it, because it's made out of like, you know, the dark oak and the blue wool and stuff like that. But I decided to clean it up and keep them in here anyway, just, you know, for the vibes. But there are a couple of interesting things in this ancient city. Well, first off, I do kind of like this bridge area, but this brings us to the one area where I did not clean up the skulk. And the reason why that you can potentially guess if you've played like a lot of Minecraft is this is the area where I got my How Did We Get Here advancement. If you don't know, How Did We Get Here, the situation has changed a little bit over the years, but How Did We Get Here is under the Nether tab. It is an advancement for having every single effect applied at the same time. Now, at first you might not think that's that hard, because like, oh well, there's lots of potions in the game, the potions are easy. That's not what this is about. Furious Cocktail is every potion effect, which is not too bad. You just need like an automatic dispenser with a bunch of splash potions. But there are stats effects that you cannot get from potions, that you have to get from other sources. And so this is a crazy contraption, which I guess, you know, it might be easier to show this in Spectator. This is a crazy contraption that is supposed to give you every single status effect in the game. So down here, we have a 5 beacon array, and it is a much more, like, condensed 5 beacon array, much more, like, resource friendly than the one I have at my base. I have gutted it. I've taken out all but one of the beacons to like put them in other places. But initially, this was providing all 5 of the beacon status effects, most importantly haste. Here we've got a dolphin to provide Dolphin's Grace. I named it Grace because of that. And this kind of chamber is a bit of like an interesting concept design. Basically, the dolphins in Minecraft are really fucking stupid, and they just kill themselves all the time. They need to be both in water and breathing air in order to survive, but their AI just like conks out a lot of times, and they'll just chill underwater and suffocate to death if you leave them in water. And of course, you can't leave them on land. So this kind of structure uses a bunch of boats that are, not boats, what am I talking about? A bunch of chests that are waterlogged, because this keeps the dolphins like blowhole above the water level so it can breathe, but also it's touching the water so it stays hydrated. Over here we've got a conduit, which I did take this out. I thought I left this. I think this is the conduit that I moved to my trophy room. But this provides conduit power whenever you're swimming. Over here we have got a shulker that can give you the levitation effect. Well, I'll get into how I got him here in a second. Got a shulker to give you the levitation effect, right on top of a Skulk Shrieker, which I think is the only Shrieker left in this city, which you swim against for the darkness effect, and then you swim towards this Wither Rose, which gives you the Wither effect. We have a dispenser here, which is empty now, but it'll be full of, like, bunch of splash bones, and then most importantly, spectral arrows that give you the glowing effect. And so basically what you would do is you would, at least back when I did it, again, this was a while back, the advancement has changed since then. What we'd do is you would go to a pillager outpost, kill a pillager, and get Bad Omen. You'd go to a village, beat the village raid, and get Hero of the Village. You'd go back to the pillager outpost, kill a pillager, and get Bad Omen again. And that, you've got like an hour on the clock, so that's fine. Then you go to an ocean monument, which I will get to that too, that's on the Netherrail chain as well. You go to an ocean monument, and you visit an Elder Guardian, and they give you mining fatigue. Now you have 2 minutes on the clock. You come back here, and you chow down, and I think the order of operations is golden apple in order to give you absorption, which I think is like a minute to 2 minutes, then a pufferfish to give you 30 seconds of nausea. Then you jump in here and you swim against the Wither Rose on top of the Shulk Shrieker with the Shulker shooting you, which should give you Wither Levitation and Darkness. You flick the lever, you're hit with all the splash potions and the Spectral Arrow, and then you chow down on a Suspicious Stew, which gives you 5 seconds of blindness. And then that pops the advancement. The most recent update changed this to make it a lot harder. It is much more difficult. Well, I say a lot harder. It's not that much harder, but it was like different enough to be like, it's similar enough to this contraption that I didn't feel the need to do it again, but different enough that it is a little bit harder and more complicated to do. They changed how Bad Omen worked in the Tricky Trials update. So now, instead of killing a pillager for getting Bad Omen, you drink an ominous bottle. And also, there are now 3 versions of Bad Omen. There is Bad Omen, Village Omen, and Trial Omen. Now, getting Trial Omen, all you have to do is enter a trial chamber, and then you get it for 40 minutes. That's fine. Bad Omen, you have to drink an ominous bottle instead of killing a pillager, but it still lasts like an hour, so that's fine. The issue is with Village Omen. In order to get Village Omen, you have to enter a village, and then that gives you 30 seconds of Village Omen. So the way to make it work is easier than it sounds. Basically, you have to go, like, I think it's 4 chunks away from your actual machine and put down a villager, a bed, and a bell. And then what you have to do is you just have to, like, barely step over the chunk border so you're technically in the village, then rush back, chug your other ominous bottle to get Bad Omen back, and then enter the machine. Which just makes, like, the timing a little bit stricter than it used to be. And the next update, Mounts of Mayhem, they're going to be adding in Breath of the Nautilus. In order to get that effect, you have to ride a Nautilus. You only have it for, like, 2 seconds after you leave. So now, once you eat the stew and you have 5 seconds of blindness, you have to, like, right-click on a Nautilus that's parked just outside the machine, and then you'll mount it, and you should get the effect. Now, I was a little. Oh, also I forgot to mention Tricky Trials added in 4 new splash potions, but adding those to this thing was not that hard. Now I should mention that I was a little bit cheaty in getting the advancement here. Basically, what I did was I made a backup of my world. Then I went and I got, like, Bad Omen, Hero of the Village, Mining Fatigue, all the effects that last a decent amount of time. Then when I got back to the machine, before I, like, ate the golden apple or the pufferfish or got the splash potions or anything like that, I left my world and then I made a backup. And then I kept reloading the backup, jumping in the machine, and trying to get the effect. Reload a backup, jump in the machine, try and get the effect. And I think if we save and quit to title here real quick, if I go into my single player worlds, you'll notice that the title of my world is actually How Did We Get Here Too? Which I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure what that means was I tried it, failed, reloaded as How Did We Get Here? Tried it, failed, reloaded it as How Did We Get Here 1? Tried it, failed, and then reloaded as How Did We Get Here 2? And then that's when I got it. I'm not positive if that was the case. I think I started manually renaming the files at one point in order to, like, what's it called? Manually renaming the files so the number wouldn't go up. So I don't think it was 3 or 4 resets that I managed to get the effect. It might have been more than that, but it wasn't that many more than that. Which, I don't know, maybe some people consider that cheating, but I didn't want to waste that many enchanted golden apples and splash potions on something that's so finicky, you know? I just was like, I did the hard work of getting a dolphin and a shulker into an ancient city. I'm gonna try my best to get it. So this is how I got the shulker in, though. This is a bit of an interesting story. We are just gonna go spectator mode for this because this is gonna take fucking forever if I don't. But as you can see, I have got a long out. You probably can also see over there that tunnel was both for the beacon to have its effect, but then also for me to get the dolphin down, which that in itself was annoying, again, because they kind of, like, killed themselves. We have this long-ass railway that eventually links up with a suspiciously wider railway track. And I don't think we looked at this back at the start, but this way runs all the way back to my original base. And that's how I got the shulker in, through the rails here. But if I keep following, you'll notice that this tunnel is a lot longer than that. It is a very big tunnel. I'm not going to even fly the entire distance because it's that big. And it's because my original plan was I also wanted to bring the Elder Guardian to the ancient city in order to, like, get rid of that 2-minute timer concern. But eventually I came to the decision that, like, that would be a little bit Rails intensive as well, and also that would fuck me over when I'm trying to restore the ancient city, and so I ended up not doing that, but I did dig most, if not all, of the tunnel for transporting the Elder Guardian before I gave up on that idea. Which, was like a bit of a waste of time, although talking about stuff that I'm listening to, I do remember when I was digging that tunnel, it was like right after Fiona and Cake came out, because I was listening to a bunch of like Adventure Time shit while working on that. And then also, every time I'm in this area of the facility, like especially here, when I was cleaning it up, replacing like the cracked deep slate with like fixed deep slate and stuff like that, and putting down the grass, I was listening to just like very like fun review of like a Star Wars thing where basically Disney made this like IRL Star Wars like park experience, and it ended up really shit. And it was this video from this girl that like really loved Star Wars. She was a massive Star Wars fan, and she was invited out to go on the tour, and it was just like a very torn review. Because on the one hand, she appreciated all of the actors and the cosmetics and the makeup and the effort they were going through to try and make an interesting experience. But it was really expensive, a really railroaded and limited experience, and it didn't even function correctly. It was broken a lot of the time. And so it was just a massive failure on all accounts on Disney's part. And she was very disappointed in them. This is how I distracted wardens when I accidentally summoned them, building the thing. And it was just a very solid review. I quite liked it. I would recommend it. I can't remember what it was called and who made it, but I recommend it. But then over here, you're probably noticing a bit of an elephant in the room. There's googly heads on the portal. I did clean up the edges of the portal to make it more square. I did not put those googly eyes on. Now, this entire time, I've mostly been showcasing stuff that I have built, that I have made. But this is not actually a single-player world. I have played with another player here before. Every so often, I play with my little brother on LAN. Now, we are in the slight problem, the slight issue, that whenever I'm in the mood to play Minecraft, he usually isn't in the mood to play Minecraft, and also we tend to be up at different times, and with, like, a LAN world, as opposed to a dedicated server, with a LAN world, if he's ever going to play on here, I have to be online too in order to host the LAN world. So, he doesn't play that often, but whenever he does, he decided to make the ancient city his base. Like, I was showing him the tour, and he was like, hey, this place is pretty impressive. Do you have any big plans for it? And I was like, not really, I'm kind of done. And so he's like, he decided to take it over and work on it to, like, make it something new. And so, this is his fortress. He has kind of modified the interior of the sort of like redstone contraption room to turn it into like a little bit more of a house and a base. Over here we've got a storage room, we've got the dump chest over here for when he doesn't like really need anything, and then we have like all the actual like storage chests where like he sorts out his items, mostly from mining, because you know, it's underground, there's a lot of mining doing Ancient City. We got his dog here, Shadrach, his dog. Over here we've got like a little like kitchenette area with like a lovely tiled floor and some cabinets that are actually like, you know, you flap open the door of the cabinet and then you reach inside to get the items. You got a fridge build, nice little smoker to cook stuff. You have a little like eatery over here. This was actually very annoying, trying to get like the stairs for like, because there's stairs here anyway. Trying to get like stairs to get up to this level, not interfere with the stair build for the like bench around the coffee table was actually very annoying. I remember that being a bit of a trouble. Over here we just have like a little side table in this nook. I suggested making this into like a closet and he did not go for that. In here we've got the living room where we have like a nice couch. We're using wood here as like, I think it was supposed to be like a shaggy carpet was the idea. We're playing Donkey Kong up on the console. Is there anything back there? No, there's not. Sometimes there's stuff behind, but sometimes there's not. The bed he kept moving around because he had no real ideas for it. This was a part of the ancient city that we thought looked a bit like it was supposed to be a barracks, so we kind of turned it into a bedroom, but still not super happy with how it turned out, and we didn't like really figure out anything to do with this room. And so, you know, not that big of a house, not that big of a base, but tried to make a house a home. We also just kind of, partially because accessing the sculk sensor to get in here can be a bit finicky and annoying, but then also to make room for the storage room, we gutted out all the redstone. And so the door is just permanently open, which, you know, it might be nice to do something different than that at some point, but yeah, that's just how it is. And there are other people that I would love to play on this world for. I would like, because I don't know if you've noticed, but like, you know, I have like 2 tracks in my nether rail to allow multiple people to be going in different directions at once. I have labels on like a lot of stuff that, you know, theoretically I could have just memorized. And I have plans to make like more rooms in my castle. I want to play with more people on this world. It's just that, again, I don't really play on it enough to justify buying a full-time server. And I don't know who all of my friends I want to invite and play with. But I would like more people to come on and kind of make some of these more places their own. And I think that he's done a pretty good job with the Ancient City so far, especially given that he was only on for like a week or 2, you know? Oh, and I think this bed was me. This bed was me, setting my spawn in case the warden killed me while I was cleaning up the place, and I just never fixed it. We also had plans to, like, maybe not, like, you know, not get rid of the nether portal, because you kind of need it to get here, but we wanted to set up, like, a big 3x3 staircase just jutting out from the underground up to the surface world as, like, what is, like, the like, overworld natural entrance to this place as opposed to the somewhat cheap Nether Highway entrance. You know, how would people on Earth have gotten there in the first place? We wanted to do something like that, and we haven't done that yet, because I kind of wanted to do that with him to figure out the style of the stairs. But we stopped playing together after that, and it's been a while since we played together. Okay, this way. So in here, this nether rail is actually something that I kind of had some plans for that never super came into fruition. I wanted to make a bit of a restaurant. So we have this balcony that you get up here and the staircase to get down to the main level. But out here on the floor, you'll notice we have like little tables and chairs for people to like eat. And I'm always scared that a gas is gonna see me and blow the whole thing up. But we have like a little like porch and like a balcony up here for people to come outside and chill. And again, if I go in spectator, I can kind of showcase. I designed this one to look a little bit prettier from the outside, where most of my nether rail bases, they're like an interior only and no outside. But I had more plans for this place that never really came to fruition. I kind of wanted to make this like back area, instead of this just being staircases up to the nether rail, I kind of wanted to convert this back area into like a kitchen, where people would be like cooking up like hoglin meat and warped fungus and preparing like hellish dishes for the visitors to this restaurant, in order for them to enjoy their time in hell a little bit more. And eventually I kind of wanted those kitchens to like link up to my first nether fortress, which is like, you know, down that like trail of torches like that way, so that I could have like a little bit of like, not necessarily easier access, but you know, more pathy access to my original nether fortress and my old blaze spawner, you know, just in case if I needed it. This way, I think, which way should we go first? We'll go to the end first, and then we'll take the side path. I was originally planning on going the side path first, but I think we'll go to the end first, just because it's going to be a little bit quicker to get in here. This, as you can see, is mostly a mud and nether brick area, and that's because this leads to my first ever mangrove swamp. And I thought that mud and nether brick was a very underrated color palette. They are very earthy, deep tones that both work well with bricks, and so I wanted to build something out of that, and mud felt fitting for a mangrove. However, if we go through the portal, you'll see I haven't really done anything here yet. There's my first mangrove over there, where I first managed to get frogs, and I had this idea where I wanted to build a like cherry and mangrove hut on stilts out here by the mangrove forest. It was a bit of a build idea that I had for a while. Again, just a block palette that I wanted to check out, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. So this area is kind of unfinished, although I do like the flanked staircases, and actually this might be one of my favorite rail launching areas, was this thing down here. I was quite happy with, and having like the big path for the boat came in. This is one of the stations that I'm a bit more proud of. It's just I haven't built anything on the other end of it yet. Now here, whoa! Yes, this whoa. If we head on down this way, as you can see, we end up in a very, very small, cramped rail hub, just kind of right on top of the portal. However, we got some ladders here that we can take down into the lower section, which, as you can see, is kind of like walled off in multiple areas because I haven't like gone out to build stuff in those directions quite yet. But this is a portal that leads to another ocean monument. Now you might wonder, did I have a dog here? Oh, I did. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Hi. Now you might wonder why I need to have a path to another ocean monument. And that's because I killed all of the Elder Guardians in my first ocean monument. But I needed mining fatigue for the How Did We Get Here advancement. So I have an ocean monument over there where I'm not sure how many of the Elder Guardians are still alive, but I left at least one of the Elder Guardians alive. So I can like run down, get to like the end of this pathway, and then I'll be given 2 minutes of mining fatigue. Then I can just race back into this portal and then just zip my way back to the ancient city in order to get the advancement. And that's one of those things where, like, since I only ever really used this portal like once, I didn't really need another rail station to get in there, but I kind of wanted to see how Dark Prismarine and Blackstone looked together. So I went ahead and made something there. Now down this pathway, which is slightly longer, this leads to my cherry base. Again, I love block palettes with the nether bases. I thought that the like red netherrack and the stone bricks had a very vivid color that contrasted with each other quite nicely. So I kind of wanted to make something with that. But also I wanted a bit of a balcony to kind of like look out and overlook the nether. And the reason that I did that is I'll probably have to crank up my render distance a bit. Is 15 chunks going to be enough? No, you can see it if you turn up the render distance enough. I just usually play with a decently low render distance to help with performance. Really, 16 is not enough. I could have sworn it was closer than that. But the kind of idea of this was essentially to have like a window to like overlook. There's like a big ass, absolutely massive lava lake out here. But the thing about this lava lake is it kind of serves as a bit of a divide. There it is. See, I don't know why it wasn't rendering, because they both render when you're here. This kind of like lava lake sits in the middle of a lot of my nether hub bases. And so since the warp one was one of the ones that I kind of wanted you to see from the outside a bit more, I set up like a big windows on this base in order to like look out at it. And also I made these like big chains to like, I forgot about those to support the thing up. Yeah, so you can't really see it with my default render distance, but right over there is my lush portal base. And so the kind of idea is like, you know, if you cranked your render distance up to the max, I think you could even see some more of my nether bases from this spot. And so I just thought that would be a fun thing to have like this window overlooking everything. But I kind of like keeping it both to like preserve on like resources and help the computer run better, and then also I like low render distance because it prevents me from generating chunks if I don't need them. Whereas like this game is constantly adding in new shit, and the more and more new shit it adds in, the further and further I have to go away from my base to get it. So having like little pockets here or there of stuff that I haven't explored yet, where there's gonna be something new, is nice because it helps keep things like a bit close to home. So. Here is my cherry grove base, and as you can see, we're now just in this kind of like grimy basement section. We got some like big bottles to work on potion brewing over here. We've got like the brewing stand to actually brew in. We got a bunch of storage cabinets here for the mines mainly. Yeah, you can see they got lots of blackstone or deep slate and shit in them for the mines, which are down there. We'll go to those later. Little like workshop over here to like craft stuff. Then we head upstairs. Here is my cherry base. When you come in, you got some lovely photos on either side, a nice roaring fireplace to keep yourself warm. I completely blanked out. I was so big talking about the restaurant thing, I didn't even show you my jungle base. Oops, we'll have to go back to that. But a nice roaring fireplace to keep things warm. We got a balcony out here to come out and overlook the fields. Way off that way is my original base. This is my first cherry grove biome. Then over here we have a nice little like foraging area over here, a little bit of a cooking area here, and then a nice little bed space to like relax and chill, and a little like cozy nook. And if we head outside, ooh, it's getting dark and rainy. We have a little like forest to explore, and there should be a beacon beam right under somewhere. I can't remember. I meant to make the beacon pink. Yeah, I meant to make that pink, and I never did. But you know, just kind of like a world full of pigs and bees and rabbits that's all pretty and pink. Here's the base from the outside, just tough basement. And I thought that the birch and the cherry wood looked really well together because they both have this sort of pastel, almost Easter candy vibe to them that I thought was very nice. Now that I'm looking at it, maybe stripped birch logs would have been better than birch planks, but you do what you do. But this base does serve a purpose. There is a function to this. This is also where most of my spare dogs ended up. We got a couple of water elevators down here. So, that's wonderful. I think I'm just going to skip the night to shut that up, because that's going to be loud and annoying, I imagine, over my voice. But okay, so down here, we got a couple of bubble elevators. And in the past, I've mentioned chunk mines, and I have shown off a few things that are kind of chunk mines. The space under my base started as a chunk mine, but then I dug it out completely because I wanted to build stuff down there under my base. For the nether, I did not properly chunk mine it because I had assumed netherite is so quick to dig that it wouldn't matter, and I ended up kind of like biting myself and eating those words because it actually did get annoying mining up that much material. But down here, we have a proper chunk mine, a for real chunk mine. If you've never seen it before, here's an example of what you're supposed to do. This is a chunk mine. As you can see, the general like idea, the sort of consensus about it, the sort of like goal is that you want to dig out these channels so that every single block in an underground space is exposed, but you haven't actually had to dig out every block. And so you save inventory space and pick durability by just creating these big blocks by digging around them so that you can see what is all there. As you can see, I've got a few allays here to help me with mining it whenever I need to. And I've got my haste beacon over there, which used to be closer, but I kept expanding out in that direction. And the main purpose, the main function of this chunk mine was for me to try and get Deep Slate Emerald. I really wanted to get Deep Slate Emerald, and so I went to an Extreme Hills biome. I found the highest height that Deep Slate Emerald can spawn, and the lowest height that Deep Slate Emerald would spawn, and then I set up a chunk mine, and I spent fucking forever digging all of this out to try and find Emerald, which is especially annoying because Deep Slate takes longer to dig than stone. And you know what the sad bit is? You know what the embarrassing bit is? You know what the depressing bit is? I didn't even find Deep Slate Emerald digging out this chunk mine. I eventually found Deep Slate Emerald. I'm pretty sure it was down this way. There was this whole cave network. Can I see it? There it is. I found Deep Slate Emerald exploring this cave system, and there was just one exposed right here. As you can see, I intersected a cave while I was doing some planning outs for expansions of the chunk mine, and it just kind of ended up finding it here despite all of the digging out that I did over here. I was going the complete wrong direction. Another kind of cool thing, though, is down this way. Very recently, and actually I actually didn't, as you can see. This, for a while, has been my iron mine. I found this massive vein of like iron and tuff that they added in caves and cliffs, and I don't know if this was the first iron vein I discovered, but it was one of the first. And so anytime I run out of iron, I come down here and I start digging it out. Basically everything I'm looking at now was once solid, tough, deep slate and iron. And that has fed me well, and as you can see, it's not even like totally tapped out yet. I haven't even like totally finished off going through it. But recently when I was doing some diamond mining in caves under my base that I had not explored because, again, caves and cliffs expanded the caves, I found another iron vein that's actually under my main base. And that iron vein has been feeding me more recently, and I'm probably going to be mostly digging up that one instead because, you know, it's closer to my house. But even still, this mine it used to help me get emerald, now it helps me get iron, and in either case, I'm very thankful for it. It turned out very well. But if I'm going to make another chunk mine to that scale, it's probably going to be under my base, just so that everything's a bit closer to home, because coming out all the way here just to mine is a little bit annoying. Okay, now we have to make our way back, because we totally skipped what is probably the most interesting part of this side of the rail. I was so busy talking about my plans for the restaurant that we didn't actually go through the portal in my jungle stop. And see, this is why I need to mob proof it. I need to mob proof it, and I still haven't. Okay. Through this portal. And this is probably the most down to life and I guess real Minecraft builds that I think, at least in my opinion. I wish I'd shown these off first because I built them before the cherry base, and the cherry base was kind of based on some of the stuff that I learned here. But first off, we got another basement here. I like putting my nether portals in the basement, where you can see, once again, we have some brewing supplies. We have some storage over here and like a bit of a closet build. We have a little workshop over here to tinker with stuff. But if you head upstairs, here is my bamboo house. I should probably put the axe away because I'm going to accidentally strip something. But here's my bamboo house. We have a nice little tiled checkered floor here with the kitchen, some graded windows to look out on the environment, barrels to store some food up here. Here we've got the living room. We got an LA who helped me build the place. Clock to tell the time. Lots of bookshelves over here to do some nice reading on the Selectern. Over here we've got like a bit of like a trophy up there with a skull. We got a little map of the immediate area so you know where you are, which I should probably bump up the size of that because that's probably too small for you to really see what things are like here. But, it's there. Then we have a ladder over here that leads up to the bedroom area. We have a nice little like bed nook here, some green wool, some more reading that you can do, a lovely azalea that's potted, a bird cage up there in case you had a parrot, a skylight, then a door out onto the like top balcony where you can just kind of like look out over some stuff if you really wanted to, but it's probably a little bit more interesting if you go down to the lower balcony. You've got a lower balcony here, which is more of like a traditional balcony where you can actually like peer out and look out over the edge. That big empty space, I used to have a dirt platform there full of bamboo, which is how I built all of this. I would just continuously harvest it for bamboo. I actually think there was something interesting around the back, too. I don't have a way back there. Oh, no, it was more bamboo, yeah. Yeah, I planted more bamboo out back to, like, complete the look a little bit. But if you head out the front door, you can see with this little, like, winding staircase to head on down from this place with this very eccentric overhang. We have this big-ass bamboo staircase leading down from the place, but it's also framed from bamboo from behind. Ooh, oops, I didn't mean to let you out, but that's okay. I'm probably not going to take you back with me to the nether. You're probably going to get lost here. But if you head down, we have a path here that actually splits. It goes over an absolutely massive hole in the ground, too. Over there is my panda farm, and over this way is my armadillo farm. The actual base there is just for the nether portal, but yeah, as you can see, very, like, ominous and impressive cave. That there's some deep dark down there. I explored that with my brother at one point. But we go down this long-ass bridge to reach the armadillo pen. As you can see, we have some high fenced walls with a fancy arched gate out front in order to step in. And then inside, we just have this nice little area for the armadillos to explore and chill. We have this like balcony made up of like campfires, a nice little like pond for them to drink in, some pretty flowers. They keep hiding under the balcony, which is kind of funny. And oh, yep, here's the problem. They can get up on the roof. I try to make this a bit naturalist with the landscape, and I think I've mob-proofed it enough that I don't think they can escape. But they do keep getting up on the roof or under the balcony, and so I come in and I'm like, where are my armadillos? And they're just kind of like hiding and chilling about. I should probably breed them up a little bit more, so there's more of a stable population. I can actually find ones every time that I come in here. But, yeah, this little, like, flat, low-to-the-ground hut, kind of what I was going for with this thing, almost built into the mountain. Head on inside. We have a nice little, like, couch here for people to sit down, enjoy some chicken. I was kind of going for that being a TV. It doesn't look as TV-like as, like, the Donkey Kong one, but I kind of like to pretend it's, like, that's, like, a TV up on the wall. Some nice, like, flower plots over here, some storage barrels. We have a workshop over here to do metalworking and foundry stuff. Kitchen with a fridge. Very recently added these shelves here. You probably noticed that in a lot of these bases, that shelves are, like, the recent addition to kind of, like, add a little bit more dimensionality to everything. Then a nice, like, bed corner over here, but you can, like, look out this window at the armadillos while you sleep. Lovely painting up on the wall. But yeah, redstone in the ceiling to keep the lights on. But I kind of wanted this to feel a bit almost like a lodge or like a cabin. A bit of, like, an open living space, open plan. was kind of what I was going for. Almost like this was like a summer camp, kind of. Not like literally, but, you know, kind of a summer camp. Then, is the sun going down? The sun is going down. We'll go sleep up here first. But yeah, just a little bit of a bamboo garden back here where you can even see, like, I think you can see... Probably can't from this angle. Yeah, this is unfinished. You can see a bit of the basement, like, peeking out and, like, some rough rocks and stones. That was something that I always meant to fix, but I never did. And this is another thing where... This is how... Oh, well, actually, there is a point for this. I'll explain that later. Actually, I don't think I said I was going to explain... When I was in my mind, I said I was going to explain that blue wool next time I axolotl farm. I never did. That blue wool was a part of a tracking system. I basically had like 10 blocks of wool up there in order for me to track the different axolotl colors, because I wanted to get a breeding pair of each axolotl color. But I didn't realize at the time that blue axolotls could not naturally spawn, or maybe they could during the snapshots and they removed that, I think was the deal. So I had 2 blue wool up there as like a reminder to like someday breed or catch a couple of blue axolotls. And even that I got them now, I haven't taken that wool out of my mind yet. But yeah, that little like 4x4 square leading into the basement was for something that I found in my panda farm. So down here we got my panda sanctuary, which building this was probably one of the biggest sort of strokes of luck that I ever had in Minecraft. And I think we'll like look at the place and explore it all before I talk about the luck, actually. I think that was probably going to be better. But if we head on in, you'll see that I have a bunch of pandas out here chilling with the bamboo and the melons. And I'm pretty sure there should be 2 copies of every breed of panda in here. I think there's like regular, weak, sad, brown, angry, and playful, I think, are the 6 breeds of panda. And there should be at least 2 of every panda in here so that I've got a breeding pair of pandas. And this entire sanctuary is originally going to be a lot smaller, but I didn't realize how big the pandas were, and so like I basically like doubled its size, extending the walls that have a very similar design to the armadillo walls out to the sides. Up here we've got the sort of like panda tower that I can use to like overlook them. It's loosely based on a Lego set, actually. There was like a jungle like Lego set, or like a few of them. I kind of tried to like emulate the designs of those. The base floor is just storage with lots of chests to hold all of your things as you collect them. If we head up, here we've got the reading nook, where it's absolutely lined with bookshelves, cartography table for mapping, again like a map of the area, kind of like what the other one had, and a little enchantment station over here to like get your gear all leveled up. Then we head up and we have the main living level, where you have a bit of a couch. Back here you can do some like light reading, enjoy some stuff on the counter table, and then up here we've actually got a bit of like a games console, game center, where we got like a Nintendo 64 down here. We got some speakers, we got a big TV, a Wii or something. I can't remember what that was supposed to be. It was something techy to create like a bit of like a TV in here. And then over in this corner you got the little like kitchen area where you can both prepare food, prepare potions, and then also do like a little bit of metalworking with the help of this big furnace. And then up at the very top level, we have the bedroom. Very recently I changed the design to this, because I wanted to kind of make this look a bit like nest-like. It used to be signs, and I replaced them with shelves. And we create this nice little like bed that you just climb into and just sink into. But we also have like a little bit of a wardrobe with some drawers over here, little computer desk over here with rose wallpaper, and then some emergency storage. And then out this way, here we've got the balcony to kind of overlook and then take off with your elytra while messing around with the pandas. But now, I need to talk about the fucking insane luck that I had with this place. I'm going to head back to the entrance, actually, to kind of like recreate things. So, I had scouted out this place, and I planned to make it a panda sanctuary for a while. I hadn't brought any pandas in yet, or at least I don't think I had, but I had started, like, planning out. I had, like, this location scouted, and I had gone and collected a bunch of materials to build it. I had finished the armadillo paste, and I got, like, my shulker boxes with my bamboo and my jungle wood, and it's like, okay, time to start the panda sanctuary. And I started on my way down here, and then a thunderstorm hit. And then I was like, okay, well, it's thunderstorming, and then also IRL, it's kind of late at night. I don't think I'm going to start the jungle farm tonight. I'm just going to save it for tomorrow. And so I put down my bed, I skipped the night, and then I closed the game. Well, the next morning, I open it up, I walk over here, and guess what I see? Up in the trees. I'm pretty sure it was that tree right there. I see a fucking skeleton. I see a fucking skeleton horse right up here on this tree. So I approach it, the lightning strikes, and it splits into 4 skeleton horsemen. And I have fought skeleton horsemen in Minecraft before. This time, I was successfully able to kill all 4 riders without harming any of the skeleton horses. And so that was great. And so then I took all the skeleton horses, I brought them up to the jungle base up there through that like little hole that leads to the basement, and then I brought them back home. So that already was really good luck. Then I started building the actual panda base. I think I built most, if not all, of the hut, and I built all of the fencing, but eventually I had to expand the fencing. And then I went out and I got some pandas. And my basic plan was, and if I go into spectator, you'll kind of see it. My plan was that if I wanted to have 2 of every panda, I went out and I found a normal panda and an aggressive panda, were the 2 I managed to find right away. And so I decided that I would breed those 2 up until I had at least 2 normals and 2 aggressives. Then all of the babies I would siphon off and take them to a lower level, where I could then breed them a little bit more. And then after breeding some of them up in that lower level, I could like siphon them off even further and then set up like separate chambers in order to like breed all of the different breeds of pandas. So I started off with 2 normals and 2 aggressives up here, and I kept breeding them until eventually I had at least 2 adult normals and 2 adult aggressives. And so then I brought the babies down here, and then I waited for those babies to grow up, and then I bred them, and it was definitely my first breeding session. I'm pretty sure it was my first breeding pair, because I only had like 3 or 4 of them. I bred the 2 pandas together, and what do I get? I get a fucking brown panda immediately. I got the rarest right off the bat. And so then breeding more brand pandas ended up being, like, honestly, a total breeze. And I kept, like, bringing them down here to the lower chambers and breeding them for even more and more different types of pandas until eventually I had a full collection. And actually, yeah, I think all these pandas actually do have names, if we go around. What is it? Happy and... maybe that one doesn't. Oh, actually, I remember what the deal is. Not all of the pandas are named, but those that are... I managed to name all of the 7 dwarfs, and then also Po from Kung Fu Panda. I think was my logic behind them. I also think that one of them is named after, was it you? No. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't. I was thinking maybe I named one after that one like famous brown panda they had in China, but I don't think I did. Maybe that's what I named the location of the map back at my main base. That's probably it. But yeah, that is the crazy luck I had. Where like within like a week, I managed to find a skeleton horseman, then started breeding pandas, and on my first try got a brown panda. And it was just like, man, I should have bought a fucking lottery ticket, because the odds of that were goddamn crazy. But I also think I kind of spent all my luck up on that, because then the blue axolotl, I did that after this, and that took forever. That was a long thing. So now I think the next thing we're going to go look at is going to be my goat tower. I don't think... we have to do a little bit of backtracking here, but I don't think I'm going to cut it because it's not like that far. The ice boats are pretty fast. And the Ice Goat Tower is kind of one of the things where it's like, if I'm going to go exploring more and expand this nether rail more, I kind of want to expand it more in this direction. At least a little bit. Just because this is like a bit of like an early dead end to the chain. It's like to the right and up, and this is the only thing to the right and up. But here's the entrance to my goat tower base. The basic idea of my goat tower... no, I'll explain it later. So as you can see for like the nether rail here, I went for something that felt very cold. I'm trying to emulate the vibes of the tower itself, where the tower was mainly made out of stone brick, quartz, and light blue concrete. And so I tried to like replicate that vibe for the railway chamber. As you can see, we got a window out here where you can peer out into the rest of the nether. There were some serious ghast problems building this place, because again, let's go inspect air. As you can see, it's kind of just like right on the edge of a cliff. And so very ugly from the outside and very hard to build with ghasts all over the place, but I'm proud of how it turned out. Down here, similar to the mud room, we have this sort of like yeah, very similar to the mud room, the kind of like rail coming in and like rushing to a stop from both ends, which I was kind of happy with how that turned out. But yeah, here is my goat tower. And it's actually, like, not necessarily just my goat tower. I'm probably actually going to go ahead and save you some trouble. I call it my goat tower. It is both my goat tower and my cold frog tower, where I try and produce both those types of animals. Over here, we've got a wheat farm, which I used to breed up the goats. Then we have two separate goat chambers. One of them is full of screaming goats, and one of them is full of normal goats. And then back here we have got the frog chamber, where they've got like a little bit of like water and some nice mud to keep them entertained, where I can breed the cold and green frogs. Now in the middle, as you can see here, we have like a bit of like a trap, where basically we have some chickens trapped in a boat and some stone in the middle, and then underneath there are hoppers all along the mud floor. And so basically the goats see the chickens, they get mad, and they try and ram them, and then their horns break off. And this was my sort of method for trying to farm up all of the different types of goat horns. And I just kind of like every so often I'll come in, kill some of the goats, and then breed these ones that are tied up to get new goats, and then those do the ramming, and then we keep getting horns built up in this chest under here that you get through this trapdoor. You enter through that way, and you get this trapdoor, and you get some goat horns. And then underneath this, you can see the actual breeding chamber that I used for the goats. Basically, I just kind of trapped them underground, and there's a whole, like, network of shit down here of... Actually, it's not... Oh, yeah. You see this whole network of shit where basically I had this big central chamber where I kept breeding goats with subtitles on, where I'd build the tower, I'd come down every few minutes, breed the goats, go back up, come down, breed the goats. But then I used subtitles to, like, look for when they had the dialogue option for a screaming goat, for whenever that finally came up. And then once that happened... I had to figure out where the screaming goat was. I got the goats from... There's actually an entrance to this place. It's got a little bit of like an entrance out here. But I got them up from like the mountains. I came down here, I kept breeding them until I saw there was the marking for the screaming goat. And then once I had the marking for the screaming goat, I started bringing them off and like branching them off into these separate chambers. Where basically, I would bring like a collection of goats into a chamber that was far enough away that I couldn't hear the main chamber of goats. I'd check the subtitles and keep looking to see if there was bleats or screams. If it was only bleats, I could kill the goats, and if there were screams, that's a screaming goat. And I kept doing that until I had at least 2 screaming goats to actually establish a breeding population. And it was a very like long-winded, tinkery underground thing. But then if we follow this up, we can explore some of this tower. Now, the basic idea of this tower was that I had a shit ton of quartz. I had like a double chest that was like totally full of quartz, and I wanted to spend the quartz somehow. So I decided to just build a huge like wizard spire that would like stretch to the heavens, that would like slowly spiral up, and it was gonna be. I had the idea for like the goats and the cold frogs pretty quickly. And just like a huge tower going to height limit with all my quartz. Now the thing is, I kind of totally underestimated how much quartz a project like that would actually take. Whereas I started building things up, and I think I maybe got like a third, if even that, of the way up for how high I had planned the tower, and then I was out of quartz. And so then it just kind of turned into like this run of me going to the nether, harvesting quartz, coming back, building, going to the nether, harvesting quartz, just over and over again, trying to get the resources to finish this tower, because I totally overestimated the amount of ingredients that I actually had. And as you can see, it is a very tall tower, very high, and I do have plans for stuff that I want to do with the tower. I had a bit of an epiphany between recording sessions that I mentioned, oh, for modded stuff, I would love a modded wizard tower. this is far enough away from the spawn chunks that I should never load it in while playing vanilla. If I wanted to keep my mod stuff in like an area where they wouldn't get corrupted and deleted, this would be it. This would be the chamber. So like that's an idea. But I also had like more vanilla ideas for stuff that I could put in this room, so, like having a brewing room with like an automatic brewer. Before I built the copper golem sorting facility, I wanted to do like a boiler room. I kind of wanted to do like a room to like study the skulk, a room to like study the creaking. And it was just like, you know, as time went on, I would add more and more like magical study sections to this tower as the floors like slowly got filled up. I had a list. I don't know where it went. I had a list for my initial plans for each floor, but as you can see, I have not built any of them. Mainly, well, it's not that far away from my main base. It's actually a pretty fast nether rail journey, especially with the ice boat. But still, it's a bit of the ways out of the way, and so coming back and forth to build everything would take a while, and so I just never really started on it. But you can probably tell, like, yeah, this place is tall. This place is very tall tower. Lots of spirals, lots of staircases. And look at how big I made the rooms even, and we still have so many floors. And a bit of an idea, you'll see when we get... Actually, I'll hold my trap tool there. Eventually it gets to the point where it's too small, tapered up to really fit the spiral staircase, and so then I just switched to a ladder. And this is the kind of thing where I think, like, the wizard's bedroom would probably be up here, but then they could also have, like, some storage facilities and maybe, like, a palantir and a very, like, secretive spot for them to look out on the universe. But then up here, we have like the crown of the tower, where the actual tower itself, I guess, doesn't go to height limit, but I'm at least pretty sure that these stair blocks up here, those are at height limit. That is how high that the world works. And this is the bit that I love about this build. I might actually go ahead and turn back on some of the sound, now that we're not going to hear any of the goats. But this is the very satisfying bit of everything. I was doing this while building it because I had to keep going down to the bottom to get new supplies of resources, just spiraling down this massive tower on my elytra. I love doing this. It's so much setup to do it because the spiral staircase is so freaking tall and it takes forever to get to the top, but this is some of the most fun that you can have with an elytra. It's just very satisfying. Up past that mountain is where I got the goats for this one, because again, my boat goats died. But yeah, it is very satisfying just flying around this thing. And my kind of like vibe for it, my rough idea, is I kind of wanted it to feel a bit like maybe like an ice version, a light side version of the Tower of Orthanc. If anyone has seen Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films, I was trying to like replicate the like tower that Saruman lives in the middle of Isengard. That was kind of the idea for it. But yeah, technically an unfinished build because I haven't furnished any of the rooms, but it is so fun to just fly off the top of that thing, which makes the whole thing worth it. Alright, now for the next part of the build, actually, we can't use the ice path. We're going to have to use the railway. This is going to be a very long rail ride, so I am going to cut most of this. Not this path. No, not this one. This one. Alright, is this it? I'm not sure if this is it or not, because I marked off a couple of spots on the trail. Yeah, this is it. This is a part of the journey where I am eventually going to set up another rail system here, but I have not yet. And I put this like divot in the floor to remind me, because down here we have a portal that... Can I go through another portals in spectator mode? You cannot. This portal leads to my first ever trail ruin. Probably should sleep here, just so the hostile mobs don't spawn. But yeah, this here was like the first spot that I went to excavate a trail ruin down here. And I know that this might be like a bit of a controversial thing to say, but I love excavating ruins in this game. It is one of my favorite things to do. I know that's maybe just like because like I'm a bit chill with like monotonous tasks, but I just find it very satisfying slowly like clearing the place out, find the suspicious gravel, opening up the gravel to find like the hidden loot. I do agree with a lot of people that there's a little bit too much crap in the loot tables for Trail Ruins. That like there probably should be like a few more armor templates and pottery shards in it. There's a lot of just glass panes and candles, and it's like I think those should be in there, but I do think they probably should be less of the loot pool. But yeah, this was my first Trail Ruin. It took me 2 Trail Ruins in order to get all of the stuff. I can't remember how much. I'm sure I've got it in my diary somewhere what the actual count was. I can't remember how much it took me to get all of the shards and whatnot, but I got a good chunk of them from this one, and then my second one helped finish me off. But yeah, as a bit of a historical preservation thing, I have meant to set up a rail station so I could stop here and look at that from time to time. But as you can tell, it has not been finished at all. And now I can't actually remember which way I'm supposed to be going. Which way am I going? I can just check. I can check F3, can't I? That's west. That's east. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we're supposed to go this way. Hope I'm not wrong. Alright, next stop was actually pretty quick. I probably didn't need to cut that, but I did anyway. So here's the next stop, and this has served a couple of purposes. The original purpose of this area was like, this was a Soul Sand Valley that was like pretty close to my base. I don't think it's the closest one to my base, but it's pretty close. And so it was a good place to like find gas. And so this was my first attempt. This box over here was my first attempt at trying to get the Uneasy Alliance advancement. Uneasy Alliance requires you to bring a ghast from the Nether to the overworld and then kill it. I know during the snapshot phases this worked with the Happy Ghast, but I did not want to do it on the Happy Ghast. That felt a bit cruel. I wanted to do it on a regular Ghast. So I think this was before I even got how to get here. I decided to try and set up a system to get Uneasy Alliance. And this kind of like glass box and then this now destroyed Nether portal right here was my first attempt at it. Where basically I found a design that required you to be on the Nether roof. And again, I don't like using the Nether roof. I think it's a little bit cheap, a little bit cheaty, and so I did not want to do that. But I figured I would try building the design with me AFKing at the bedrock ceiling, and then just build it like down below me, roughly how far it was supposed to be, and see if that would still work. It didn't really still work. The ghasts just would not spawn in very infrequently. It took forever. I think like a good like 2 or 3 hours for me to even get one ghast in this cage. And the first time I got this ghast in the cage, something went wrong with like the rail system or my fishing rod or whatever, and like it blew it up. And so it was like, after waiting that long with such a broken farm, I decided to like abandon this at least for the moment and go do something else. And this farm failing is what inspired me for the Charged Creeper head farm to build that one actually on the Nether roof, because Nether roof designs just don't work that well if you're not on the Nether roof. So very recently, a couple weeks ago, I came back in to do my second attempt at it, where I was basically like, okay, I'm gonna use a different design from like the Minecraft wiki that would hopefully have better rates. So I built this big cobblestone cage here with these 2 giant Nether portals, and the kind of plan was that gas would spawn in here, be trapped by the cage, and then go through the Nether portals. And this one linked up to like the same place as that one did, where like I went to a lush cave. This one though, because like these are such big portals, I actually went to like a random location on the surface, which was kind of wild. But I was in the middle of working on building this cage. I hadn't even finished it yet. As you can probably tell, look, it's not done over here at all. When like a ghast spawned like right there, and it just wandered into the portal. I think I coaxed it a little bit, but more or less it just wandered into the portal itself. And then I just like rushed in because I was like, oh shit, this portal I had prepared the other side. I had made the other portal bigger so that the ghast could fit through. But this one I had just left as like the regular, like, what is it, 4x5 Nether portal. And so it's where like, oh no, is he gonna suffocate before I kill him? But then I went in, and the ghast was like way up in the air. It survived. It was all fine. Ooh, copper skeleton, neat. It had survived. It was all fine. And so then I just shot up with my bow, and that got me Uneasy Alliance, which was the last advancement that I was missing in the game. So I had been so discouraged by how shitty and crappy that little attempt at the farm had turned out that I assumed it was going to be a really hard advancement. It would take me forever, but not even done trying something better, and I managed to get it like basically on accident, which I thought was very funny. But that's not the only thing that I have in this area. And again, the station has not been built in this section, which I should probably build an actual station now that I don't need the gas farm anymore. But if we go over here, this is my Wither Skeleton Farm. As you can see, we have like a T-junction inside of a warped forest, which is something that is, well, basically, Wither Skeleton Farms were another thing that I put off for so long because, again, they usually use the nether roof, and I don't like doing that. And again, the gas farm taught me that if you don't build it on the roof, it's probably not going to work. And even ignoring the nether roof, a lot of Wither Skeleton Farms use nether portals, which is not something that I'm against, but it still is something that's a little bit finicky and fiddly to mess around with, and so I'd rather not deal with it. I wanted a good old-fashioned mob grinder inside of the nether. But recently I managed to find, after I got that advancement, I managed to find a design that utilized a T-junction inside of a warped forest for Wither Skeleton Farm, and I was like, hey, I got another fortress in a warped forest, or not warped, a Soul Sand Valley, rather, that was already hooked up to my nether rail. I'll go see if there's a T-junction there. And then I found this, and I built this farm. The basic idea of it is you have blocks with wither roses all around here, and so that makes it so that you can see from the drops, things like zombie pigmen, blazes, and magma cubes, they still spawn, but then they get the wither effect, and they die basically immediately. The wither skeletons spawn in, and they survive, and they see that iron golem up there, and like, oh, an iron golem, I'm gonna go kill it. And they rush in, and then they fall down some trap doors, and, I could show this off in survival, but we'll go here anyway. They fall down and they end up in this chute. And then as they pass by the chute, they hit these tripwires, which trigger these pistons, which then push them in, and they keep funneling down. And eventually, here's where I land with my elytra when I'm coming in, which is a little bit tricky. But you come in here, and the wither skeletons, they just kind of like keep stacking up here. And the way that you're supposed to do it is you go to video settings, turn down your render and simulation distance as far as you can, so there's less room for people to spawn in. And the wither skeletons just keep coming down. And then you can just give them a good old whack with a looting sword, sweeping edge sword if you can. And look, we already got another one. And you can just get lots and lots of wither skulls built up in this chest very quickly. See, another one already. It is very effective. I mean, that was just dumb luck, but, you know, still very effective. Now, it is not like a perfect farm by any means, and I do have modifications that I kind of want to make to it. The two big changes that I want to implement is, as you can see, the chest fills up with shit really quickly. So what I want to do is replace it with a copper chest, and I want to set up some, like, chests plugged into, like, item filters, like, probably over against, like, this back wall or something, and I have, like, one for stone swords that feeds into a dispenser that just chucks everything into the lava. One for bones, that feeds it into an autocrafter that turns it into bone meal, and then an autocrafter that turns it into bone blocks, and then funnel that to a storage facility. And then one for coal, that puts all the coal into an autocrafter that condenses it into coal blocks, and then put that into a sorting facility, and then just a regular chest for the wither skulls, like in the corner or something. That is what I want to do. In order to, because, you know, you can never have too much coal, you can never have too many bones, but also sorting through this chest sorting through this chest manually every time is a bit of a pain, and it gets old pretty fast. So I would like to, like, hook up some sort of, like, golem system to get things a little bit better. See, look how good it is. It's very good. But see, this is how I like mob farms, because it feels like it's, like, you know, utilizing game mechanics in a very creative and interesting way without being, like, super exploitative. And it's just, like, I don't think the nether portals are necessarily exploitative. I still think that's a fine use of game mechanics, but the nether roof is just something that I usually don't do it if I don't have to. And this might not be, like, oh, 1,000 skulls per hour, you know, it's not, like, the best rates, but look, I just got, by accident, I got enough skulls to summon another wither there, just showing it to you. So, like, the rates are good enough for my purposes, probably never needing another beacon again, you know? Alright, got another long rail here, so see you in a minute. Okay, this wasn't as far down the tracks as I expected. But here I'm taking like a little bit of a break to show you guys. Here is a bastion. Now, this entire like stretch of track, this wasn't originally built for the ghast farm or this bastion or anything. Those were just happy coincidences along the way. I was going to like a woodland mansion, which is where we're eventually gonna go. But here we have a bastion, and this is kind of interesting. Where it's like I set this up as a potential area to set up a station or a stop, so that I could maybe farm piglins. The original plan was for this to be a piglin head farm, and I'm pretty sure if we go into spectator mode, I'm 90% sure, maybe I'm wrong here. Yep, I'm right. This is where that Charged Creeper piglin head farm is built. I just built it above this bastion, which again, you know, looking back, I probably could have gotten away with not putting that on the nether roof. I probably could have managed to build that here in this bastion, and it would have been fine. But, too late now. Maybe eventually, if I want more piglin heads, maybe I could move the contraption down here. As tedious as that process sounds, move it down here and hook it up to a station to have a more legit one, but it works for now. Alright, here we are at the end of the ridiculously long rail on a station that I have not finished building yet, but this is probably one of the most out-of-the-way things where I would like to set up more stations along that path to make it more interesting and do something here. But here, we have my woodland mansion. Of course it is the dead of freaking night. But here is my first woodland mansion, where I say first, it might actually be the second, because, again, I've been talking about how sometimes stuff got wiped when I had to reload a backup. I could have sworn that somewhere to the northwest, because this is northeast, I could have sworn there was a woodland mansion to the northwest that I bought a villager cartography map from, and I went and explored, and set up another portal up there, but then never hooked it up to my rail. But I'm wondering if I must be thinking of a different world, because on Chunk Base, I couldn't find any woodland mansions up there, and this was the closest woodland mansion to my base. And so I kept like putting it off for years, going for another woodland mansion. Again, if that even was this world. But eventually I just consulted Chunk Base, found the coordinates, and then instead of traveling in the overworld all the way up here, I built another rail and built another portal to like warp straight into the place. But as you can see, it's a place that I've been trying to somewhat repopulate and rehabilitate. I brought in a bunch of villagers. I set up some new nice beds. I have lit up most of the rooms. I've killed all of the illagers. I've killed up all the illagers, and not only did I free the allays, which this is where I got allays from, but I also started breeding them here, and so there should still be a decent population of allays. Now, my ultimate goal, my ultimate plan for this place is eventually I would like to sort of like modify it to create like a vacation home, so that this can kind of be a base away from base. Of course, that would be a very like time-intensive project to like undertake, and would practically involve me having to set up new farms and stuff for like all the animals and whatnot over here, because of how long that railway is to my actual base. Getting to and from here, if I'm low on supplies, is kind of unfeasible. And so I don't make it all the way out here all that often. The front gate is a sort of barred in, and I don't think we're going to bother going outside then. But nearby, this place has, though, even though I'm not like, you know, properly living in it or taking vacations in it yet, this place has served me a little bit with like this last year of updates, where my first pale garden is off on like the other end of this forest. I was quite lucky that when I previously visited this place for killing the illagers and getting the allays, I did not explore all of the dark oak forest, and so there is a little bit of pale oak up on like the edge of the woods, and so that managed to get me some creaking hearts, and so now I have a renewable source of creaking and resin. And then also when Spring to Life came out, I came up here and I went exploring out along the sort of outer edges of like nearby biomes in order to get the new animal breeds, because, well, I guess now spawn chunks are even less of a thing, but, you know, spawn chunks had kind of prevented animal spawns nearby my base, and Minecraft is very bad about spawning stuff in, aside from at World Gen, so I just kind of had to deal with it. of like it would take me forever to find the like cold and temperate versions of the animals. But this was far. But again, they more or less got rid of spawn chunks, so the mob cap at my base wasn't a problem anymore. I think if we look at it, yeah, you see the passive mob count is not that high here compared to my base. And now we had new chunks to load in, so that was even more odds of getting new animals. And it worked. I managed to get all of them within like a day or something. But then getting them through the railway back to base was a bit of a pain. That was a bit excessive, but very nice place for getting some materials from the newer updates. And I think the more and more new updates come out, I'm going to try and make more like stops along that nether rail leading up to this place as more updates come out. Like, you know, again, kind of using Chunk Base as a guide. So that I can kind of create more of an excuse to come here. Because the rail out here between that Piglin Bastion and this place is like even longer than between like the Mushroom Island and the Froglight Farm, or the Ocean Monument and the Netherite Mine. It's just very out of the way. So now that we've actually explored a little and you've seen some of the locations, I came back to the map room to kind of like show off some of the locations that I went to and where they kind of like fall in the world. Up here, here's the main base. Here's Fort Naples, which is like the main castle that I usually live in. There's the first village up there. Down there is the Trident Farm in the sort of river, which means that out here, in kind of like this ocean area, is where I had my old attempts at the Trident Farm and my first villagers. Down here, here's the village with the Iron Farm and the Turtle Farm. And then down here is the Desert Temple. All the way down here, we've got the Red Sand Temple right there. Let's see if there's anything else of note down here. Did I mark the Lush Cave on this map? I don't think I marked it on I don't think I marked it on this map, but I think that the Lush Cave is like, I think it's like right about here in this area. Actually, that big no, that's a mountaintop, isn't it? But I think the Lush Cave is somewhere around there. Way over here, here's that giant mushroom island, the massive one. And yeah, you can see that very bottom shore I did not load in the first time that I went here, so that's how there was firefly bushes. Over here, we've got my Ocean Monument, which you can actually see the gravel on the map, which is kind of funny. Although I haven't looked at this map since I built the bridge, so I wonder if that would update. There's a trial chamber that I've been harvesting for copper, again, if I do decide to redo the walls over there. Way up here, at least I think, is it there? I'm pretty sure that this is, yeah, because there it is. This is my actual Mushroom Island base, where there's the Creeper and the Creaking Farm, and then here's the icebergs, where I think it's normally these icebergs that I usually harvest for my blue ice. Most of that is just trails that I went on while going to like trail ruins and trial chambers and whatnot. Back over here, I'm pretty sure, yeah, this is the mountain that my deep dark biome is under. Here's a place where I bred turtles at one point, though I never set up an actual farm there. Down here is the jungle base where, well, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, because you can see the lime green on the map. There's the bamboo hut, and then there's the trail that leads down, and then down here, that orange blotch is the armadillo farm, and then up here, somewhere around here, is the panda farm, that kind of area. And then I think, where is it? Yeah, a little bit, like, down past this mountain range, there's the cherry blossom biome, my first cherry blossom place, where I got a base set up there. There's my first village, and then up here, I'm pretty sure I bought the map to a trial chamber from here, and then by coincidence, my first trial chamber was right next to a pillager outpost that I'd already been to a few times. There is my end portal up there, which I thought that was closer to my base, but I guess not. It was all the way up there, which is a little bit crazy. I think there was like a village, I think one of these two villages, there was like a bit where I got stuck in a well, but there was a llama color that I didn't have, and so I think I set up like a nether portal to get that llama out. I think that was something that happened. This was a really beautiful mountain peak. I didn't show it off to you guys, but this was a really nice looking mountain, which is right next to one of the trail ruins and where I keep my fletching villagers. There's just some more villages and trial chambers over there. Now, I don't know, because I think... Yeah, I think that was my first trail ruin. I'm pretty sure. And then somewhere off in that direction is the mangrove, but I don't know if I'm thinking that either this is the mangrove, or it's further... Actually, wait, no, I think maybe down here is the mangrove, where I got the portal, but I haven't built the house. I should probably mark it off on the map at some point. And then I think I mentioned last time in the map room, this was just a desert area where I collected some of the new stuff from one of the newer updates. And I think that this is... Yeah, this is where the Woodland Mansion is. Where I tamed some animals and spring to life. And there's my Pale Garden right over there. Which these two are not, like, to scale the locations here, and I can't remember where that map was, so that's not to scale. But, yeah, that's the rough layout of the map of the world. It's one of those things where, like, the more filled in these maps are, the nicer it would be. But also, I don't really want to load in the chunks, you know, prematurely, because, you know, if new stuff comes in the updates, I want to be able to, like, go there and collect the new stuff. Because, like, you know, if they add in, like, a new ore to the game, like, this area would be, like, a good spot to, like, set up, like, a mine for the new ore or something, you know? But that's the map. And alright, there you have it. That was, my tour of my forever vanilla Minecraft world. I decided to make this thing for, you know, a couple of reasons. For the one thing is I kind of wanted to showcase what this place was like when it was still vanilla, because again, I have been sort of debating maybe getting a few data packs or even full mods into this place to spice up things a little and experiment with different stuff. So I kind of wanted to showcase what all I managed to get up to with just the base game before I did too much more extravagant things, but also because my Minecraft, I got my Minecraft phase kind of kicked in with the Copper Age drop, and now that sort of Minecraft phase is starting to like fade out again, and you know I say that not necessarily it's faded out again, but you know more of I've got a lot of stuff that's been like coming up in my life recently, and so I can't play Minecraft as frequently. Wow, that Rainbow Beacon just really broke. Something is up with that. Maybe that was a bad installation. Yeah, so I'm probably not going to be playing much Minecraft for a lot of November. So I thought I'd sort of like showcase how things have come along these past like 5-ish years. I guess maybe nearly 6 years. And show you how everything turned out. I kind of want to make this a bit of a yearly thing, where I'll come back every few, maybe not every year, but maybe every few months, every couple of years, kind of stop back in and talk about some of the new things that I've managed to build here, because I have been keeping a diary of all of my builds, and I haven't really consulted the diary for most of this tour, just because I kind of got a little bit more off the cuff on it, and that doesn't mean that I've certainly forgotten some things. I've gone back and recorded like little bits and pieces, because there are 100% bit of information that like I forgot and I missed to some degree, but that should be most of the major and like notable stuff that I built. So thanks for tuning in. It's been Jay. Bye bye.